Chapter 1. The rain drummed down on the corrugated iron roof. 8:10 in the morning. Captain Benny Griessel clicked open his homicide briefcase on the wall of the wide, high veranda, removed the shoe protectors first, then the thin, transparent latex gloves. He pulled them on, vaguely aware of respectful eyes on him, the uniforms, and 2 stationed detectives who sheltered in the open garage beyond the curtain of rain. His anxiety and fatigue faded. His focus was on what awaited him here in this big old house. The heavy front door stood open. He approached the threshold. The grey morning cast the entry hall into deep dusk. The second victim appeared as a dark, shapeless mass. He stood still for a moment, holding his breath, considering the advice of Doc Barkhazen. "Don't internalize. Distance yourself." What did that mean now? He looked for a light switch, found it inside, just beside the door jamb. He clicked it on. High up against the baroque ceiling, a chandelier shone white and bright. It did nothing to dispel the chill. The man lay outstretched on the gleaming oak floor, 4 meters from the door. Black shoes, black trousers, white shirt, light grey tie, top button undone. Arms outstretched, a pistol gripped in the right hand. Mid-30s, lean. Griessel warily stepped closer. He saw the bullet wound in the forehead, diagonally above the left eye. A thin streak of blood, now almost black, ran down to the right. Under the head, which was turned to the left, a puddle, thicker, saucer-sized, exit wound. He felt relief at the simplicity of this death, the swiftness of it. He sighed, long and slow, trying to rid his body of this tension. It didn't work. He surveyed the hallway. On an antique table to the right was a light blue vase filled with a green and white mass of fresh arum lilies. On the opposite side, against the left-hand wall, was a hat stand beside an umbrella rack. 6 old-fashioned portraits hung on the wall in heavy oval frames. Dignified men and women stared out of each one. And at the back, deeper in, a sitting room opened out between the 2 pillars. He made his calculations from the position of the body, the probable trajectory of the shot, so that he could walk where it would least disturb the invisible blood spray and spatter. He stepped around and crouched down beside the pistol, saw the Glock emblem on the barrel, and after it, 17, Gen, Austria, 9x19. Griessel sniffed the barrel. It hadn't been fired. He stood up. Most likely the shooter had stood in the doorway, the victim more or less in the center of the hallway. If the murder weapon was a pistol, the casing would have been ejected to the right. He searched for it, didn't find it. Perhaps he had used a revolver. Perhaps it had bounced off the wall, lay under the victim. Perhaps the shooter had picked it up. The exit wound meant the bullet would have hit the wall somewhere. He drew an imaginary line that led him to the sitting room. He trod carefully, making a wide detour around the corpse, past the pillars, where he picked up the faint scent of burnt wood. The hall chandelier illuminated only a small track in the spacious room, and it cast a long Griessel shadow, sending him in search of another light switch. He found 3 in a row, just behind the pillar, pressed them one by one, and turned around. Soft lighting. Thick wooden beams in the ceiling. Shelves against the walls, filled with leather-bound books. A huge Persian carpet, silver and blue. Giant sofas and easy chairs arranged in 2 separate seating areas. Coffee tables, gleaming golden wood. Too many lamps and vases, combined with the fussy wallpaper, all intended to create an impression of old-world elegance. In the center, stately and impressive, was the great hearth, the embers cold. and to the right, just visible behind a dark blue chair, the shoes and trouser legs of the third victim. In the background, on the stark white passage wall, he saw a bright fan of blood spray, like a cheerful, surreal artwork. Griessel noted the similarities, and unease settled on his heart. The body in the passage had the same military haircut, the same build, broad-shouldered with a lean fitness, as the one in the hallway. Also the same black shoes, black trousers, and white shirt. Another bloodied Glock beside a ruined hand. Only the tie was missing this time. Another head wound between the temple and the right eye. But the first bullet must have hit the hand. 2 joints of the finger lay rolled against the white-painted skirting board. And then he spotted the 2 shells, shining dully on the edge of the carpet in the sitting room. The shooters had to be, lying there within 10 centimeters of each other. His mind started to play its old tricks. He heard and smelled exactly how it had all happened. The murderer was a shadow, slipping through this space, pistol stretched in front of him. He saw the man in the passage. 2 shots. The hand was a small scarlet explosion. The intense agony, short-lived, before death. No time for fear, just the short, silent scream into eternity. Griessel let out an exclamation, deliberate and loud over the drumming rain, to suppress it all. He hadn't had enough sleep. The fucking stress of the past weeks. He must pull himself together now. He walked carefully around the body, crouched down beside the pistol. Exactly the same as the other one. Glock 17, Gen 4. He sniffed. No smell of cordite. He stood up, eyes scanning around him, and further down the passage he found the 2 holes in the right-hand wall. He had to tread carefully, because the body, the finger, the pistol, and the blood covered the full width of the passage. He hopped from one foot to the other until he was over it, bent down at the holes. Both bullets were there, buried deep in the plaster. That would help. Then he went in search of the 4th victim. The first room, up the passage to the left, had the door open, curtains drawn. He switched on the light. There was a suitcase on the double bed, open. A blue-grey tie and an empty black shoulder holster lay on the dressing table. In the ensuite bathroom, shaving material and a toothbrush were neatly arranged. Apart from that, nothing. He walked to the second bedroom. Tidy. 2 single beds. A small travelling case at the foot of one. A jacket on a hanger hooked into the handle of the dark brown wardrobe. A toilet bag hung from a rail in the adjoining bathroom. He walked out into the passage again, opened a door to the right. It was a big bathroom, gleaming white, with a bath on ball-and-claw feet, a wash basin on a marble slab, bidet, and a toilet. The next 2 bedrooms were empty, with no sign of occupation. The last one was right at the end, on the left. The door was open, the room inside almost in darkness. He switched on the light. Outside, the rain stopped abruptly, leaving an eerie silence. It was a large room, in chaos. The loose carpet lay rucked up. The double bed was askew, the mattress and bedding thrown off. The chair in front of a beautiful antique desk lay on its back. The standard lamp on the desktop was overturned, all the drawers were pulled open. And the doors of the massive wardrobe stood wide, too. A pile of clothes on the ground. A large suitcase in the corner, upside down. "Benna!" A sharp interruption to the softly dripping silence from the front door, startling him. Captain Vaughan Cupido had arrived. "I'm coming," he shouted back. His voice echoed hoarsely through the huge, empty house. Cupido stood on the threshold in his long, black coat, a new piece he confessed he had picked up at a factory shop in Salt River, "for a song, puppy! Classic detective style! The Hawk in winter, I'm telling you!" And as Griessel carefully negotiated the haul, he was suddenly conscious of his own crumpled trousers. The thick blue jersey and jacket hid his shirt, at least. Yesterday's clothes. And Cupido wouldn't miss that. "How's it, Benner? How many are there?" Griessel walked out onto the veranda, began taking off the gloves. The dark mass of clouds was gone. The sun was trying to break through, making him blink. The view was suddenly breathtaking, the Franschhoek Valley unveiled in front of him. "One of the farm workers is lying in the vineyard. There's been too much rain. I haven't been able to get there, and there are 2 inside." "Yes." Then Cupido looked sharply at him. "You okay, Benner?" He knew his eyes were bloodshot, and he hadn't shaved. He nodded. "Just slept badly." Benny Griessel lied. "Let's go and look at the one out there." The first victim lay on his back between 2 rows of vines, a colored man dressed in what looked like a dark red uniform with a silver trim. Cupido and Griessel stood on the edge of the lawn, just 4 meters from the body. They could see the large exit wound between the eyes. "He was shot from behind and dragged over there." Griessel pointed at the 2 faint, washed-out furrows that ended at the man's heels. "And these are the footprints of the laborer who found him lying here this morning." "That's a brother," said Cupido, and then, accusingly, "in a slave outfit." "He works at the guest house. According to the—" "This is a guest house? I thought it was a wine farm." "It's a wine farm with a guest house. As if they don't make enough money." "You sure you're all right?" "I'm fine, Vaughan." "Did you go home last night?" "No." "According to the— was there a case I don't know about?" "Vaughan, I worked late. You know how the admin piles up. And then I fell asleep." He hoped Cupido would just let it go. "In your office?" Skeptical. "Yes. The station— So that's how you got the call, so early?" "That's right. According to the station detectives, around about 9 last night, this worker was supposed to come to top up the firewood and check that all the guests were happy. When he didn't come home, his wife thought he must have gone out on the town. Then the morning shift found him here. Then they saw the other one in the hallway. The trouble is, they say there were 3. Now you're losing me, man. I thought there were 3. There were 3 guests. Inside." "So there should have been 4 victims?" "Yes." "So where's number 4? "That's the big question. The thing is, we have 3 headshots, Vaughan. The other one in there was shot through his pistol hand and in the head. The 2 shells are lying this close together." It took a second for Cupido to grasp. "Yes, Benner. Double tap." On a moving target. Cupido merely shook his head in awe. "That's sharp shooting, puppy." "What bothers me most, the last bedroom shows signs of a fight. Now why would a man who can shoot like that wrestle with a person?" Cupido looked at Griessel anxiously. "You thinking what I'm thinking?" Benny didn't want to say it. The implications were serious. He merely nodded. "There's a newspaper photographer at the gate, Benner." "Fuck," said Griessel. "Kidnapping? When last did we see that?" "There's more trouble. Both the men inside look like, if I think of their build, hair, the clothes, both carrying Glock 17s, I think they are law enforcement, or military, or spooks." "You kidding me?" "And a man who shoots like that, faultless, he's had training. Task force, special forces, intelligence, something like that. A pro." Cupido turned around and stared at the house. "Shit! Trouble, Benner. Big trouble." Griessel sighed. "That's right. We'll have to get moving, puppy." "I'll have to call the giraffe. They'll have to manage the press." They didn't move. They stood side by side, heads bowed, Cupido a head taller than the stocky Griessel, mulling over all the implications, hesitating before the chaos that they knew would ensue. Until Cupido, with the tails of his hawk-in-winter coat flapping in the icy wind, put his hand protectively on Benny's shoulder. "Benna, at least there's one silver lining." "What do you mean?" "The way you looked this morning, I thought you must have gone on a bender again. But a dronkgat couldn't do it. You couldn't have figured all that out if you'd been pissed." He turned and began to walk towards the guest house. Chapter 2. Tyrone Kleinboy saw the auntie climb up into the third-class carriage here where the Metro Rail 3411 stood at Platform 4 of Belleville Station just before 8:50 on the Monday morning. She was clearly in her best outfit, wearing a sober headscarf, clutching her large handbag with both hands. He shifted up a little to make the empty seat beside him seem more alluring. She looked at the seat, and at him, and then she headed towards him, as he knew she would, because he looked respectable. "Even features," as Uncle Solly used to say. "You got even features, Ty. It's a boon in this industry." Industry. As if they worked for a company. She sat down with a sigh, balancing the handbag on her lap. "Morning, Auntie," he said. "Morning." She looked him up and down, taking in his tall, skinny frame, and asked, "Now where do you come from?" "From the city, Auntie," he said. "And where are you going to?" "Stellenbosch, Auntie." "You swatting there?" "No, Auntie." "Then what you doing there?" "Going to see my sister, Auntie." "So what's she doing there?" "She's swatting, Auntie. BSc, Human Life, first year." "That's a grand course, ne? What do you do with that?" The train lurched and pulled out of the station. "There's lots you can do, but she wants to become a doctor. She didn't make the selection last year. Now she's trying to get in like this." "A medical doctor?" "Yeah, Auntie. She's a slim cunt, very clever." "I would say so. Medical doctor nogal. And you? What do you do?" "I'm a pickpocket, Auntie." She gripped her handbag more tightly for a moment, but then she laughed. "Ach, you," she said, and bumped her elbow in his ribs. "What do you do, really?" "I'm a painter. But not pictures, houses." "I didn't take you for a manual laborer. But that's good, honest work," she said, "for a young lut like you." "So where's Auntie going to?" "Also to Stellenbosch. Also to my sister. She struggles with gout. It's so bad she has to go and lie down." And Tyrone Kleinboy, dark as full-roast coffee beans and even-featured, nodded politely and listened attentively, because he really did enjoy it. He was only vaguely aware that the rain had stopped, and that was good. Rain was bad for his industry. Pickings had been slim this month. The modern farmyard of La Petite Margot was higher up the mountain, minimalist, stacked glass squares held in almost invisible frames of concrete and steel. The German owner met Griessel and Cupido at the front door, clearly disturbed. A large, bald man with the neck and shoulders of a weightlifter, he introduced himself as Marcus Frank. "It is a great tragedy," he said, with just a hint of a Teutonic accent, as he led them to the sitting room. The ceiling was 2 stories high. On both sides was a wide, impressive view over mountain and valley. 2 women stood up when they came in. One young and attractive, the other older, with an unusual, eccentric air about her. "Captain Cupido, Captain Griessel, this is Christel de Haan, our hospitality manager," said Frank, and touched the younger woman's arm sympathetically. Her eyes were red-rimmed behind the trendy, dark-framed glasses. She gripped a tissue in her left hand and just nodded, as if she couldn't trust her voice. "And this is Ms. Jeanette Lowe," he said, with an inflection that was just a tad too neutral, making Griessel focus more sharply, noticing the body language. There was something in the atmosphere here that didn't quite fit. Lowe stepped forward and put out her hand. She was possibly around 50, with big bottle-blonde hair, a chunky frame, and a strong jaw. No makeup, and she wore a man's black designer suit with a white shirt and red and white striped tie. "Hello," she said somberly in a deep smoker's voice, her handshake firm as she greeted the detectives. "Griessel and I will leave you now at Miss Lowe's request," said Frank. "We will be in my office when you need us." "No," said Cupido. "We need to talk to you now." "I want to talk with you alone first," said the blonde woman with an air of authority. "Please, my office is just here." Frank pointed down the passage. "No, we don't have time for this," said Cupido. "Those were my people in the guest house," said Lowe. "What do you mean, your people?" "Vaughn, let's hear what she has to say." Griessel didn't have the energy for a confrontation as well, and he had picked up the atmosphere between these people. Along with the loss, there was friction, a certain tension. The Hahn began to cry. Cupido nodded reluctantly. With murmured words of consolation, Marcus Frank sent his hospitality manager down the passage. "Sit down, please," said Jeanette Lowe, and took a seat herself on one of the angular couches. Griessel sat down, but Cupido remained standing with his arms folded over his chest. "What's going on here?" he asked, clearly not happy with the state of affairs. "I am the managing director of Body Armor, a private security company in the Cape. We rented the guest house, and our contract with La Petite Margot includes an NDA. They have no—" "A what?" asked Cupido. "A non-disclosure agreement," she said, as though maintaining her reasonable tone with some difficulty. "What for?" asked Cupido. "If you give me a chance, I will explain." "We're working against the clock, ma'am." "I realize that, but
We are the Hawks. We don't have time for small talk and monkey business."
small talk?" Griessel could see her control beginning to dissolve, and her expression altered to a mixture of anger and grief. She leaned forwards, thrust an accusing finger at Cupido. "You think I want to make small talk while some of my men are lying dead in that guest house? Drop your act and sit down so I can give you the information that you need, or I will walk out of here and you can come and find me if you like."
"I don't take orders from a—"
"Please," said Griessel curtly. Lowe sank back slowly into the couch. It took a while before Cupido reluctantly said, "Okay," but he remained on his feet with his arms crossed. It took Lowe a minute to control her emotions. Then she addressed herself to Griessel. "First of all, may I ask, how many bodies are there in the house?" "2," said Griessel. "Only 2?
"Yes."
She nodded, as though that's what she had expected. "Can you describe them, please?"
Mid to late 30s, short hair, lean, clean-shaven.
Both were apparently carrying Glocks. Lowe held up her hand. She had heard enough. Her eyes closed, then opened again. "They are both my men, B.J. Fichter and Barry Menard." "I'm sorry," said Griessel. And then, "You mean they worked for you?" "Yes."
"What sort of work, exactly?"
asked Cupido. "They were bodyguards."
"Who was the third person in the house?"
asked Griessel. "My client, Paul Anthony Morris."
"Who's he that he needs bodyguards?"
asked Cupido. He's a British citizen. That's all."
"Shit!"
said Cupido, because he could see the complications already. Lowe misread his reaction. "Captain, that is all the information that he was willing to provide."
"Ma'am,"
said Griessel,
At this stage, we suspect that he is missing, and he is a foreigner. That means—" he searched for the right word. "Big trouble," said Cupido. "That's right," said Griessel. "We need all the information we can get as soon as possible."
"That's why I'm here," said Lowe. "I will give you everything I have."
"But not in front of the farm people. Why?" asked Cupido.
"Because of the confidentiality clause. La Petite Margot had no knowledge of who was in the guest house. And I have a discretionary duty towards my client. That is why I must talk to you alone."
Cupido shrugged. "Tell us what you know," said Griessel.
She nodded and took a deep breath, as if to gather her strength. Chapter 3. Last Wednesday, just before 1600 hours, Morris contacted me by phone and inquired about the nature of our services and the background of our personnel. With I suppose what they call an Oxford accent. I referred him to our website, but he said he had already studied it and wanted to make sure it was not merely marketing. I assured him that everything was factually correct. He had a few questions about the training background of our personnel, which I answered.
"How are they trained?"
asked Cupido. "Most of my people are former SAPS bodyguards, Captain."
"Okay, proceed."
Morris then said that he had, and I quote as well as I can recall, a need to get out of circulation for a while and enjoy the benefit of very vigilant, discreet and professional bodyguard services. And he needed this from last Friday. I said, yes, we can accommodate him, and asked whether I could work through the standard procedure to determine our services according to his needs. He wanted to know what that procedure entailed. I said it was a series of questions about his occupation, circumstances, next of kin who could be contacted in case of emergency, possible threats, time period, and budget limitations. His reaction was that there were no budget limits and that he wished to use the services for a couple of weeks, but he would prefer not to supply any further information. I said I would prepare a plan and quote and email it to him. He preferred to phone back, which he did an hour later. Griessel listened to the official tone, the precise word choice, as if she sought refuge in the familiar territory of the official statement. There was a military air about her. He wondered if she had also been in the service. My recommendation was this guest house, and a team of—
"Why this one?"
Cupido asked. "We use it on a regular basis. It complies with our requirements. It is less than an hour from the airport, but outside the city. It is remote, with good access control, an open, manageable perimeter, and staff that understands our needs and requirements."
"Okay, proceed."
My recommendation to Morris included a team of 2 armed bodyguards per day and night shift. He accepted immediately and asked what the next step would be to close the deal. I asked him to deposit 1 week's daily tariffs.
"How much?"
Cupido asked, uncrossed his arms and sat down in a chair beside Griessel's.
"How much was the deposit?"
"Just over 5,200 pounds, about 70,000 rand."
"For a week?"
In disbelief. "That's right."
"And he paid it?"
"Within half an hour." And the next day, the Thursday, he sent a scan of the photo page of his passport via email, which I had requested for identification and registration purposes. It showed that he was a 56-year-old British citizen. He also called that Thursday with details of his arrival. During that call, I notified him of procedures at the airport and gave him a description of my people who would meet him. That was the sum total of my communication with him. Victor and Minnaar went to meet him at the airport on Friday afternoon. He was on flight SA337 from Johannesburg, which landed at 15:10.
Johannesburg? Asked Cupido. So he didn't fly out of England?
It's possible that he flew from the UK to Johannesburg and caught a connection to Cape Town. I can't confirm that.
Okay, proceed.
Victor sent me a SMS on Friday afternoon at 15:17 to confirm that Morris had arrived safely, and another at 16:52 that they were at La Petite Margot guesthouse and that everything was in order. They took the night shift that Friday night, and Stiaan Conradi and Alistair Barnes the day shift. Every team reported via SMS at the beginning and end of each shift. There were no problems. On Sunday morning, at the end of the night shift, I had a telephone conversation with Victor to check on how things were going. He said Morris was a very courteous and refined man, and that he appeared relaxed and jovial. Conradi and Barnes are here at the moment, down at the gate. They are ready to talk to you as soon as the SAPS allow them entry to the farm.
So let me get this straight, said Cupido. All that you know is that this O is a Brit with a fancy accent and 70,000 to burn. No address, no description, nada. For all we know, he could be a serial killer.
That's correct.
But you're happy to sell bodyguard services to such a person?
Captain, if you have cash and you want to buy a new car, the dealer doesn't ask you if you have a criminal record.
A cop with cash for a car? Fat chance. And it's not the same.
Oh?
Bodyguard services are sort of personal, don't you think?
Lowe began to lean forward again, and Griessel asked,
When you spoke to him on the telephone, did he sound scared? Anxious?
She shook her head. No. During the conversation, I drew only two conclusions. The first was that he had not used this sort of service before, and the second was that he wanted to reveal as little about himself as possible. She looked at Cupido. And that's not unusual. Personal security services are, by their very nature, discreet. The majority of our clients are businessmen who don't want it trumpeted about.
Why not?
A need to maintain a low profile. And I think that's also because they don't want to offend their hosts. They come to do business with local companies, and a very public display of security gives the impression that they believe South Africa is a dangerous place.
Then why do they use the service? There's just about no crime against tourists.
It's a general misconception among foreigners, which you are happy to indulge.
Could you see from the email address where he works? What was the domain name?
It was a Gmail address, and the name was Paul_Morris 15 or something.
And the payment of the deposit? EFT?
Yes, from a Swiss bank. Adler, if I remember correctly. I will confirm that.
Ma'am,
began Griessel. Please, I'm not a ma'am. Call me Jeanette.
The two bodyguards in there.
B.J. Victor and Barry Minnaar.
Yes. How long ago did they leave the SAPS?
About 7-8 years.
How long have they worked for you?
For the same period. I can assure you the attack had nothing to do with. No, that is not what I'm getting at. How good were they? She grasped his meaning. I only appoint the best. And for the sort of work they do, there is annual refresher training and testing, and the standards of fitness, weapon handling, and self-defense is high. We even do 6 monthly drug tests. I can assure you, Victor and Minnaar were outstanding operators.
And yet,
said Cupido skeptically. Jeanette finally lost her control. She planted her feet apart, leaned forward, put her elbows on her knees.
Let me tell you, if you weren't a policeman, I would bliksem you right now."
The young woman, not much older than Tyrone Kleinboy, looked at the pile of notes and then at the computer screen. "You still owe 7,000 rand, she said, each English syllable precise. "Why do you hoy English at me? I thought this was supposed to be a Afrikaans university here," said Tyrone. "This is all I can pay now, 1,250. She bristled a little. "It doesn't matter what language a person says it in, mister. Die rekening is agterstalig. You are in arrears. Results are only released when it is paid in full." It was frustration that made him tease her. "You can gooi in as many fancy white Afrikaans words as you like, but I can tell you're actually a Cape Flats girl." "Ek kom van die paneel af. I'm not from the flats, and I can see you have more money in your wallet. Does your pa know what you're up to?" "Yerr," said Tyrone Kleinboy. "What name is there on your computer, Dolly?" "Nadia Kleinboy, and I'm not your Dolly." "Do I look like a Nadia?" "How should I know? There are some funny names on this computer." "Nadia is my sister, Dolly. We don't have a ma and we don't have a pa. This is money that I earned with my own 2 hands, verstaan jy? And what is left in my wallet, I have to go and give her to pay her rent on her flat. So don't you sit there and judge me. Have a heart. We pay as we can. She worked flippin' hard. Those results belong to her, not you lot. So why can't she see them?" "I don't make the rules." "But you can bend them, net een bietjie, for a brother." "And lose my job? Not today." He sighed and pointed at the screen in front of her. "Can you see them there?" "The results?" "Yeah." "I can." "Did she pass?" Her face revealed nothing. "Ah, please, sister," he said. She glanced around first, then said softly and quickly, "She passed well." She took the money and began counting. "Dankie, sister," he said, and turned to go. "Jy kan nie net loop nie. You must wait for your receipt." "Sien jy? I knew you got gooi flats." Chapter 4. They felt the pressure, the urgency of time slipping away. "Cyril was a friend to me," said Marcus Frank, the German owner. "A valued employee." Benny Griessel knew there was a risk that Cupido would say something like, "So why did you make him wear a slave uniform?" And so he interjected quickly, "You have our condolences, Mr. Frank." "Now, our reputation is in tatters," said Frank. "The media is waiting at the gate." "I understand, but one of the guests is missing, and we have to move as fast as possible. Can you tell us what Mr. January was doing at the guesthouse last night?" Frank made a helpless gesture in the direction of the still weepy Crystal de Haan. The woman put on her glasses and said, "He cleared the dinner table and lit the fire." "What time?" asked Cupido. "At exactly 9 o'clock. "How do you know that?" "That was our agreement with them." "The bodyguards?" "Yes. Breakfast at exactly 8 o'clock, house cleaning at 9, lunch at 1, dinner at 8 p.m. Final clearing and hospitality at 9. They're very strict. They have a lot of rules." "Like what?" "They screened all our people. Only 6 were cleared to work when they rented the guest house, 2 for breakfast, 2 for house cleaning in the morning, and 2 for dinner and evening hospitality. It made things very difficult." "Why?" "Because sometimes members of our staff are ill, or they want to take a vacation." "So why did you rent the house to these people?" "They pay almost double the going rate." Cupido shook his head again in amazement. "Okay, so Cyril January was one of the cleared people?" "Yes." "How did it work? Did he have keys?" No. If they wanted to enter, they had to call one of the guards when they were at the door." "How?" "With a cell phone.
They had to say a code word. They had to say breakfast in the green room if it was safe, or breakfast in the red room if they thought there was danger.
Yes, sis. And then the guard unlocked the door?
Yes.
But you said there were 2 people serving dinner.
Yes, Cyril's daughter.
The Han's eyes filled, and her voice became hoarse.
I'm sorry. His daughter, she's only 18. She served dinner with him, and they cleared the table, and then she left with the trolley. Cyril was doing hospitality.
What does that mean?
Chocolates on the pillows, check the bathroom supplies like soap and shampoo and shower gel and hand cream, and light the fire.
Do you know what time he usually finished?
Between 9 and past.
And his wife thought he went to town last night?
He did do that sometimes.
Where would he go?
To friends.
And he would stay out all night?
Sometimes.
What was the procedure when he left the house? Asked Griessel.
He just left, and they locked the door behind them.
And this morning?
One of our agricultural workers saw Cyril's body at about 6:30 on his way to report for work, and then he saw the front door of the guest house was open.
Okay, said Cupido. We'll have to speak to the daughter. We have to speak to all the staff in about, he looked at his watch, in about an hour's time. Can you assemble them for us? Cupido began to rant as they walked towards the car, just as Griessel knew he would. They pay almost double the going rate. That's the trouble with this country, Benna. It's just naked greed, no fucking ethics. Everybody just wants to score. It's just skip, puppy, skip, before doomsday comes. $70,000 for a week's personal security? We're in the wrong business, I'm telling you. And that lesbitarian wants to bliksem me. What for? Because I tell it like it is. She can't do that. I mean, what do you say? There's just no appropriate response to a lessie. You gefok if you say, come try me. You gefok if you zip your lip. There should be a law against that sort of thing. Wants to bliksem me? With 70,000 in her back pocket and her Calvin Klein suit and that hair. And what is this here? German owner of a boer farm with a French name where a Brit is kidnapped. Fucking United Nations of Crime. That's where we're heading. And why? 'Cause they bring their troubles here, like those French at Sutherland, and the Dewani thing. And who gets the rep? South fucking Africa. They got into the car. I'm telling you now, the perpetrator will be a foreign citizen. But you think the TV will mention it? Not on your life. It'll be like crime-ridden society all over again, all that cock. That's not right, Benna. Wants to bliksem me? But they screen the little folkies in slave uniforms and let them clean up after their whitey backsides until 10 o'clock at night. Chocolates on the pillows. Forensics are here, said Griessel when he spotted the white minibus parked at the guest house beside the SAPS photographer's Corolla and the 2 ambulances. They'll have to get a move on. We have to search the Brit's room. And the giraffe. Beside the big Ford territory of the Directorate of Priority Crime Investigations, DPCI, or the Hawks, stood tall, thin Colonel Zola Inyati, commanding officer of the Violent Crimes Group. As the first Hawk on the scene, Griessel reported as succinctly as he could. He was aware of the Colonel's sharp eyes on him with that unreadable, unchanging poker face of his. When he had finished, the giraffe said, I see, and stood with his head bowed, deep in thought. Eventually, You're JOC on this one, Benny. Yes, sir. His heart sank, because the last thing he needed in his current situation was the responsibility of the so-called Joint Operations Command. You already have Vaughan. How many more people do you need?" He knew the Hawks liked big teams who could hit hard and fast, but he was still skeptical about this approach. Too many people falling over each other, especially on an investigational level. And he knew command didn't always mean control over the direction of the investigation. "4 detectives, sir." "You're sure?" "Yes, sir." "I'll get Clute out and start oiling the consolatory wheels." Captain John Clute was the Hawks' media liaison officer, and Griessel knew they were going to need all the help they could get with the British consulate. For though the Brits weren't as bad as the Canadians, and the Canadians were not as difficult as the Chinese, embassies were not keen to share their citizens' information, especially when there was crime involved. And in any case, they were bureaucratic dead ends. So all he said was, "Thank you, sir." He noticed Nyati's gaze dwell on him a moment before the colonel nodded, turned, and walked back to his vehicle. He knew it was because he looked so terrible. He cursed himself again. Last night he should have— "Come, Benny," said Cupido. "Let's check how far forensics are." In Dorp Street in Stellenbosch, a tour bus was parked in front of Oomsami se winkel, the now legendary old-time store and tourist magnet. Tyrone Kleinboy eyed up the tourists on the pavement. Europeans. He recognized them by their pale legs, their get-up. He'd given up wondering why European and American visitors were the only people in Africa who bought and wore safari outfits, the hunting jackets with pockets for ammunition, the Livingston helmets or wide-brimmed hats, the boots. His senses sharpened. He focused on the group lining up at the door to get on the bus. At the back stood a middle-aged woman with a big raffia shoulder bag. Easy target. She would be expecting contact with other tour members. Her purse would be in the bag, right at the bottom, in the center, big and fat, loaded with rands and euros and credit and cash cards, ripe for the picking. All he had to do was to take the hair clip with the little yellow sunflower that he had in his pocket, hide it in his hand, bend down in front of her, and pretend to pick it up. Uncle Solly.
"I had an appy who tried that trick with money, a 10 Rand note. He flashed it at the mark, and the mark's attention went immediately to his wallet. Now, that's just stupid. You use something that is colorful and pretty, but not money."
"I think you dropped this, ma'am," he would say quietly, intimately, confidentially, with his big, innocent, look-how-honest-our-locals-are smile, and his even features, with his right shoulder nearly touching her. With her eyes and all her attention focused in surprise on the hair clip, he would slide his right hand into the bag, get a sure grip on the purse. She would beam with grateful goodwill because these white people from the north are black people pleasers, probably feeling guilty about their own colonial escapades. She would reach out her hand to the clip and then shake her head. "Oh, thank you, but it's not mine." He would bump her lightly with his right shoulder as he withdrew his hand from the bag and put the purse in his pocket.
The withdrawal is the key. Smooth and fast. Keep the wallet upright. Don't let it hook on anything. The last thing you want at that crucial moment is a snag. And remember, there are other people who might be watching, so you want everyone's attention on the dropped object. You hold it high and handsome. And then you get the wallet out of sight, and your hand out of your pocket. Show it to the people. Here is my innocent hand.
"My apology, ma'am," he would say. She would reply in a Dutch or German accent, "No, please don't apologize." Except the Austrian woman 2 years ago who said, "Thank you," and took the clip out of his hand. He had the last laugh, though. The profit from her purse was nearly 2,000 rand. He would smile, turn and walk away, look back and wave at her.
Don't rush it. Saunter, Ty. But be aware, want jy weet nooit, you never know.
The words echoed in his head. He was in between the tourists, next to the woman, ready, every nerve ending tingling, the adrenaline flowing, just enough. And then his brain said, "Don't."
If it feels wrong, walk away.
He saw the pair of security guards just beyond the shop, their eyes on him. He walked past to Market Street and his sister's flat. Chapter 5. From the front door, Griessel and Cupido could see the two men from forensics at work under the bright spotlights in the sitting room, and hear their heated rugby conversation. "I'm telling you, Bismarck is not a man, he's a machine," said Arnold, the short, fat one, vehemently.
"You shoot your own argument in the foot,"
said Jimmy, the tall, thin one. They knelt side by side in the spacious lounge. "What makes you say that?" As a team, they were known as Thick and Thin, a relic of the tired old quip from the days when they first began to work together. "Forensics will stand by you through thick and thin," which in turn had been inspired by Fat Arnold's previous forensics partner, a freckled, cheeky and pretty red-haired woman who had self-deprecatingly referred to their partnership as Speckled and Egg. There was a fair bit of murmuring when she left in search of greener pastures, and Jimmy, male and far less attractive, was appointed.
"Bismarck is a machine? How does a machine get injured? Anyway, this year we will win the cup because your Sharks machine is gonna seize up when the chips are down, just like last year."
"May we come in?" Griessel called. "Thank the Lord, the Hawks are here," said Arnold.
"I feel so safe now,"
said Jimmy. "Are you wearing shoe covers?" Arnold asked.
"Haven't you finished up front here yet?" Cupido retorted. "Maybe you should stop talking rugby cuck and get your asses into second gear." "Rugby cuck? What sort of cape coloured are you?" "The sort who'll kick your whitey asses if you don't pull finger."
"If you're a kicker, the Stormers need you," said Arnold. "All 15 fly-halves are injured again."
"Fuck off," said Jimmy.
"Come in if you have shoe covers on.
There's something very weird here you should see."
The something very weird was a cartridge case.
"It's a Cobra 45 ACP plus P,"
said Thin Jimmy, as he held it up for display with a pair of silver pliers. "Not all 45s can shoot the plus P," said Arnold.
"Only the more recent models."
"Your plus P has a higher maximum internal pressure."
"And higher velocity."
"We can explain that in layman's terms if you don't understand."
"We know easy words, too."
"So now you are ballistics and language experts?" asked Cupido.
"Your modern forensic scientific knowledge is vast,"
said Jimmy,
"bordering on genius."
"In contrast with your average hawk," said Arnold.
"A.K.A. the bird brains,"
said Jimmy. "Fuck off," said Griessel. He knew it wouldn't help to try to be witty, because they always had the last word. "Benny, you look particularly appealing this morning."
"Or is that appalling?"
The forensics duo grinned at each other. "Not so very bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, eh? And not too sharp-eyed for a hawk, either," said Arnold.
"Don't you see it?"
asked Jimmy.
"See what?"
asked Cupido.
"The engraving."
He held the cartridge closer and rotated it. "What is it?" asked Griessel. "Take this," said Arnold, and he held out a magnifying glass. Griessel took it and studied the copper tube. "It looks like a snake, ready to strike."
"Amazing," said Jimmy, "that he can see anything at all through those bloodshot eyes." "And what's under the rearing snake?" Arnold asked. "Are those letters?" The engraving was tiny. "Praise the Lord! The hawks can read." "We can blocksome you too," said Cupido. "What do the letters say?" "Capital N, dot, small letter M, dot," said Arnold. "So what does that mean? Never mind? Where do you dig that up? NM, never mind. Don't you understand texting language? I thought you were so clever." "Sophisticated people don't use texting abbreviations. Capital N, small letter M stands for Newton meter. If both were small letter, it would stand for nanometer, but in both cases without the dot," said Arnold. "So what do the two capital letters with two dots stand for?" "I thought you were the detectives." "Because you rocket scientists don't know," said Cupido in triumph. "We can't do all the work for you. Or at least we can't do all your work for you all the time." "Fuck off," said Griessel. "We have to search the last room. You finished there?" "Haven't even started." "Yes, said Cupido. They went to interview Scarlet January, daughter of the murdered worker, Cyril. Cupido sat beside her on the comfortable couch in the sitting room. He held her hand, his voice gentle and sympathetic. Griessel and Crystal Dahan each sat in a chair. "I'm so sorry for your loss, little sister." The pretty, petite girl nodded through her tears. "If I could, I would not have bothered you, but we want to catch these evil people. They must pay for what they have done to your daddy." Another nod. "Are you okay to answer a few little questions?" She sniffed, blew her nose, and said, "Yes, uncle." "You are very brave, sisterkie. Your daddy would be very proud of you." "Did you work with him every day in the guest house?" "Yes." "The night shift, ne?" Nod. "Did you see the Englishman?" "Yeah." "What can you tell us about him?" "He was very friendly." "Did he talk to you?" "Yeah." "What did he say?" "My table looked nice, and the food was good." "Is that all?" "And it's so lovely here, on the farm, if he looks out the window. That's all." "Okay, sisterkie, that's very good. Now, the bodyguards, did you talk to them too?" "Not really." "Were they nice to you?" "Yeah, uncle, but they didn't talk much." "Now, last night, what time did you leave there?" The memory of the previous evening caused Scarlet's shoulders to shake. It took her a time to say, "I don't know." "That's okay, sisterkie. So, more or less 9 o'clock?" Nod. "And everything was okay, there in the guest house?" Nod. "The same as the other nights?" "Yeah." "The bodyguards weren't different?" "No, uncle." "Can you tell us how you left? Did one of them walk with you?" "Yeah, the one they call BJ." "Okay, tell me nicely." "I told BJ I was finished. He went and unlocked the front door. He went out first and looked, and then he came back in and said everything is fine. Then I called Daddy because he had to help me with the trolley down the steps." "Then—" "What trolley?" "The trolley with the leftovers and the dishes." "Okay. And then?" "Then we went out. Daddy helped me down the steps, and I pushed it back to the restaurant." "And then they locked up again?" "I don't know." "That's okay. And you didn't see anything while you were pushing it back to the restaurant?" and Scarlet January began to weep again. Christel de Haan stood up, gave her a couple of tissues, and sat down again. When she had regained some control, she said,
"Uncle, I'm a bit shy, Uncle."
Cupido leaned closer and whispered in her ear,
"So just tell me. I won't tell a soul."
She nodded, blew her nose, and turned her mouth to his ear.
"Daddy said I was born with the helm."
"Okay."
"Because I get these gevoelentes, premonitions."
"I understand."
"When I was walking there, I got this feeling, Uncle." "What sort of feeling, sisterkie?"
he whispered, barely audible.
"Evil, Uncle. A terrible evil. Over there, by the bougainvillea."
Chapter 6. Tyrone told his sister about her results. He sat on the only easy chair in Nadia's one-bedroom flat, the one with the broken leg that he had found thrown out in front of a house in the Boerkaap. He had mended it, not good workmanship because he didn't know much about woodwork, but it was sturdy, and it was comfortable.
"So, I'm very proud of you," he said.
She sat at the big work table with her long black hair and delicate, almost fragile beauty. He had swapped it for a stolen iPhone at the second-hand shop in Woodstock's Albert Street.
"Thanks, Boetie. Don't worry. I'll have the money by the end of the month," he said.
He took out his wallet.
"Here's the rent for the flat." "No, I only need 1,000. I got lekker big tips." "That's what I want to talk about. Tips or not, you're here to study." "But I like the work, Boetie." "I understand, but now's the crunch time. I can't just sit and swat all day. So go for a walk, or socialize a bit." "No, we eat for free at the end of the shift. It saves me good money. And where will you get more than 5,000 rand by the end of the month?" "Big paint job in Rose Street, a whole block of flats. I'm one of the subcontractors for Donny Fish, and it's interiors too, so it can maar rain. And in any case, the Cape's economy is booming again. Tourism is up 17%. Ek sê you, by December there will be enough for half of next year's class fees as well. You just swat so that you make the selection. I don't want you wasting your time with waitressing." "It's not wasting time."
She had that stubborn look around her mouth that he had known since they were little.
"And I will make the selection."
He knew he wasn't going to convince her.
"That's what I want to hear."
The 4 extra Hawks detectives arrived. Lieutenant Vusumuzi Ndabeni, small of stature, with a manicured goatee and wide-awake eyes. Lieutenant Cedric Ulinde Khadebe, the ex-boxer whose nickname in Zulu meant Honey Badger. Captain Mooi Willem Liebenberg, the DPCI's best-looking detective and most respected skirt chaser. And Captain Frankie Philander, the veteran with a long scar from his ear to his crown from a knife wound. Standing on the lawn of the guest house, Griessel brought them up to date with the details. He had to concentrate because the weariness was a burden growing steadily heavier, and he was increasingly self-conscious about his appearance and the looks that he was getting from his colleagues. He asked Ndabeni and Philander, the gentlest of the officers, to question the farm workers, and told Khadebe and Liebenberg to talk to the bodyguards. Then he and Cupido walked to the veranda to hear whether forensics were finished yet. The wind blew suddenly chill again. "Global warming," said Cupido as he looked up at the dark clouds once more looming in the east. "Seems to me every winter is colder and wetter." Griessel's cell phone made a cheerful sound in his trouser pocket. He knew who and what it was. His colleague looked keenly at him. But that's an iPhone you got there.
Yes, said Griessel.
Since when?
Friday. Cupido's eyebrows remained raised. Alexa gave it to me, said Griessel. Alexa Barnard, the new love in his life, the once famous singer, now a rehabilitated alcoholic, 150 days sober now, and slowly rebuilding her career.
The iPhone 5?
I don't know.
Jay Vitte?
Cupido chortled at his ignorance. Griessel took the phone out of his pocket and showed it to him.
Yep, iPhone 5C. That's not an Android, but Benny Brew dies quai. Welcome to the 21st century. You have graduated from Appy to Pro.
Over the last few months, Cupido had been one of Griessel's technology mentors. He'd been nagging Benny for a long time to get an Android smartphone.
An HTC, Benner. Just don't go and get a Samsung. Those guys are the new Illuminati, taking over the world, gimmick by gimmick. Never trust a phone company that makes fridges, puppy.
At the front door of the guest house, Cupido called inside.
Jimmy, are you done?
Griessel quickly read the SMS on his screen. Missed you. Good luck. Can't wait for tonight. Have a surprise for you. XXX. From inside the house came the reply.
Close enough. Just put shoe covers and gloves on again.
They obeyed in silence and picked their way through the hall, sitting room, and down the passage. They found Thick and Thin in the last bedroom, busy packing away fingerprint paraphernalia.
Found a couple of weird things, said Arnold. So did we, said Cupido. You too.
Sticks and stones, said Jimmy.
Water off a duck's back, said Arnold. Firstly, there is blood spray on the front door, which doesn't make sense with the way the bodies are lying.
Inside or outside? Asked Griessel.
On the outside of the door.
The door was open when I got here. The blood could have come from inside.
We considered that, said Jimmy, but it still doesn't make sense. Secondly, said Arnold, we found another cartridge in the hallway, in amongst the arum lilies. The same caliber, the same Cobra engraving.
One shooter for both victims, said Jimmy.
Thirdly, all the man's clothes are new, said Arnold, as in brand new, and I mean everything, even the underpants.
The suitcase, too, said Jimmy, practically out of the box.
And his passport.
Where's the passport? Asked Griessel.
Top drawer, on the right, in a little leather cover. New, fancy, said Arnold.
Griessel stepped carefully over the rucked-up carpet and the bed linen on the floor and pulled open the drawer of the bedside table. Inside was a shiny leather pouch. He picked it up, unzipped it. There were boarding pass stubs for Air France and SAA inside. They showed that Paul Anthony Morris had taken flight AF 0990 from Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris to Johannesburg on Thursday at 23:20 hours, and on Friday, flight SA 337 from Johannesburg to Cape Town, business class both times. The passport was tucked into a compartment of the pouch. Griessel pulled it out. It seemed very new still. The red cover with its gold lettering and national coat of arms was smooth and without creases or marks. He opened it, paged to the photo ID. It showed a man in his 50s with a long, symmetrical face, no hint of a smile. His hair covered his ears, but neatly trimmed, dark, with grey wings at the temples. He looked slightly downwards at the camera, which made Griessel wonder whether he was tall. To the right of the photo was his date of birth, 11th September 1956, and the date the passport was issued, barely a week ago. Cupido came and stood beside Griessel as he paged over the immigration stamps. There were only two, France last Thursday and South Africa, Friday.
"Brand new," said Cupido.
"That's what we were trying to explain to you," said Jimmy, with an exaggerated, long-suffering sigh.
"Did you see a wallet anywhere?"
Griessel asked.
"No," Arnold said. "If he has one, it went along. Or it's somewhere else in the house." "Anything else?"
Jimmy put his hand in his briefcase and took out a transparent evidence bag.
"A cable tie,"
he said, and held the bag up.
"It was here, half under the bed."
Griessel took the bag and inspected it closely. The cable had been tied and then cut.
"Just the one?" "That's right."
Griessel let the police photographer take pictures of the passport first, the outside page, stamp page, and information pages. He asked Cupido to travel with the photographer, wait for prints, and take them to the British consulate.
"Be diplomatic, Vaughan, please." "Aren't I always?"
"And phone the giraffe first. Find out if he's greased the wheels yet."
"Sure, Benner."
He would rather have gone himself, so he could think about the case, about his sins, and also because Cupido was the least diplomatic of all the hawks. But he was JOC leader. For now, he would have to stay here. He jogged through the drizzle to the garage, where Khadebe and Liebenberg were questioning the two body armor employees. The four men stood in a tight circle, which they opened up to include Griessel. Liebenberg introduced him to the two bodyguards, Stiaan Conradi and Alistair Barnes. The same short haircut, broad shoulders, black suits and white shirts as the victims. Their faces were grim.
"I'm sorry about your colleagues,"
said Griessel. They nodded. There was an uncomfortable silence, eventually broken by Captain Willem Liebenberg, who spoke while referring to his notebook.
"They relieved the night shift every morning at 7:30 and worked 12 hours till 19:30. The procedure for handing over was a cell phone call from outside with green and red as code words for safe or unsafe. Then the front door would be unlocked from inside and locked again. They said the British guy, Morris, was friendly but not very talkative." "You do understand we don't encourage conversation," said Barnes. "It distracts us from our work," said Conradi. "So they actually know very little about the man," said Liebenberg. "He's about 1.8 meters tall, more or less 90 kilograms, black hair, brown eyes. He speaks with a distinct British accent. Every morning after breakfast and every afternoon after 4, he went for an escorted walk of about 40 minutes, here on the farm. And did he request that?" "The walk?" asked Griessel. Conradi replied, "We give the clients a portfolio of choices. That was one that he chose." A portfolio of choices. If Cupido had been here, he would be going on about that. An ex-policeman talking fancy. "And that's safe?" "Safety is relative," said Barnes, "unless the client divulges the nature of the threat, which Mr. Morris did not do." Khadebe shook his head. "Did you ask him?" "Miss Lowe does that. The background research. She said the client chose not to divulge. Our responsibility is to convey the portfolio of choices to the client and to accommodate them. If he believes the threat is of such a nature that it's safe to go for a walk, we must accept that," said Conradi. "He asked us if we were sure no one had followed them from the airport," said Barnes. "Were you?" "If there were any signs, Victor and Minnar would have reported it." "Okay," said Griessel. Chapter 7. The bodyguard said Morris sat in the dining room during the day with his computer and iPad, and in the evening by the fire with a book that he had found on the sitting-room bookshelves. Sometimes he just stood at the window in the dining room, looking out over the Franschhoek Valley.
"I never knew this country was so beautiful," he had apparently once said. Griessel asked them where he kept the computer and iPad. "He didn't. Every time that we left they were still on the dining room table," said Conradi. "And at meal times?" "Morris ate in the dining room, we ate in the kitchen." Conradi saw Griessel frown. "That's protocol," he said. "Did he have a cell phone?" "He must have. We never saw him with it," said Conradi. "But he could have used it in his room at night, when you weren't with him." "That's possible." "He never asked you to phone anyone?" "No." "Is there Wi-Fi in the guest house?" asked Gedebe.
"Yes."
Gedebe made a note. "This place," Griessel indicated the wine farm. "I still don't understand why you brought him here. It's not hard to get in, if you really want to." Barnes frowned, sighed softly, and said, "Personal security is as good as the client's briefing. We have safe houses and safe apartments that a full SWAT team would not get into if there were enough PSOs that knew what they— PSOs? Personal security operatives. Okay. But this guy said nothing about the nature of the threat. We can't force him. The protocol is if they don't tell us anything specific, the boss describes all the options, and then he has to decide for himself." "This place is fine if no one knows you're here," said Conradi. "But someone did know he was here," said Griessel. The bodyguards nodded uneasily. "How? What are the possibilities?" "He might have told someone," said Barnes. "Before he came," said Conradi, "or while he was here. He could have sent someone an email." "What else? The men who abducted him are professionals." The silence stretched out longer before Conradi said, "If the pros follow you, it's not always possible to spot. If they're very good, if they use 2 or 3 cars, if they attach a GPS tracker to your car." "That's it," said Barnes. "The only possibilities." Griessel nodded. "And he never seemed afraid or concerned?" "No, he was relaxed, and a nice guy. One of the easier clients we've had in the past few years." "Anything else?" asked Gedebe. "Anything that he wanted?" "Yesterday Morris asked for South African financial magazines and newspapers. I bought them yesterday evening at the CNA at the waterfront and brought them along this morning." They took down both bodyguards' details and let them leave. "I will follow up the Wi-Fi, Benny," said Gedebe. "Find out who the service provider is for this place. Philip and his guys can get the logs." Over the past months, Griessel had worked hard at his limited technological knowledge. Cupido and Captain Philip van Wyk of IMC, the Hawks Information Management Center, were good, enthusiastic teachers. He didn't know very much yet, but he did know it was possible to track someone's internet footprints in that way. "Thanks, Ulinda. IMC will have to look at cell phone calls as well. Morris must have had one. Any foreign numbers, and if we can identify his phone, we can trace him. The bodyguards would have phoned to be let in the door. If we can get the phone numbers of the 2 victims, it will make it easier to track Morris. Same cell phone tower, if you get my drift." Griessel nodded. He should have thought of that. "Vaughan is in the city. I will ask him to get that from body armor." "Thanks, Ulinda. No problem." The rain whispered softly on the roof. Griessel and Liebenberg searched the big guest house from top to bottom. Griessel was in Morris's bedroom, carefully going through everything again, when Philander and Ndabeni returned from questioning the farm workers. They came and stood in the doorway, their heads and shoulders shiny and wet with rain. "Nothing," said Philander. "The ones who are here didn't hear or see anything unusual. There are 4 labourers who left on Saturday for Robertson for the weekend. Family funeral, apparently. They will only be returning today. Maybe too much of a coincidence, Benny. I asked that they phone us when the people are back.
"Thanks," said Griessel. "What's next, Benny?" Benny asked. "I need you to walk the farm perimeter," he said. "The perpetrators did not enter at the main gate, so there might be signs somewhere." "Okay, Benny." "I'm really sorry, but I don't trust the station uniforms to do a thorough job in this weather. And if we wait until the rain stops, there might be nothing left. Ask Crystal DeHaan, the hospitality manager, if you can borrow umbrellas." "Okay, Benny, no problem." And then he was alone again, and he picked up the overturned desk chair and sat down so that he could think and get the weight off his feet. Yes, he was getting old. 2-3 years ago he wouldn't have been so puchai after an exhausting night of... Better stick to the matter at hand. He tried to visualize it, the entire event. Last night, just after 9, the suspects hiding here somewhere, watching Scarlet January and her father Cyril carry the trolley down the steps, Scarlet wheeling it away. One gunman for both victims, Thick and Thin had said. But to abduct a man would be hard for just one person. One gunman with helpers. They hide until the bodyguards open the door, survey the area, and let Cyril out. They wait until the door is closed again. They close in on Cyril, pistol to the head. They take him back to the front veranda. Phone them inside. Tell them you forgot something. Cyril calls. They shoot him from behind. Blood spray on the outside of the front door. With a silencer? Probably, as no one on the farm heard anything, and the sound of a shot would have alerted the bodyguards inside. Why hadn't Cyril used the alarm code over the phone? If they don't open, if anything goes wrong, you're dead. Shoot Cyril before the door opens. Ram the door so the bodyguard staggers backwards. Shoot the bodyguard. He falls back in the hallway. The second bodyguard is in his room, deep inside the house. He hears something, grabs his pistol, comes running down the passage. The suspects are already in the sitting room. The executioner shoots the second bodyguard, first through the hand, then in the head. The executioner gets Morris. Pistol to the head, but it doesn't help. He puts up a fight, wrestles him to the ground, makes him lie down, handcuffs his wrists with cable ties. Why snip off one cable tie? Was it too tight? Morris's wallet is missing. Morris's computer and iPad are missing. Probably a cell phone too, though the bodyguards have never seen it. The clothes were strewn about, the cupboard moved. At first they tie Morris to the bed with a spare cable tie, or something else, while they search for something, and cut it loose when they take him away from the house. Why take the wallet, computer, and iPad? What else is missing? What were they looking for? Why not shoot Morris too? Why kidnap him? There was only one person who could answer those questions. Paul Anthony Morris, and they didn't have the faintest idea who he was. Suddenly Griessel's cell phone rang in his pocket, the old-fashioned ringtone that Alexa had chosen. He took it out. "Vaughan?" "Pinner! The photos of the passport are now in the hands of the Deputy Consul General of the British Empire, Madame Carlyle. She says it will take a day or 2. I'll phone the giraffe, Vaughan. Maybe he can do something. Where do you want me?" He hesitated before asking. "Can you go see Lowe again?" "Of course. I'm not scared of a bit of lesbitarian," he said with glee. Griessel wondered if it wasn't a big mistake. "Vaughan, we must work nicely with her. She's lost some of her men." "Sure, Benner, I'm cool." "Get Morris's email address and all the documents that he filled in. And we want his cell phone number, Vaughan. Ask whether she kept records of all the calls last week." and the cell phone numbers of the two deceased as well. I'm all over it like a rash.
Chapter 8. On the train back to Cape Town, Tyrone Claneboy switched off, leaned back, swaying with the motion of the carriage. He liked riding the train. It was an escape from his industry, here in third class. Everyone poor, but there was a hint of hope, as though you were on your way to something better. When he was down, if he had had a hard day at the office, he would often take the train and go somewhere. Lentegeur, Belleville, Simonstown. He had twice gone all the way to Worcester by metro rail, and then he dreamed of Europe by rail one day. To Barcelona, the holy grail of pickpocketing, Uncle Solly always called it. He knew why his thoughts kept turning to Uncle Solly today. It was the pressure. He had lied to his sister. Okay, he had been lying about his job for years now, but he had added an extra untruth today. By December, there would be enough for half of next year's fees as well, which naturally was a blatant lie. That tourism was up 17%, that the economy of Cape Town was booming, was all true, but it was fuck-all help to a pickpocket. Why? The cameras, that's why. When Uncle Solly began coaching him 9 years ago, everything was different. Here and there was a CCTV camera in a shop, but he was not a shoplifter.
Shoplifting is for amateurs and teenagers, Ty. Too easy to get caught. There's just one exit, and you always want more than one. Always.
Never mind that 9 years ago, Tyrone, was only 12 years old, not yet a teenager. But that's Uncle Solly for you. Take the postcard trick. Those days you could still do it. Saunter in between the outside tables of Café Mozart, there in Church Street Mall. Go up to the tourist with your 12-year-old even features and your charming smile, and the postcards, all hand-picked by Uncle Solly. Pretty ones, Table Mountain, Table Bay, cute Boulders Beach penguins, and a couple with Madiba on, new and shiny.
Madam, have you sent your loved ones a Cape Town postcard yet?
You ask in your sweetest little kid voice.
Oh, aren't you just the cutest? That's a great idea. George, we could send Shirley a postcard. Oh, aren't the penguins adorable?
And he would put the postcards down on top of the wallet or the cell phone or the passports that lay there on the table, his fingers fanning them out, swift and trained like a card sharp, while he took the wallet and gripped it under the postcards. And the husband asks, "How much?" And he would say,
"Just 5 rand, it's for my school fees."
And the auntie would say, "We'll take 2. And she would reach out with her fat, beringed fingers for the postcards, and the husband would begin looking for his wallet. "I'm sure I had it." You hadn't been able to try that trick for a long time. There were too many cameras around every corner of the city, and somewhere a blow-bikey officer sitting watching the screens and telling the metro cops over the radio that you were stealing the tourists blind. Now you had to go back to your little room in the Boerkaap about 4 times a day to change into a different colour shirt and put on another cap or beanie or hat so that the cop in front of the screens wouldn't start noticing you. So what's a guy to do? In this industry, you went where the marks were, the marks with money, and that meant foreign tourists, because your locals didn't carry cash, except for the Gautengers and the Free Staters over December. Easy pickings if you get them away from a camera, Clifton Beach and Camps Bay, and the biscuit mill on a Saturday morning. Now there's a paradise, all those milling people, but you could only get 2 or 3 wallets before word went around. Foreign tourists hang out at the waterfront and in the city,
And that's CCTV country, so you have to steal sharp, always in the crowd. You have to move on foot between the V&A and Long Street, between the castle and the cable car, because the weird routes of the minibus taxis take too long, and the common taxis rip you off. Before November, he had to get 12,000 rand for this year's university fees. Before the end of January, another 9,000 for next year's first payment.
21K. How do you do that, Uncle Solly? In this grim winter, with this rain that will keep on till September, with the fences who squeeze you with recession and tough times. How do you do that and stay out of jail?
Benny Griessel and Mooi Willem Liebenberg found nothing. They searched the big old house carefully and thoroughly. Morris's computer, iPad, and possible cell phone were not there. Captain John Clutter, media man for the Hawks, arrived. They went and sat at the dining-room table in the guest house to confer.
"The giraffe says it's your call, Benny."
Clutter had nicotine stains on his fingers and permanent shadows under his eyes. Griessel suspected that this was the price that the liaison officer paid for his apparent unshakable calm and patience, despite the inhuman pressure that his job brought with it.
"It's a foreigner, John." "So I hear. We will have to contact next of kin first. That could take a while. Shall I say, presumably a British citizen?"
That was not what Griessel wanted. Kidnapping was a delicate, complicated, dangerous mess. If a demand for ransom were received today or tomorrow with instructions for no media, the cat would already be out of the bag, and there was no way to put it back in. On top of that, it would be like blood in the water for the media sharks. The fact that it was a foreigner would make them crazy, and they would ruin everything. "We don't know enough yet. I don't want to say anything about the Brit."
"An unknown third party?"
"No, absolutely nothing about a third party."
"You know it'll come out, Benny."
He nodded. There were too many people on the farm who already knew. Colonel Inyati would have the final approval of the press release anyway. But for now, Griessel must try to do what he believed was best for the investigation.
"I'll ask the owner to talk to his people, but I think we should just say that one farm worker and 2 guests were shot. Nothing more. The moment we identify the 2 bodyguards, the media will want to know who they were guarding. Then we must withhold their identities."
"Hell, Benny, I know, John, but if the Brit is still alive, we must do the right thing. Imagine if we fuck this one up, what the UK newspapers will write about us."
"You'll have to talk to the bodyguard people. They will have to cooperate."
"I agree." Clutter sighed. "I will say the investigation is in a sensitive stage. We will release more information when we're sure it will not hinder the process. That should cover us.
But they'll know we're hiding something."
"Thank you, John. Wait until the giraffe approves it." Just after 1, Crystal de Haan and 2 restaurant workers brought them food. Steaming plates of waterblommetjie stew. Griessel thanked her and phoned Vusi Ndabeni and Frankie Philander to tell them to come and eat. Then he explained the dilemma over the kidnapping and the media to de Haan.
"Can you request that no one talks to the press?"
"We would have asked them anyway. Marcus is very concerned about our brand and reputation. All our wine goes to Europe." He thanked her and called Cupido.
"I have the Gmail address, Benna. Paul_Morris15. Helps us fuck all. And there's nothing in the contract that says who Morris is, no next of kin. I don't understand how these people do business. And you should see that body armor office. Grand, puppy, big bucks."
"Where are you now?"
"N1, at Century City. I'm on my way to you.
Found anything?" "Nothing. We're nearly done, Vaughan. You can go straight to the office. Give IMC the cell phone numbers of the 2 bodyguards so they can identify the cell tower and begin checking all the calls from Friday." "That's smart, Benner." "It was Ulinda's idea." "That darky, eh? Nobody's fool, despite their battering." Khadebe was a light heavyweight who had lost all 4 of his professional fights on points before he left the sport. It was his capacity to absorb blows that earned him his nickname of Ulinda, the hardy honey badger. "See you at the office," said Griessel, and rang off. Just after dinner, he, Liebenberg, Ndabeni, Khadebe, and Philander went walking along the remainder of the farm boundary, but they found nothing. If there were tracks, the rain had washed them all away in the interim. Just after 3, when the state pathologist had come and gone and the last ambulance had driven away, they sealed the crime scene. His colleagues went back to the office, and Griessel drove into the city to go and negotiate with Jeanette Lowe of Body Armor. He turned on the heater in the car to banish the cold and damp. The pressure of being JOC leader made him uncomfortable, so that he thought through it all slowly and with extreme concentration, because his head was not clear. He didn't want to make a fool of himself, not after all the odd looks his appearance had drawn. He swore out loud over the stupidity of last night, because JOC leader was an opportunity to be relevant again. He had worked so hard over the last 6 months to catch up, to fit in with the Hawks, to accept the whole team thing and become an efficient cog in the Hawks' wheel. Despite the fact that he was the oldest detective in the violent crimes group, steeped in the traditional way of doing things. And now he looked like this. He would have to keep his head. He focused on the case, ran through everything that he had seen and heard that morning. He came to the same conclusion. First they must know who Morris was. Fuck knew. Tonight he would have to get some sleep. He couldn't look and feel like this tomorrow as well. What worried him most was that he had begun lying again. This time to Alexa, to Inyati, to his colleagues. And the déjà vu that brought back all the old bad memories of 10, 11 years ago. Anna, at that time still his wife.
"Where have you been, Benny?"
"At work." Breath reeking of alcohol, drunken eyes, swaying on his feet.
"You're lying, Benny,"
she would say, with fear in her voice. That is what he remembered. The fear. What was going to happen to her husband? What was going to happen to her and the children? It had been so easy to lie to Alexa this weekend, and to Cupido this morning. The old slippery habit was like a comfortable garment. You just slipped back into it. In those days he could justify it, rationalize the stress, the trauma of inhuman violence, and what that did to his head. The impossible hours, the sleeplessness, dreams, and his own phobias, that something like that could happen to his loved ones. But no more. He didn't want to lie any more. Chapter 9. When he emerged from the lift on the 16th floor of the office building in Riebeek Street, he saw what Vaughan meant by "Grand Papi, big bucks." Bold masculine letters on the double-glass doors announced Body Armor. Below that, in slim sans serif, Personal Executive Security. He pushed open the door. The walls and luxury carpets were grey. The minimalist furniture was of black wood, only here and there a splash of verdant green and chrome. Behind a black desk, with only a silver Apple laptop computer, a slim green telephone and a small aluminium nameplate that said Jolene Freylenk,
sat a beautiful woman. Long dark hair, deep red lipstick, black blouse and skirt, elegant legs ending in black high heels. "You must be one of the detectives," she said, her voice serious, muted. He was all too aware of how she might know this. He nodded. "Benny Griessel." She reached out a manicured hand for the telephone, pressed a button, waited a second. "Detective Benny Griessel is here?" She listened, glancing at him with a slight frown. "You may go in," she said, and pointed at the black doors with the chrome handles. He could see how upset she was. "Thank you." Jeanette Lowe sat behind her blackwood desk. The jacket hung from a stand in the corner, her striped tie was loosened. She seemed older and more weary than this morning. "Captain," she greeted him. "Come inside. Please take a seat." He could hear the suppressed antagonism. He sat down in a black leather chair. "I understand from your colleague that you still have no leads." "That's correct." "You know he's an asshole, and that has nothing to do with race." Griessel sighed. "He's a very good detective." Lowe just stared at him. He was unsure how to address her. "Were you in the service?" he asked. "The police?" "Yes." "No." With distaste. He was too tired to react. "I was the regimental sergeant major of the Women's Army College in George," said Lowe. He merely nodded. It would have been easier if she were a former officer. "It seems as though Morris has been kidnapped," he said. "So I understand." "It makes things awkward with the media." "Oh?" "The trouble is, we assume he's a rich man." She grasped the point instantly. "Because he can afford my services." "That's right. It may be that they want ransom, and we don't know whether his next of kin have been contacted by the kidnappers yet. Usually they demand that nothing appears in the press, and the police may not be contacted, or they will kill their victim." "I understand." "If we tell the media that there were 2 bodyguards, they'll want to know who was being guarded." "And who they were working for?" "Yes." "You don't want to reveal anything for now." She was smart. "Is it possible would the families of your men understand if we keep their names out of the media for now?" Lowe leaned back in her chair. She rubbed a hand over her strong jaw, then said, "As much as it will be best for the reputation of my company not to have publicity, I would have to leave that up to the families. I owe them that at least. Of course, B.J. Fichter has a wife and child." Griessel said nothing. "I'll try," she said. At the Hawks offices on the corner of Landrost and Market Street in Belleville, he knocked on the frame of Zola Nyati's open office door. The colonel waved him in, motioned him to sit. With Nyati's eyes glued on him, he reported back precisely and fully. "Thank you, Benny. Good work. But we have a media problem." "Yes, sir." "I've approved your strategy, but Klute says they're going nuts. The radio stations are already throwing around words like massacre and bloodbath, and are speculating about drugs and gang violence. I don't know how long we can keep this under wraps." "I'll move as fast as I can, sir." "The consulate, if we can get hold of Morris's family—" "The brigadier has spoken to our deputy national commissioner, who has asked Foreign Affairs to get involved, so we should soon see results." "Thank you, sir." Griessel stood up. "Benny, just a moment," said Nyati, very seriously. He sat down again. He knew what was coming. "Benny, I don't want to pry, but you understand that your personal well-being is very important to me.
Yes, sir. Can I ask you a favor? Yes, sir. You have a mentor at the AA. A sponsor, sir, but I can assure you— He stopped talking when Inyati lifted his hand. You don't have to assure me of anything, Benny. We have a few hours before the cellular data and consular information comes in. I want you to go home, take a shower, and speak to your sponsor. Would you do that for me, Benny? Yes, sir, but I want to— Please, Benny, just do that for me. He didn't want to go home. As he drove, he phoned Alexa. You must be totally exhausted, she answered, with a voice full of sympathy. I'm just coming for a quick shower and change, he said. Aye, Benny, I understand. Is it the Franschhoek murders? It is. I heard about it over the radio. Do you want something quick to eat? Thanks, Alexa, but there won't be time. See you in half an hour. And then he phoned Doc Barkhuizen, his sponsor at Alcoholics Anonymous. Doc, I want to come and talk to you. Now? Around 6 o'clock, Doc. Come to my consulting rooms. I'll wait for you. Doc, who never reproached him, was just always available. But he would have to lie to him, too. The garden gate of Alexa's large Victorian house in Brownlow Street, Tamberskloof, didn't squeak anymore. Nearly 7 months' worth of restoration work completed, and the garden had been redone. Now it looked like the home of a veteran pop star. She must have been waiting at the window, because she opened the door for him and hugged him. I don't smell good, he said. I don't care. She squeezed him tightly. I'm just so glad you're safe. Alexa, I know. She let go of him, pulled him by the hand. But that's the way it is if you love a master detective. I made a sandwich. Come and eat quickly. He didn't like being called a master detective. He had at least persuaded her to stop introducing him that way to her friends. Thank you very much, he said. Pleasure. I'll keep the surprise for later, after you've showered. The pickpocketing week has a very specific pattern. Fridays and Saturdays are prime time. People take to the streets. Their thoughts are los and casual. Uncle Solly used to say, and they are flush, cash in pocket. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursdays are okay, no great shakes, but you can work. Especially now that the clubs are pumping way into the night. Lots of young people with lots of money, and you might argue that you are helping, taking the money that would have been spent on cocaine.
The 7th day is for rest, Tyrone, because Lord knows, daar gaan niks aan nie, nothing at all, not even in the malls, except before Christmas. That was another story.
And Mondays were also basically cuck, thank you. So he made a loop through Greenmarket Square just to check whether there might be a lost tour bus full of Europeans oohing and eyeing over the cheap merchandise with African flavors that actually came all the way from China. There wasn't. He bought a meat pie on the corner of Long and Whale, walked up Long Market, past the homemade Frederick Street sign, probably not smart and grand enough a neighborhood for the DA government to hang an official street sign. As bad as the ANC, they were almal useless. The northwester was blowing kwai. It was a long, steep hike to his little outside room in Ella Street, up in Skotserkloof, which he rented in the backyard of the rich Muslim's grand house for $4.50 a month. One wall was kitchen counter and sink. One wall was built-in cupboards. He had a single bed and a bedside table. Tiny bathroom. At the outer door hung the intercom, a reminder that this was once the servants' quarters.
and now and then the eldest 20-something daughter of the rich Muslims would buzz him, nag him about the garbage, or because he hadn't closed the front security gate properly. She hung around the house all day. She was a little fat and lonely. Shame. He would listen to his 32-gigabyte iPod Touch, the one he had stolen from a German backpacker in December. Half the music was death metal, but the rest was okay. Time to ponder. Chapter 10. Doc Barkhazen was 71 years old. He had thick glasses, wild eyebrows, and long grey hair that he tied back in a cheeky ponytail, usually with a light blue ribbon. He had a mischievous face that reminded Benny of one of the 7 dwarves in Snow White, and a surgery in Boston where he, after a short-lived retirement to Witsand at the age of 65, still saw patients every weekday as a general practitioner. And he was an alcoholic. "I'm 422 days sober, Doc," said Griessel promptly. "Do you want to drink?" "Yes, Doc, but not more than usual." "So why are you keeping me away from Hot in Cleveland?" "Hot in Cleveland? It's a sitcom, Benny. It's the sort of thing that normal, elderly, rehabilitating men watch in the evening with their wives to keep them from boredom and the lure of the bottle." "Sorry, Doc," he said, though he knew Barkhazen was only teasing him. "How are the children?" He would have to get through this first. It didn't help to try to hurry Doc. His sponsor searched far and wide for danger signs, and he always wanted all the details. "Well, in general, Fritz has now decided that he wants to go to film school next year, just because he has shot a few music videos with Jack Parrow. Now he wants to make movies with a passion. And the after tuition fees, Doc. I'll have to take a bond on a house that I don't have. But that's probably better than no education, or joining the police." "And Carla? Is she still going out with that rugby player?" "Yes, Doc, I'm afraid so." "I can hear you still don't like the boy." It was the boyfriend Etzebeth's tattoos that bothered Griessel most. That stuff was for prison gangs. But he knew Doc would say he was prejudiced. "He was kicked off the team for fighting, Doc. I saw that in the newspapers. But you must admit it's not bad to be already playing for the Vodacom team at the age of 20. He's aggressive, Doc. With Carla? I'll lock the fucker up if he ever tries that." "You mean on the field?" "Yes. That's his job, Benny." Griessel just shook his head. "Why are you here?" asked Doc. "Because my colleagues think I'm drinking again." "What gives them that idea?" "Last night I slept in my office. Not for very long, either. So I looked really bad today." "That's all?" "Last week there were 2 nights I slept in the office." "From pressure of work?" "No, Doc." "Are you going to tell me what's wrong, or must I drag it out of you?" Griessel sighed. "It's Alexa," said Doc Barkhazen with certainty. He had advised strongly against Griessel's relationship with her. He said 2 dodgy alcoholics together spelled trouble. And if one is an artiste as well, then you have the recipe for a big mess. "Alexa is 150 days sober, Doc." "But I've moved in." "With her?" "Yes, Doc." "Christ, Benny. When?" 3 weeks ago." "And?" "And that's difficult, Doc. Not to do with drink, I swear. It's easier. She understands the craving, Doc. We help each other." "You know I think that's a crock of shit. But go on." All the way here he had considered how he would lie. At the beginning of his rehabilitation, Barkhazen had caught him out every time. He knew all the sly evasions of an alcoholic so well. Griessel decided on half-truths. That was the safest. And now he couldn't find the right words. "Yes, Doc. Do you have trouble with commitment, Benny? Or are you still missing Anna?" "No, Doc, it's just... I suppose it's the commitment, sort of." "Sort of?" "Doc, I got used to being on my own, for 2 years, coming and going as I chose. If I wanted to drink orange juice out of the bottle in the morning, if I wanted to play bass guitar in the evening, if I just wanted to do fuck all." "So, what possessed you to go and move in with her?" "Wait, don't tell me. It was her idea." "Yes, Doc." "And you felt too bad to say no?" "No, Doc, I wanted to." "And now you're sleeping at the office so you can be alone for a while?" "That's more or less—" "Yes, Griessel, you're a moron." "Yes, Doc." "Did you give up your flat?" "Yes, Doc." "A moronic ape." "Yes, Doc." "You know what the right thing to do is?" "No, Doc." "You know, but you don't want to know. You have to sit down and talk to her. Tell her you need your space. And then she's going to feel threatened and insecure because she is an artiste. And she will wonder whether you really love her. And she is going to cry and resort to drink, and you will feel responsible. That's the problem. You don't want to face up to all those things. You've never been very good with conflict." "Fuck, Doc." "So tell me, how long did you think you could continue sleeping at the office before it caused complications?" Griessel stared at the floor. "You didn't think, did you?" "No, Doc." "Why are you here, Benny? You knew exactly what I would say." "My CO told me to come." "Did you tell him you haven't been drinking?" "I tried, but—" "What are you going to do?" "I don't know, Doc." "You'll have to do something. Alexa is going to Johannesburg tomorrow, until Thursday." "I'll think about it, Doc. When she comes back." Doc Barkhuizen looked at Benny from under his bushy eyebrows. Then he said, "You know that we are personally responsible for 95% of the trouble in our lives?" "Yes, Doc." "Do you want me to phone your CO?" "Please, Doc." "Okay. And don't worry, I'll be discreet." His cell phone rang as he walked outside with Barkhuizen. An unknown number. He answered while Doc locked up the surgery. The wind was icy. "Captain, it's Jeanette Lowe." "Hello," said Griessel, still unsure of how to address her. "I have spoken to the next of kin about your request. It's going to be difficult. They've already notified family members, and some of them are already on their way to the Cape to support them, and for the funerals." "I understand completely," he said. "They say they'll try, but they can't guarantee it won't reach the media." "It'll give us a bit of time," he said. "Thank you very much." "Captain, they are doing it because they want to help catch the murderers." He didn't react. "You are going to catch them, Captain?" "I will do my absolute best." She remained silent for a long time before she said, "If there is anything that I can do, anything." Chapter 11. Griessel drove away, looking back in the rear-view mirror at the skinny, slightly bowed shape of Doc Barkhuizen, standing under the streetlight. He felt a huge compassion for the man, for the generous heart hidden behind the strict, inflexible facade. His sins weighed heavily on him. Doc was the one person he did not want to lie to. It was a sacred relationship, the one with your AA sponsor, if you truly wanted to quit drinking. It was the cornerstone of rehabilitation in the end. It was your only lifebuoy in the stormy sea of alcoholic thirst. If you couldn't trust one another, you were basically fucked. For the past few years, Doc had been the one constant in his life, the one he shared everything with. Until today. That's why unease stirred down in his gut. Once you begin telling half-truths and concealing the big problem, you quickly slid down the slippery slope of relapse. He knew. He had been there. If he couldn't speak about the actual problem, why wasn't he at least honest about the other things that haunted him? Because Doc would say, "You know what to do." And Doc would be right. He would say to Doc, "I'm afraid Alexa will catch me out. I'm afraid that she will see through me sometime or other, and then she'll drop me. And though I'm looking for some room, I don't want that, because I love her. She's actually all that I have. So it worries me a lot, Doc." He would at least be able to explain where the problem began, where the origin was. It was back when he met Alexa. He had been involved in the investigation into the murder of her husband. He was the one who recognized her as the former singing sensation. It filled him with nostalgia and admiration, and a bittersweet longing. And then he was sympathetic about her drinking, and he told her he was also an alcoholic. He was the one who believed from the beginning that she was innocent. He was the one who unraveled the whole mess, and the one who took her flowers afterwards in hospital, and talked with her about music. And then she thought he was brilliant. He tried to tell her several times in different ways that she was wrong. But he hadn't made a very good job of it, half blinded as he was by who she was, her musical talent, and her story, and her determination to get back on her feet again. And her sensuality, fuckviet. Despite the damage, despite the years, she was a sexy, beautiful woman. And then he went and fell in love with her. And when you're in love, you put your best foot forward, you hide who you really are. And she only heard what she wanted to hear. And then in the months since, something had developed. A dynamic, Doc Barkhazen would call it. Alexa treated him as though he was a good, solid man, a hero, confidant, advisor, introduced him as her master detective, and to his dismay, even once or twice as her rock. He, Benny Griessel, someone's rock, solid, a hero. He was an idiot and an ape, because despite his discomfort, despite his awareness of fraud, he loved it. That Zandra, the former star who could still bring people to a standstill in the street, thought he was okay. It was the first time in more than 10 years that anyone, except his daughter Carla, thought and said he was okay in any way. And he was weak. He didn't want it to end. And now he had been drawn in, and his sins had caught up with him. It wasn't that he could no longer play the bass guitar in the evenings. It was that he was ashamed of what he wanted to play when he was practicing. Last week, on the way home, he heard Neil Diamond's song Sung Blue over the radio, the Hot August Night recording that began with just acoustic guitar, and where the bass guitar only kicked in halfway through the first verse, suddenly giving the song rhythm and depth and familiarity. And he thought he would like to play it as soon as he was home. Only to remember he lived with Alexa now. Maybe she would think Neil Diamond wasn't sophisticated enough, that he should rather practice something else, that he had an image to maintain. He had to be what he was not. And that was just the beginning, the tip of the iceberg. There was the money thing as well. Alexa had inherited well from her late husband,
including his record company, AfriSound, which brought in a constant stream of royalties. The firm was not in good shape, but she was rebuilding it with a natural, instinctive business acumen. Alexa's own comeback album, Bit of Soot, was doing better than expected. Her concerts were fully booked again. She was a rich woman, and he was a policeman. She had bought him the iPhone, and a new amplifier for his bass guitar, and clothes, a jacket and expensive shirts that he didn't want to wear to work, because he knew that colleagues like Vaughan Cupido would tease him mercilessly, not to mention the new winter pajamas. They were an embarrassment to him. He felt like a baboon in fancy dress. What was wrong with an old pair of tracksuit pants and a T-shirt? But when he put on the new pajamas and stood there in front of Alexa like a moron, she said with a big, appreciative smile, "Come here, Benny," and she held him tightly and kissed him until his knees buckled. What would it help to share it all with Doc? That's why he avoided all mention of the big problem. He could never tell Barkhuizen about that, or anyone else. That was the big fuck-up. He would have to sort it out himself, but he couldn't, not at all. He didn't even know where to begin. And as if that wasn't enough to complicate his life, Alexa added another dilemma this afternoon. When he had showered and was putting on fresh clothes in their bedroom, Alexa had come to sit on the bed, excited, as though she couldn't keep the surprise to herself any more. She said bass guitar player Skalk Joubert was going to perform with Lies Beekman at Die Boer in Durbanville next Friday night. But Skalk has to rush to New York for a gig, and I said to Lies, "What about Benny? He knows all your music off by heart. And he's not only a master detective, he's grown amazingly as a musician." And then she said, "That's a brilliant idea. Benny, you're going to play with Lies Beekman. I'm so proud of you." At first he felt relief that it was not the surprise he had suspected. And then the knowledge dawned on him. He was not in that league, no matter how hard he practiced with Rust, his foursome of amateur veterans. They did covers of time-worn hits, played every now and then at golden and silver wedding anniversaries in front of middle-aged audiences. But this was Lies Beekman, the singer who, one or two times he'd been in her presence, had left him tongue-tied and dumbstruck by her immense talent, and her quiet beauty, and her aura. What was he to do? Alexa sat there in joy and expectation, waiting for his response to the great gift. He had forced a smile and said, "Shoo!" an innocuous exclamation that he fucking never used. He said, "Thank you, Alexa, but I don't know if I'm good enough," and knew exactly what her reaction would be. "Of course you are good enough. I didn't start singing in bands yesterday, Benny. You've grown so much in your music the past year." One of her typical artistic expressions that he struggled to handle. "Lies is emailing me the repertoire, and you have to go and rehearse a few times, but that's only next week. You'll be able to arrange that with work. Put on your new blue shirt. You look so good in it." So he put the blue shirt on. He was fucked in at least 2 ways. He found his team members at IMC, the Hawks Information Management Center. "You look a bit better, Benny," said Cupido when he looked up from the computer screen he was staring at, along with the other violent crimes detectives. "Nice shirt, partner." The whole room gawped at him. "We got the 205 subpoena quickly," said Captain Philip van Wyk, IMC commanding officer,
referring to the Hawk's responsibilities according to Article 205 of the Criminal Procedure Act when obtaining cell phone records. "Seems like this has really caught the attention higher up." "'Cause why? It's a foreigner," said Cupido reproachfully. "But it's the data from 3 cell phone towers that's relevant," said Van Wyk. "And weekends are prime time in Franschhoek. It'll take time to analyze everything. And I can tell you now, there are going to be lots of international calls," said Cupido. "Half of those wine farms are in the hands of foreigners." The logs of the Internet service provider to La Petite Margot show there were 7 computers and 3 iPads on that IP address since Friday. We'll have to identify and isolate the computers and traffic belonging to the farm personnel before we know what Morris's activities were. Griessel tried to remember what Van Wyk had taught him. "That means we'll have to go and collect their computers." "Please. They're not going to like that. I can send Lithpel to them. It may be less disruptive, and it shouldn't take too long. Maybe Ulunda as well. Those foreigners won't understand a word Lithpel says," said Cupido. "I'm right here," said Reginald Lithpel Davids, the lisping computer whiz Van Wyk had recently poached from forensics. Davids was small and frail, with the face of a schoolboy. He shook his big afro hairstyle indignantly. "It's sometimes like I don't exist to you." "I rest my case," said Cupido. "I'll phone Franschhoek so long," said Khadebe, and reached for a phone. "This is new. It's the first time I've been an English interpreter for a colored Okie." "Yes," Lithpel said, but he grabbed his worn old rucksack of computer equipment and stood up. "Anything on Paul Anthony Morris?" Griessel asked. One of Van Wyk's researchers said, "We started with Google, Captain. That's a relatively common combination of names, and there are quite a lot of references that don't have photos with them, but we're working on it." "And the snake on the cartridges?" "That's a difficult one to isolate in the database records," said Van Wyk. "The query is still running. We might have to refine it, but nothing so far." Nyati walked in, and the room fell silent. "Benny, the British Consul General's office just called. She has news about the passport. We can go and see her now." Eyebrows were raised. Cupido looked at his watch. 7:20 at night? Maybe this Morris is royalty or something. In the car, Nyati said, "I spoke to your sponsor. Thanks, Benny. I hope you understand." "Of course, sir," he said, because he did understand. The Hawks were a team environment. The weakest link determined their success, and at the moment, that was what he was, the weakest link. "Everything else okay? Your health? The family?" "Yes, thank you, sir." The colonel nodded his bald head slowly and thoughtfully, like a man who has come one step closer to insight and truth. They drove in silence until they reached the N1. "Klute has his hands full with the media," said Nyati. "We need a break, quickly." And then, "Do you think it's about ransom, Benny?" "Yes, sir." "Have you investigated a kidnapping involving a ransom before?" 3 or 4 times, sir, but not where there's a foreigner involved." "I've never had one," said Nyati. "They're all bad news, sir." They parked in Riebeck Street, and first had to search for the entrance to Norton Rose House, a tower block that was deserted at this time of the night. The British consulate, with bulletproof glass doors and a comprehensive security system, was on the 15th floor. Griessel and Nyati had to identify themselves before a woman came to fetch them and escort them to the Consul General's office. The dignified, middle-aged woman introduced herself as Doreen Brennan. She was not alone. With her was a younger woman with dark hair, cut short, black-rimmed glasses, and a pretty mouth.
"This is one of our vice-consuls, Emma Graber. Please, gentlemen, sit down."
When the courtesies were dispensed with, Brennan pushed the police photographer's photo of the passport across the desk.
"I'm afraid this is a forgery,"
she said apologetically. Griessel's heart sank into his shoes. That meant they still did not know who Morris or his next of kin were. "Are you sure?" asked Nyati.
"Yes. The passport number belongs to a 76-year-old woman from Bexhill-on-Sea, who passed away 13 days ago. It might be her passport that was modified, but we'll need to analyze the original to be sure."
"No, the passport is very new," said Griessel as he wrestled with disappointment.
"Would it be possible for us to take a look at the document itself?" asked Graber. "We have a comprehensive database of forgeries which might help us trace its origin."
"Of course," said Nyati. "I'm sure that can be arranged eventually."
"I see," said Graber thoughtfully. Then, "Of course, we only want to aid your investigation. As I understand it, the first 72 hours are usually crucial."
"Indeed, and your offer is much appreciated," said Nyati.
"We actually know very little about the crime that this person was involved in," said Graber. "Unfortunately, the detective who brought the photographs spoke to one of the clerks. Could you tell us more?"
Nyati hesitated, then smiled politely. "I'm really sorry, but the investigation is at a very sensitive stage. And now it seems as if Morris may not be a British citizen. I do hope you understand."
"Of course," said Graber, and she smiled sympathetically. "We're just trying to help. And I'm curious, was it a robbery or something?"
"I'm not at liberty to say."
Griessel wasn't concentrating, and only became aware of the uncomfortable silence when Nyati gave him a swift but meaningful glance. He finally grasped that there was something on the go here, a verbal chess game. Graber wanted very much to get her hands on the passport and to know more about the crime. Nyati was most unwilling to share it with her, and he remembered Cupido's reaction.
7:20 at night? Maybe this Morris is royalty or something."
All at once he was alert, as if the fatigue had just rolled off him. There was a snake in the grass here, and the colonel wanted him to help catch it. Chapter 12. He knew he must now ask his questions right. "Do you monitor missing persons?" He noticed that the Consul General waited for Graber to answer.
"Well, only if they are reported missing and are presumed to be travelling, of course. There is a process."
"Was Paul Anthony Morris reported missing?"
"Not that we know of," said Graber.
"Someone of his age and description?"
"It's hard to say. The info you have provided is rather sketchy. If we could analyze the original document—"
"Do you have any idea who this Paul Anthony Morris might be?"
"Well, it's quite a common name. As you can imagine, it's going to take some time to scour the Home Office database, which might turn up nothing." It was almost as though she was encouraging him to ask the right question, but he didn't know what that was.
"But have you got any idea?"
"What we do know is that no person by that name has been reported missing in the United Kingdom in the past fortnight."
Griessel tried to understand the game. She wasn't giving him a direct no. Why not? "Are there any other persons who were reported missing that you think he might be?" Not entirely correctly phrased. She was clever. He would have to think carefully. Without hesitation, Graber said,
"The Metropolitan Police in the UK run a database called Merlin, which, in addition to other information, also logs missing persons reports. We have to assume that the age indicated on the passport is more or less correct, because it has to correspond to the photograph. And, of course, the photograph must bear a close enough resemblance to the man who entered this country last week in order to fool customs. Now, I can tell you that Merlin provided absolutely no data on persons generally resembling this photograph and in this broad age bracket that have been reported to UK authorities over the past fortnight as missing.
Why was she going on about fortnight? And in the past 6 to 12 months?
In the previous fiscal year, Merlin logged more than 40,000 records of missing persons. That type of inquiry might take several days before I could answer with confidence.
Ladies, with all due respect, said the ever-dignified Zola Inyati, quietly and courteously, there is a man's life at stake here.
I can assure you, Colonel, we are doing everything in our power to help, said the Consul General. Is Morris's life at stake? Asked Graber. Or is he a suspect in a criminal case?
You know who he is, said Griessel, because now he was sure.
They looked him in the eye, calm and direct.
Captain, said Doreen Brennan, measured and diplomatic,
I receive Foreign Office bulletins about persons of interest on an almost daily basis. To be absolutely honest, this Paul Anthony Morris could be one of at least 20 British subjects of concern to our government. But at this stage, with no certainty as to his real identity, and with you not being very forthcoming about the details of the criminal incident, speculation will do more harm than good.
From 1,000 interrogations of suspects, Griessel knew that when people began to use phrases such as "to be absolutely honest," they were lying through their teeth. He suspected the two Brits had conferred at length before he and Nyati arrived, and they knew exactly what they would say. But before he could respond, Nyati said, "I'm reading between the lines that you are willing to trade information should we be willing to divulge details about the case."
The Consul General got up from her chair. If you'll excuse me, I need to call my family to tell them I'll be home soon. No, please sit down, gentlemen.
She walked slowly to the door and closed it behind her. Maybe he should hold his tongue and let Nyati talk, since he had missed the subtle message entirely.
I have to tell you that the consulate cannot officially comment on an identity based on a fake passport unless we've had time to thoroughly examine the document in question, said Graber.
And unofficially? Asked Nyati.
I've been known to speculate, should a conversation catch my interest.
And how do we obtain your interest?
That would depend.
We'd consider lending you the passport in a day or two, said Nyati.
I'd surely appreciate that, but
you want it sooner.
That isn't my strongest need.
You want details of the case.
Now that would be immensely helpful.
We could provide them if we were properly motivated, said Nyati with a faint smile, and Griessel realized the colonel was good at this sort of thing. The rumor was that he had been in the intelligence wing of Umkhonto we Sizwe in the old days. Perhaps it was true.
I'm a firm believer in motivation, said Graber, but as you know, speculation is not fact, and the idea of speculative information reaching our friends in the media is too ghastly to contemplate.
I absolutely share that fear, said Nyati. That is why, despite tremendous pressure, the media is still very much in the dark about the details of this case.
How do we ensure that it stays that way?
By giving you our word that Captain Griessel and I will not divulge any speculative information, unless third parties are mutually agreed upon.
Does that include your colleagues at the Directorate of Priority Crime Investigation?
It does.
Graver gave a slight nod. Has this Morris committed a crime?
No.
Has he been the victim of a crime?
Do you know who he is?
We have a very strong suspicion.
How?
The photograph.
He resembles someone your government is looking for?
He does indeed. Is he the victim of a crime?
He is.
A serious crime?
Yes.
Has he been killed?
Who?
Nyati smiled again, as if he were really enjoying this. Paul Anthony Morris.
Is that his real name?
No.
Who do you think he is?
Has he been killed?
No.
Is he in your custody?
No.
That silenced her. Her face was expressionless, but Griessel could see the gears turning.
Who do you think he is?
Asked Nyati. Do you know where he is at this moment? Nyati did not reply. Has he been kidnapped? Asked Graver.
Who is he?
Asked Nyati. Colonel, I really need to know whether he has been kidnapped.
We really need to know who he is.
She looked at the photo of Queen Elizabeth on the wall, then back at Nyati. We think he is David Patrick Adair. Griessel took out his notebook and began to write.
Why are you so concerned about Mr. Adair?
Asked Nyati. Has he been kidnapped?
Yes, said Nyati. All evidence points in that direction.
Shit, said Emma Graber, with that mouth which Griessel found so lovely. She asked them to excuse her for just a minute. They stood up when she left the room and sat down again when she closed the door behind her. Griessel looked at Nyati. The colonel waved an index finger at the ceiling, then, in a circular motion, in the end, placing it in front of his mouth. Griessel nodded. He understood. They were probably being listened to. Odd world, this. He wondered what Nyati's role in Umkhonto had been, and what Emma Graber's job at the consulate was. He suspected her interest was not criminal by nature, but political. He wondered who David Patrick Adair was, and why Graber was so careful, yet keen at the same time, and what she had gone to do now. Consult with the Consul General, or with someone else who might have been eavesdropping on their conversation in an adjoining office? Or was she sitting there herself, listening, in the hope that he and Nyati would start talking, as if this case needed further complications? 7 minutes passed before she returned. I do apologize, she said, and sat down. Now, gentlemen, if you Google the name David Patrick Adair, you will eventually establish that a man by that name is a King's Fellow in Computer Sciences at Cambridge University, and Professor Adampt, the Department of Applied Mathematics and Theoretical Physics at the same institution. The Dampt website will furthermore show a photograph of Adair, which is almost identical to the one in the counterfeit passport. There was a subtle shift in her attitude, businesslike, a greater urgency. Last week, Tuesday, Professor Adair failed to deliver his usual lecture at the department. Because of his varied commitments and hectic schedule, this in itself isn't unusual, but he has never failed to let his personal assistant know about such an absence before. She reported this to one of his senior colleagues. Upon investigation by this colleague, it was finally established that there had been a burglary at Adair's house in Glisson Road in central Cambridge. A back door was forced, and the interior left in complete disarray. Adair was nowhere to be found. Given the sensitive nature of his work,
This colleague had the good sense to notify the right authorities, thereby keeping the matter contained.
"So it was never logged on Merlin," said Nyati.
"That is correct," she answered without a hint of remorse.
"What is the nature of his work?"
asked Nyati. "Therein, Colonel, lies the rub." Chapter 13. For starters, you should know that Adair has been divorced for 9 years. He is completely estranged from his ex-wife. The marriage was childless. His next of kin is his younger sister Sarah, lecturer at the School of Mathematics at the University of Birmingham. By all accounts, she is an extremely competent academic, but, alas, not quite the genius her brother is. We have made highly discreet inquiries as to her knowledge of her brother's whereabouts, and it is clear that she has not heard from him since his disappearance. In other words, there is no need for you to contact her.
"Ah," said Nyati. "I'm assuming that you have also been monitoring her communication channels since last Tuesday?"
We are positive that no attempt has been made to communicate with her about her brother since that time.
"May I ask to which we you are referring?"
I beg your pardon?
"You said we are sure," said Nyati patiently.
"The British authorities," she said with an ironic smile herself now.
"And the nature of Professor Adair's work?"
She nodded. "Now, please bear with me, because this gets a little complicated. But I want to get it right, not least so that you will also understand the great need for circumspection in this matter."
"Please," said Nyati.
Griessel said nothing, just listened. An internet search of his name will eventually lead you to the good professor's responsibility for the so-called Adair algorithm. To save time and to enunciate the necessity for discretion, I would like to explain what that is. Have you heard of the Society for Worldwide Interbank Financial Telecommunication, or SWIFT?
"Vaguely."
Very well. Please allow me to elaborate. SWIFT is based in Belgium. It is a network that enables financial institutions across the globe to send and receive information about monetary transactions. Your bank, for instance, would have a SWIFT code, which is part of this system. Should you receive money from abroad, this code is used, and the information about the transaction is registered on SWIFT's computers. Simple stuff, is it not?
They nodded in unison.
Now, shortly after 9/11, the CIA and the U.S. State Department set up the top-secret and pretty controversial Terrorist Finance Tracking Program, also known as TFTP. In a nutshell, this program provides U.S. authorities with access to the SWIFT database in order to trace financial transactions that might identify potential terrorist activities. You might have heard of it.
"Yes," said Nyati.
In June of 2006, the New York Times ran the first media exposé on TFTP, but the project survived, due to the public sentiment at the time, perhaps, but also because TFTP proved extremely useful right off the bat. However, being a US-only initiative, it was lacking in reach and scope. To be truly effective, it needed to go global. So the USA invited the European Union to come on board. Of course, Europe was equally concerned about the terrorist threat and keen to cooperate. But initially, the European Parliament rejected an interim EU-US TFTP agreement because they felt it did not offer EU citizens enough privacy protection. Are we still on the same page?
"Yes," said Nyati.
Good. This is where David Adair enters our story. He was invited to become a member of the EU evaluation team of the TFTP agreement,
because of his expertise in database search algorithms. Adair took a long, hard look at the U.S. system and came to the conclusion that it could be vastly improved, not only in terms of privacy safeguards, but also in effectiveness. He then proceeded, as geniuses do, to write a vastly superior algorithm on a whim and offer it to the authorities. Of course, they gratefully accepted, and in 2010, the EU announced their resumption of the TFTP. The so-called Adair algorithm then became the standard methodology to sniff out terrorists in the international banking system. It has been responsible for the identification and subsequent termination of at least 7 terrorist cells and an impressively large number of senior Al-Qaeda leaders and operatives. Emma Graeber leaned back in her chair, spreading her hands, palms open, as if she had nothing more to hide. Gentlemen, the Adair algorithm is one of the best-kept and most vital international security secrets in history. If it falls into the wrong hands— She let the thought hang in the air for a minute. Then she said, "Now, please tell me about the nature of this kidnapping." Griessel listened to Iñárritu skipping over certain details of the investigation. With carefully chosen words and in perfect English, the giraffe told Emma Graeber about Adair's initial contact with body armor, his arrival and stay on La Petite Margot, the death of the farm worker and 2 bodyguards, and the signs of struggle in the master bedroom. He described the security measures and how they thought the crime had happened. Graeber asked Iñárritu for the email address of the Paul Anthony Morris alias. He said he would have to consult their notes, but he would send it on. Griessel remembered the address well, but kept quiet. Iñárritu said not a word about the cartridges with the snake and the letters NM engraved on them, nor of the missing laptop, iPad, and possible cell phone, the Hawks' only clues. Griessel suspected it was deliberate, but he wasn't sure. When the colonel had finished, they negotiated a joint press release to quell the hunger of the media and relieve the pressure on the families of the bodyguard victims and the wine farm personnel. It would state that an unidentified man, presumably a European tourist, was missing after a guesthouse employee and 2 security officials were shot dead during a break-in. Missing and possibly incorrect passport details had made the identification of the missing person difficult at this stage, but he was thought to be male and a British citizen. The Directorate of Priority Crimes Investigation was grateful for the willingness and cooperation of the British Consulate regarding this matter. As soon as a positive identification could be made with certainty, and the sensitivity of the investigation allowed it, the media would be fully informed. In the meantime, no stone would be left unturned to bring the perpetrators to book and to track down the missing person. Various leads were being followed. Iñárritu told Graeber they would have to inform one more Hawks colleague of the identity of David Adair. Major Benedict Boshigo, member of the Statutory Crimes Group of the Hawks Commercial Crimes in the Cape, their expert in financial affairs. But he could give her the assurance that Boshigo, just like them, would handle the information in confidence. "Until such time as we agree otherwise." "Very well," she said amiably. They solemnly agreed to inform each other of relevant developments, as often as circumstances allowed. Graeber walked them to the lift, where they said goodbye. Only once they turned into Buitengracht, in the direction of Belleville, did Iñárritu speak. "I want you to call the body armor boss, Benny, and inform her that the British authorities might contact her." I want you to tell her that divulging any information to anyone other than the SAPS would constitute a crime.
Sir, I think we should. She's a tough one. It would be better not to threaten her.
Yes. See what you can do, but above all, ask her not to share Morris's email address. He rang. She answered promptly. He told her that the Hawks would issue a press release later that night that would relieve the pressure on the families of the 2 murdered bodyguards. He agreed to send it to her as well. "I appreciate that," she said. "There's a possibility that someone from the British consulate might contact you. We ask whether it would be possible to refer all their queries to us." She remained silent for so long that Griessel thought the connection had been lost. "Hello?" he said. "I'm here." He waited. "Here's the deal," she said. "I won't tell them a thing, but you tell me everything." "That is not possible at the moment." "You are going to tell me everything when it is possible. I don't want to read anything in the press that I don't know, or I'll phone the consulate." "All right," said Griessel, and rang off. "Mission accomplished?" Iñárritu asked. "Yes, sir." "Well done. You're pretty good with people, Benny." He didn't know what to say to that. "The first thing you have to understand about the intelligence community is that they only tell the truth if it serves a purpose. Their purpose, mostly." "Yes, sir. Gribber is most likely MI6, also known as the Secret Intelligence Service, or SIS. She is probably working closely with MI5, the British National Security Service, which hunts terrorists inside the UK, amongst other duties." "Sir," he couldn't sit on it any more, "you seem to know a lot about all this." Iñárritu laughed, and Griessel wondered whether it was the first time that he had seen the colonel do that. 26 years ago, I was recruited for MK Intelligence, Benny. Because I was a schoolteacher, they thought I was intelligent, and I worked in London for a while. What I'm trying to say is that lying is part of that profession, and I think she is lying to us. Or at least not telling the whole truth. "Why, sir?" "2 things, Benny. The first one is that she tried very hard to have us believe that this is about terrorism, but she never actually said it. Her problem is that she is working in a foreign country, and she has to tread very carefully not to lie directly. Very bad for diplomacy should things get out of hand later. She has to keep the back door open, the one that allows her to say, 'Oh, you must have misunderstood. Would you like to listen to the recording again?' I understand. The second is the channel she's chosen. If this were purely about a potential terrorist act, their High Commissioner in Pretoria would have approached our Minister of Security. Mossad and I would have been called by him, not by them." Burly Brigadier Mossad Mani was the commanding officer of the Hawks in the Cape. "You think this is about something else, sir?" "All I know is that Adair probably is who she says he is. As for the rest, we'll have to see." Griessel began to understand. "Is that why you did not just send me and Vaughan when they called, sir? You knew when they called this late on a Monday evening." "I suspected something might be brewing." "And that's why you did not tell her everything, sir?" "Yes, Benny. When you're working with intelligence people, you should always have an ace up your sleeve. Always. We have a few, and I want to keep it that way. So, the first thing you do is send her the wrong email address for Paul Anthony Morris. Just a small typo." He wondered whether he detected a note of nostalgia in Iñárritu's voice. Griessel had always experienced him as a fair, thoughtful man, but quiet and modest, largely unreadable and enigmatic. Tonight he had also discovered a keen intelligence, a feel for this strategic game that Benny would have trouble matching. The colonel had enjoyed himself in the consul general's office, that was clear to see. And now, here in the car, there was enthusiasm, a sparkle that he had not previously detected in the giraffe. How had it felt, after the adrenaline and excitement of spying in London, to fill a senior command, really mainly personnel management, administration, and strife from higher-ups in the SAPS? Did he enjoy his job? When they had gone past Canal Walk, Iñárritu asked him to call Clutter, the liaison officer, and ask him to come in, and also Major Benedict Bones Boshigo. "Tell Bones to come directly to my office and not to talk to anyone." When that was done, and Bones had responded with a, "That's never a good sign, eh?" he and the colonel decided what they would say to their colleagues. Chapter 14. "Wait a minute," said Cupido in the big IMC room. "They let you ride all the way this time of a Monday night just to tune you the passport is a fake? They could have told you that over the phone." "It's called diplomacy, Vaughan," said the much older and more experienced Frankie Philander. "You should try it sometime." "Show me some love, Uncle Frankie. I smell a rat." "What kind of rat?" asked Griessel. "This was a professional hit, puppy, and je weet who sanctions professional hits. Gangsters and governments." "That's true. Any news?" asked Griessel, to change the subject. "Nothing yet," said Van Wyk. "And we're still waiting for Oolander and Lithpel. It's going to be a late night." "Then you'd better go home, Salong," said Griessel to the violent crimes detectives. "I'll call if there's anything." They murmured their thanks. Only Cupido stood a while and looked at Griessel. Then he nodded and left. "Ja, I know about the Adair algorithm, maar dit maakt nie sense nie, ne? It just doesn't add up," said Bones Boshigo in his characteristic mix of languages after they had told him everything. He owed his nickname to the fact that he was mere skin and bone, thanks to his murderous marathon training program. He was also one of the most intelligent detectives that Griessel knew, a man with a degree in economics that he had earned at the University of Boston's Metropolitan College. Behind his desk, Iñárritu just raised his eyebrows. "Kidnap him, Colonel? Why?" asked Bones. "Everyone knows what the algorithm does, even the terrorists, and there's nothing anyone can do to stop it. Al-Qaeda must have figured out long ago that moving money through conventional banking channels is pretty stupid. Last I heard about TFTP is that it helps to nail a few small operators. I think this is really about the Adair protocol, nah?" He noticed his two colleagues hadn't the faintest idea what he was talking about. "They didn't tell you about the Adair protocol?" "No," said Griessel. "Nogal funny. This David Adair, he wrote a paper on the use of his algorithm about 2 years ago, early 2011, just after the EU joined TFTP. He basically said the scope of the program was too small and that his algorithm had the capability to do much more. The authorities had a moral obligation to employ it. He published the paper in a scientific magazine, and it became known as the Adair Protocol." "The capacity to do much more what?" Iñárritu wanted to know. tracing other dubious financial transactions. His main argument was that the black market is worth about $2,000 billion per annum internationally, and tracking that money can have a huge impact on the containment and prosecution of organized crime. "Okay," said Griessel, struggling increasingly to keep up. The day was growing very long. "So they're doing that now?" asked Iñárritu. "No, sir." "Why not?" "The banks didn't like it, nah? And you can understand. They're making big bucks from black market money, and the whole laundering process. If TFTP starts looking at their organized crime clients, they will lose them all, quickly, to obscure little offline banks in the Cayman Islands. So they pleaded invasion of privacy concerns, and the EU Parliament and the British government sang the same song." "Bones, I don't understand. If TFTP isn't being used against organized crime, why can this kidnapping be about the Adair Protocol?" asked Iñárritu. "Adair is an agitator, né? By a liberal, by a vocal. Hey, Blaney Stilney. He makes a lot of noise. 2 months ago, he was saying in The Economist that the British Conservative Party is in cahoots with the banks and basically assisting organized crime. He's canvassing, Colonel, all the time. I think the gangsters would maybe really like to get rid of him before he gets public opinion on his side." "So you think they killed him?" "Yebo, yes." "Yevit, who sanctions professional hits, gangsters and governments?" Cupido had said. But Griessel also knew that Bones was in essence a numbers guy, not a homicide detective. "No," he said. They waited for Griessel to explain. He took a moment to gather his thoughts. "Organized crime. Bones, when they order a hit, they want to make a statement. They would have left him dead at the guesthouse." "No, Benny, not in the current political climate. Then the British press will say Adair was right. There will be big pressure on government to institute the protocol. The way I understand this whole thing, nobody knows for sure that Adair came to South Africa. If they can make him disappear, nah? No names, no pack drill. Problem solved. And maybe they want him to suffer first, Benny. You know how the gangsters are." "Maybe," said Griessel, because aspects of the argument did make sense. But for that reason, they could have murdered him here, and then the media would have said, "Look how dangerous South Africa is." Iñárritu's phone rang. The colonel answered, listened, said a few times, "Yes, sir," and then, "I'll wait for him." After putting the phone down, he looked at Benny. "That was our Hawks commissioner in Pretoria," he said. "He asked me to receive a representative of our very own state security agency to share the details of the case." "But how did they know?" asked Griessel. "They monitor the consulate, of course," said Iñárritu. "Probably their telephones, too." "All cloak and dagger, né? That's a lekker END. What fun," said Bones. "Colonel, thanks for including me. Much more exciting than investigating pyramid schemes. Let me go do a little digging on Adair." When Klute came in, Griessel went straight to his office to send Emma Graeber the incorrect email address for Paul Anthony Morris / David Patrick Adair. The one that Cupido had confirmed was Paul_Morris15@gmail.com. He thought for quite a while before deciding on a false address. Iñárritu had asked for a typing error, something that could be explained as a simple error, should Graeber realize the address was false.
One possibility was to swap letters around, but that was too easy. The one he eventually sent to the British Embassy was Paul_Morris151@gmail.com, making him feel ever so slightly like a spy. Then he walked back to IMC. Captain Philip van Wyk said they had searched the national databases and there were no references to bullet cartridges with snake engravings or the letters NM on them, and all the other processes were still running. At 22 minutes past 10, Griessel sat down in his office, bolt upright, so that the fatigue and despondency would not overcome him too quickly. In truth, they had nothing, if you thought about it. Now that they knew who Morris truly was, the cell phone and computer records wouldn't really help. And if Bones was right, that meant Adair was already dead, and the murderers would likely feed his remains to the sharks, or bury them. Once again, foreign mischief brought over here. Just what this country needed. 7 detectives, forensics, IMC, and Inyati's whole day dedicated to something that would come to naught. He knew it already. Maybe the spooks of the SSA should take over the whole thing. He should rather just go to sleep. But he didn't want to. That fucking snake on the cartridge, that was the thing that had snagged his attention, that would not let go. What sort of fool made a stamp of a spitting cobra, and then marked his ammunition every round, which would take a hell of a lot of time? For what? Leaving them on the crime scene like a visiting card, with the letters NM. Initials? Nols Malan, or Nati Meyrung, or Norman Matthews, like the pretentious number plates of the rich that said, "Look how fucking common but cute I am." Then he made the international connection, and he got up and walked back to IMC, his brain back in gear again. "We will have to do an Interpol inquiry," said Griessel to van Wyk, "about the Cobra and the letters." "Good idea." Van Wyk halted. "You know, they also have a database of stolen and lost travel documents. Shall I look up Paul Anthony Morris on that?" Griessel knew it wouldn't help, but he kept up appearances. "Please." He turned and walked back to his office. While he waited for Inyati and the SSA agent to finish talking, he wanted to bring his admin up to date. The file would have to be created. He must write an email to his team, remind them to forward him their interview reports and witness statements for Section A. Then he must write out his own interviews and notes, and in Section C he must fill in the investigation journal on the SAPS 5 form, a detailed chronological history of the case. It made him wonder, should he leave out the discussion with the consulate entirely, or just not mention the full content? Inyati called him within 15 minutes. "They want to be kept in the loop," said the colonel. "So now I have to liaise with an SSA agent as often as I deem necessary. Sir, if we ask the SSA to look in their database for a hitman who engraves his shell casings—" "I did not tell him about the engravings, Benny. I had to tell them about Adair, because I don't know what they might have eavesdropped on, but I told them no more than we told Graeber." "Okay. Anything new?" "No, sir." "Go and get some sleep, Benny. Tell Philip's people to alert you only if they find something big." Chapter 15. He drove home. Alexa would still be awake. She was a true creature of the night, staying up till all hours. In the evenings she answered emails and talked on the phone when he wasn't there. She went over the figures from the record company while she listened to demo CDs of hopeful artists. One never knows. and she talked with him about his day when he eventually arrived home. And she cooked for them. He suspected it was her method of suppressing the urge to drink, an attempt at a degree of normality, to create a homely atmosphere after the chaos of her first marriage and the bohemian nature of her world. He also suspected that she thought he expected it of her, even though he had denied it. But Alexa was no chef. She had no natural aptitude for cooking, and she was easily distracted if a text or a call came in, so that she couldn't remember which of the ingredients she had already added to the pot. And her sense of taste was decidedly suspect. She would carefully taste the pasta sauce, declare it perfect, but when she dished it up and began to eat, she would frown and say, "Something is not right. Can you taste it too?" He would lie. But these were insignificant untruths, white lies. The big lie, the unmentionable, unshareable, and increasingly unbearable lie, the fraud that assailed him now on the dark, silent N1 on the way to Alexa, was the one about sex. He swore out loud in the car. Life just never gave him a break. If you drank as he used to drink 7 days a week, sex was not a big priority. When lust sometimes overcame him, his alcohol-soaked equipment wouldn't cooperate anyway. But then you dried out, and that had consequences. The biggest problem of being on the wagon was the desire for the healing powers of the bottle. Close on those heels was the return of the libido, at a time when you have too much mileage on your middle-aged clock, and desirable women were not necessarily queuing up to accommodate you. Which was what was so damn ironic. 6 months ago, he was head over heels in love with Alexa, and a big chunk of that was his desire to make love to her, good and proper. Look, he was a sucker for a beautiful mouth, and she certainly had one, broad and generous and soft. And like most guys, surely he appreciated a royal pair of jugs, as Cupido, faced with an impressive bust measurement, would longingly, admiringly describe them. And there was Alexa's voice, and her attitude, and that look in her eyes as if she knew what you were thinking, and she wanted you to keep on thinking just that. He had always had a thing for her from way back when she first hit the limelight, and he was just one more nameless fan staring at the sexy singer on the TV screen, harboring his unseemly secret thoughts. He was crazy for her. But then, after the chaos of the Sloot case 6 months ago, it happened for the first time. And it was everything that Benny Griessel had dreamed of. Lord, that woman could kiss, and her body was just the right combination of soft and firm, even though she was closer to 50 than he was. She was so instantly responsive, her hands all over his body, her eagerness, her spontaneity. She didn't mind showing her pleasure, shouting in her jubilant velvet voice, "Oh, yes, Benny, yes, good, Benny, so good, more, more, more," along with a few other things that you wouldn't ever mention to anyone, but that were thrilling all the same. Afterwards, he would lie beside her, spent and wet with perspiration, in love, lost, and so immensely pleased with himself and with her and with them. He thought, fuck, finally life had given him a break. This sexy creature, this fabulous woman. And from there on, it only got better. Between her busy schedule and his unpredictable work, at least once a week, now and again 2 heavenly times, they would repeat the miracle in her big double bed. A couple of times in the sitting room, and once in the shower, soaking wet and slippery with soap. They learned more of each other's tastes and bodies and pleasures, grew relaxed and easy, and Griessel was happy for the first time in he didn't know how long. And then he went and moved in. "It would be so nice to have just a little more of you, Benny, even if it is a half an hour in the morning or evening." That's how Alexa brought it up. He thought that if it was so amazing when he saw her so seldom, it could only be better when he saw her more. Logical argument. In addition, it made economic and practical sense. She was alone in that rambling house. He was cooped up with his cheap furniture in his cramped bachelor flat. And they loved each other. So he gave up his flat and took the furniture back to Mohammed Lovelips Faisal's pawn shop, and with the proceeds he took Alexa to her favorite restaurant, Berserker, where he, SAPS detective captain, sat eating oysters in the knowledge that his constant struggle was over. Life was good. That first moving-in night, they fucked like teenagers, and he knew it had been the right decision. The second night, when he came to bed, Alexa slipped her hand under the elastic of his pajama bottoms, and she stroked and teased and kissed him, and he nyapsed her again. The third night, the same thing. His soldier struggled to stand quite to attention, and his performance was not what you'd call first-rate, but he pressed through. And by night 4, he knew he was in trouble. In his 20s, when he and his ex Anna were young and horny and newly married, he could do the deed 2-3 times a day. But that was in the old days, a quarter century and 1,000 liters of Jack Daniels ago. Now it was altogether a different matter. So what did you do? He couldn't say to Alexa, "No, Folkvit, this is a bit much." Not when she looked at you with those eyes, full of love and compassion and sexual need. Not when you had been nyapsing her with such abandon for the past 6 months. Not if she had bought you clothes and an iPhone and treated you like this big hero. There was no way he could sit in front of a doctor and say, "I want a prescription for Viagra." His sexual prowess had nothing to do with anyone. He didn't have that sort of courage, and he couldn't swallow those pills every day. Then he would be addicted all over again to something new, walking around with a permanent Jakob Rechop. A constant boner was trouble that he didn't really need. All he could do was to sleep over at work, to get the lead back in his pencil, which meant he looked rough in the morning and lied to all and sundry, and his boss and his colleagues thought he was drinking again. He knew it couldn't go on like this, but what was he to do? He was fucked. He knew it. She met him at the door, kissed him, clucked over him, led him to the kitchen for lasagna. "It didn't come out exactly as I hoped, Benny, but you must be terribly hungry." She sat with him in the kitchen. He ate and told little white lies about the taste of the food. She asked him about his day. He told her everything except the part about Adair. She listened so attentively, was so impressed. Then she said, "My master detective, you'll catch them." He asked about her day. She told him about the negotiations and recordings, about the battle to get publicity and time on air for her artists. "The market is getting a bit overcrowded." They went to the bedroom. He brushed his teeth, put on his new pajamas. She sat in front of the mirror, chatting, taking off her makeup, told him she had left Woolly's food in the fridge for while she was away in Johannesburg from tomorrow. She said she would miss him, and he must keep safe, and phone when he could. She had a horde of meetings and one appearance at Carnival City, but by Thursday she would be back again. He made the calculations. 2 nights to recover, to reload his pistol. She undressed, rubbed her body with creams and oils. She put on her nightclothes, switched off the light. She lay down close to him, held him tightly, her mouth against his neck. "I love you, Benny." "And I love you too." Her hand moved to his belly, slipped under the pajama bottoms. "Where's that rascal?" she asked playfully. The ringing of his cell phone woke him. He saw it was the DPCI number. It was 2:12 in the morning. He picked it up and walked out so as not to disturb Alexa any more. It was cold in the passage without the pajamas that still lay bundled up somewhere under the sheets. "Griessel," he answered. "Benny, this is Philip. I'm sorry to wake you." "No problem," he said, and tried to keep the sleepiness out of his voice. "I thought you should know we've just received a call from Senior Superintendent Jean-Luc Bonfils from Interpol in Lyon. It's about the snake on the cartridges." He went into the sitting room. There had been a heater on when he came in earlier. "Do they know something?" "Yes, something is probably the best description. He received our query, and he's sending us everything they have within the next hour. But in the meantime, he wanted to tell me this is the 16th international murder that they know of with that snake trademark, as he calls it." "Yes," said Griessel. The heater in the sitting room was off, but the room was not as chilly as the passage. He turned it on, up to maximum, while he listened, and stood wide-legged over it. "I made a few quick notes," said Van Wyk. "The details are not quite right, but here is what I have. The first crime scene where such a marked cartridge was found was 7 years ago in Portugal. I'll come back to that just now. Most of the consecutive murders were in Europe: Germany, France, Spain, Holland, Poland, Belgium, and Italy. One was in Britain, one in New York, and one in Reykjavik, Iceland. He says there may be 1 or 2 in Russia, but these have never been officially handed over to Interpol. This one, in Franschhoek, is the first in the southern hemisphere." "Each time the cartridges had the snake on them?" "That's right." "And the targets?" "That's the funny thing. He says they have no doubt it is a hired assassin, but there is no specific pattern, except for the engraving, of course. In Poland, Spain, and France, the victims were definitely organized crime. The one in New York was a woman of 82, a multi-millionaire and an art collector. In Germany it was a young dot-com entrepreneur, and the other a very pretty teacher in her 30s. They were not connected in any way, and the murders were 14 months apart. I could go on. Bonfils says the snake on the cartridges is most probably the Mozambican spitting cobra, and the letters NM stand for Naja mozambica, the Latin name for the snake, apparently very poisonous and deadly accurate. He struggled to link a European hitman with an African snake. Mozambique? That's odd. Indeed. And that's where the story gets interesting. The hitman is known as the Cobra, and Interpol think he is Mozambican. Bonfils says the reasons for that are all in the report, but it starts with the first murder in Portugal. He's sending it now? That's what he promised. I'm coming in. You should get some sleep, Paul. I will, as soon as I've read the report. Griessel rang off and stood there, cell phone in hand. A Mozambican, a British professor, on a Cape wine farm belonging to a German. Where were the days when this land was the polecat of the world, when no one came here, when at least you knew the suspect would be a local fokker? Then he grew aware of the musky scent of sex rising along with the warm air from the heater. He looked down at his penis, now small and shriveled. Rascal! In the big, dark room, he laughed quietly, mockingly, at himself. Chapter 16. Just past 3 in the morning, in the perfect silence of his cramped office beside the IMC hall, Van Wyk gave Griessel the printout of the email and said, "Read this first." He took the page and read. Jean-Luc Bonfils, j-l-bonfils@interpol.int. To philip.vanwyk@saps.gov.za. Re Cobra, brackets, Cobra/B79C1/04/03/2007. Dear Captain Van Wyk, it was a pleasure talking to a fellow law enforcement officer on the graveyard shift, albeit a continent and hemisphere away and under these circumstances. Allow me to start with the most important. 1. I am not the Interpol officer assigned to the Cobra dossier. This is Superintendent Marie-Caroline Aubert, and she will be very anxious to assist you in any way. I will share all our communications with her later today. 2. May I respectfully request a copy of your investigation records for our database as soon as your schedule allows? If you could please also keep me informed should you make positive progress or, of course, an arrest. Interpol is keenly interested in this subject, especially given the fact that this is the first reported homicide committed by the Cobra in the Southern Hemisphere. 3. Please find attached 21 documents, which is the full complement of available material at Interpol and includes notes on all the known Cobra dossiers. 4. Please allow me one clarification. You will notice that the Légion étrangère, LE or French Foreign Legion photograph is of very low resolution, and that the information supplied by the LE is limited. This is not an omission on the part of Interpol. Usually, the LE does not release any information on their enlistments to law enforcement, not even French authorities. However, they do screen all applicants for serious crimes through an agreement with Interpol before acceptance. It was this connection we leveraged for the little information on Curado that was released, unofficially, as a favor. Please let me know if we can be of assistance in any way, and best of luck with your investigation. Jean-Luc Bonfils, Interpol, 200 Quai Charles de Gaulle, 69006, Lyon, France. Okay, said Griessel. Van Wyk pressed his finger on a bundle of documents. This pile contains summaries of all the relevant murder investigations in the Northern Hemisphere, he said. There isn't anything new, but the cartridges are there every time. The only interesting thing is that the Cobra began using a new Heckler & Koch Mk23 in 2009 and 2011, but it seems as though he acquires the latest model every 2 years. Van Wyk pushed more printouts across to Benny. Read these first. That's how they put 2 and 2 together. Griessel picked up the top page. Interpol, General Secretariat, 200 Quai Charles de Gaulle, 69006, Lyon, France. Intelligence report, Cobra/B79C1/04/03/19/03/2009. Report date, 2nd May, 2010. Report submitted by Stefano Mazzini, Procura della Repubblica presso il Tribunale di Milano. Interview by Stefano Mazzini, Procura della Repubblica presso il Tribunale di Milano. Interview with brackets, name withheld, paid informant, Bari, close brackets. Interview venue, Bari, Italy. Transcription, translated by M. P. Ross, Interpol, 19th May, 2010. SM. The shell casings found on the scene of the Carnevale killing are engraved with a snake and the letters N and M. Do you X, expletive. That's bad, man. Have you ever heard of such markings? Yes, I've heard the rumors, lots of rumors. It's the Cobra. Very dangerous guy. Does he work for Ndrangheta? No. Expletive. No. He's a freelancer. He works for anybody. He's a gun for hire. Very expensive. 100,000 euros for a hit. But they say he never misses. He always delivers. If the Cobra takes a contract on you, you're, expletive, dead, man. For sure. Do you know who he is? Nobody knows this guy. He's a ghost. Just bullshit stories. What stories? Bullshit, man. Some say he was in the French Foreign Legion, and he lives in Amsterdam or Madrid or Marseille, but they don't know. Nobody knows. Lots of stories, lots of rumors. The wannabes, they talk about him. They want to be him, man. If you want a clean hit, no comebacks, you get the Cobra. Expletive psychopath, man. They say he has the eyes of a snake, you know. He never blinks. Cold eyes. That type of shit. People make it up. They even say he killed his own father. I mean, you know, there's a new, how do they say, a new twist every time. How did he kill his father? It's crap, man. I'm sure, but let's not waste a good story. Expletive. Don't write in that report that this came from me. I need the money, man. Of course. Okay. So, they say he killed his father because he needed a reference, you know, to get business. 3-4 years ago, in Portugal. His father was this retired Russian army colonel, worked in Africa most of his life, teaching those baboons to shoot each other with an AK, you know. What do they call them? Military advisor? So, this Russian colonel, expletive, some black woman in one of those hellhole countries, got her pregnant. And then he just left. Never cared for the kid or the woman. Big suffering. But she knew his name and everything. So this kid grew up and he joined the French Foreign Legion. Became a real killer, you know? A badass soldier. No fear. Nobody, expletive, with him. And then he left and became the, expletive, Cobra. Man, they say it was his first hit. He traced his father. The guy had retired to Portugal with all his stolen African money. And that was the Cobra's first hit, with the snake on the bullets. That's where it all started. So he's a mulatto? That's what they say. Who? You know, the rumors. Just guys talking shit. Guys in the trade? Yes. Has anybody actually seen him? Maybe the bosses. Capos? Yes. They say 2 of them have met the Cobra, but in the beginning, few years ago, when he was selling. Selling what? His service, you know. He had to market himself in the beginning, as an assassin. Anything else? Not really. Okay, maybe, but you know this is really all, expletive, crap. Because of the snake on the bullets, they make up new things. Tell me anyway. They say there's this tattoo he has, bird and a snake, on his arm, right here. Guy must love snakes. That's it? There's nothing else to tell. Oh, they say if you want to contact him, you place an ad on, what's it called? Loot, that's it. Loot? Yes.
It's a website in England where you can sell anything. So you place an ad and you use the word snake, like snake for sale or something, some special code, and then he will contact you. Expletive, snakes. I mean, you have to be a psycho, man, to be that into snakes. Griessel looked up at Van Wyk. There's a lot of speculation. Van Wyk nodded. It gets better. Read the next one. He picked it up and read. Interpol, General Secretariat, 200 Quai Charles de Gaulle, 69006, Lyon, France. Intelligence report, Cobra, /B79C1, /04/03/2007, /27/6/2010. Report date, 27th June 2010. Report submitted by Superintendent Marie-Caroline Aubert, Interpol General Secretariat, Lyon. Investigation. Murder of Zakhar Perminov, Villa Praia de Ancora, Portugal, on 13th September 2006. Source. Dossier of the Policia de Segurança Pública, and personal interview with Superintendent Cristóvão Formigo, Policia de Segurança Pública, Lisbon, Portugal. Translated by P. A. Schilling, Interpol, 28th June 2010. At 07:55 on the morning of 13th September 2006, the body of Zakhar Ivanovich Perminov was found by a Portuguese cleaning woman in the living room of a villa on the outskirts of Villa Praia de Ancora, a coastal holiday resort in northern Portugal, about 5 kilometers south of the Spanish border. Perminov had been shot twice, once in the forehead and once through the heart. Bullets recovered from the crime scene indicated a Heckler & Koch Mk-23, a weapon popular with American Special Forces, and Corbon ammunition, 45 ACP plus P230 grain. 2 shell casings that were found on the scene matched this firearm and ammunition. The casings were engraved with the likeness of a snake with a flared head and the initials /letters NM, capitalized, no full stops. The villa had no security measures, and no sign of forced entry was found. According to a statement by the cleaning woman, the villa's glass sliding doors leading to the pool were never locked when Perminov was in residence. No forensic evidence of the intruder, other than the shell casings and bullets, was found on the scene. No arrests were made, and the dossier is still open. Perminov, the deceased, was a Russian citizen. The Russian embassy in Lisbon supplied limited details about the deceased's career, but it was confirmed that he was a retired former Russian paratroop colonel. Perminov served as reconnaissance squad leader for the 103rd Guards Airborne Division in Vitebsk, in Belarus, and was deployed to Mozambique as military advisor to the Mozambique Liberation Front, Frelimo, from 1978 to 1980. He also served in Angola as a member of the staff of the Soviet Chief Military Advisor, Lieutenant General Leonid Kuzmenko, in 1986. Intelligence Report Cobra, /B79C104 /03/2007 /19/03/2009. After a written submission to the Mozambican embassy in Paris, it was confirmed that Zakhar Ivanovich Perminov was registered as the father of Joaquim Curado. Joaquim Curado was born on the 27th of January 1979 in Coamba, Mozambique, to Doris Branca Curado, herself born of a Makua mother and Portuguese father. The Mozambican authorities also confirmed that the same Joaquim Curado is still a citizen of that country. A passport was issued to him in the name of Joaquim Curado in 1999 and was replaced by a new passport in 2003.
Note: it is common practice for the Légion étrangère, LE, or French Foreign Legion, to confiscate enlistees' passports, which might explain the replacement. This 2003 passport was used for a return journey from France to Mozambique in 2006, but no further legal entries/exits were logged. It was further established that Joaquim Curado, a Mozambican citizen, passport number corresponded with the first issued Mozambican travel document, served in the Légion étrangère from 2000 to 2005 as Légionnaire Premier Classe, Lance Corporal/First Class Legionnaire in the 1st Foreign Regiment. Note: MCA, the insignia of the LE's 1st Foreign Regiment, is a framed bird of prey, black, and a snake, green. See Intelligence Report Cobra /B797/04/03/19/03/2009, page 2. There's this tattoo he has, bird and a snake, on his arm, right here. Guy must love snakes. According to his partially and unofficially released LE records, Curado received Special Forces training and showed no exceptional leadership skills. However, he was regarded as a proficient soldier and excellent marksman, and served with distinction in several African operations. He is 1 meter 89, 6 foot 2 inches tall, and weighed 95 kilograms, 209 pounds, at induction into the LE. Curado was honorably discharged from the Légion étrangère at his own request in 2005, having served his compulsory 5-year term. In the same year, on the strength of his LE service, he was granted French citizenship, and thus now holds dual citizenship of Mozambique and France. A French passport was issued to him on 19th January 2006. The passport has not since been used for travel outside the European Union. No current address was found for Joaquim Curado. Note: MCA. A theory might be formulated that Joaquim Curado is the assassin known as the Cobra. A photograph of Curado was supplied by the LE and is herewith attached. It was taken during his LE induction in 2000. Chapter 17. Interpol, General Secretariat, 200 Quai Charles de Gaulle, 69006, Lyon, France. Intelligence Report Addendum. Cobra /B79C1/04/03/2007/04/07/2010. Report date 14th September 2010. Report submitted by Superintendent Marie-Caroline Aubert, Interpol General Secretariat, Lyon. Investigation. Series of murders in the European Union connected to the Cobra. Initial dossier Cobra /B79C1/04/03/2007. Translated by P. A. Schilling, Interpol, 15th September 2010. With reference to the series of 9 murders in the European Union, 2006 to 2010, where bullets recovered from the various crime scenes indicated a Heckler & Koch Mk23 and Corbon ammunition, 45 ACP plus P230 grain, and shell casings were engraved with the likeness of a snake with flared head and the initials/letters NM, capitalized, no full stops. A theory might be formulated that the snake engraving represents the Mozambique spitting cobra. 1. The engraving shows a high likeness for a Mozambique spitting cobra. Also the scale and the size of the hood. 2. The genus name of Naja mozambica corresponds with the initials NM. 3. Interpol intelligence reports Cobra /B79C1/04/03/19/03/2009 and Cobra /B79C1/04/03/27/06/2010 indicate a credible link between the suspected hired assassin, the Cobra, and Joaquim Curado, a Mozambican and French national. 4. It is believed that the Cobra is mulatto in complexion. In every homicide where his involvement is suspected, the victim suffered at least one shot between, near, or through the eyes. Note the behavior, accuracy, eyes as target, and the coloring, tawny brown, of the Mozambique spitting cobra. Source, quoted verbatim, www.africanreptiles-venom.co.za/Mozambique_spitting_cobra.html. The color varies between olive gray, tawny brown, or gray, with the scales in between a black color. The distribution includes Natal, Lowveld, southeastern Tanzania and Pemba Island, and west to southern Angola and northern Namibia. Behavior. This snake is a nervous and highly strung snake. When confronted at close quarters, it can rear up to as much as 2/3 of its length, spread its long, narrow hood, and will readily spit in defense, usually from a reared-up position. By doing this, the venom can be ejected at a distance of 2 to 3 meters, 5.5 to 8.25 feet, with remarkable accuracy. The spitting cobra does not often actually bite, despite its aggressive behavior, and also displays the habit of feigning death to avoid further molestation. Venom. This is probably the most dangerous snake, second only to the mamba. Its bite causes severe local tissue destruction, similar to that of the puff adder. Like the runkals, it can spit its venom. The venom is ejected from 2 small holes near the tip of the teeth, usually aimed at the eyes. The effect is instantaneous, causing intense smarting and inflammation, and if not washed out with milk or water, will cause permanent blindness. The photograph of Joaquim Curado was small, scarcely 2 by 3 centimeters. It was printed in color, but faded. The face that stared out at Griessel was somewhere between boy and man. His hair was cropped very short, the features almost feminine in their refinement. High forehead, even, strong jawline, big, dark eyes, straight nose, full lips. In the photo, completely neutral. It reminded Griessel of a police drawing. There was no emotion. It was a face waiting to be filled in by life. But by no means the cold eyes the Italian informant had speculatively described. And there was something about the width and musculature of the neck that created the impression of an athlete. Nearly 1.9 meters, just under 100 kilograms, and that was before he started training with the French Foreign Legion. He would be a handful to arrest now. "Can we make a bigger photo?" he asked Van Wyk. "Not without losing resolution. Maybe a centimeter or 2. It's 13 years old, Benny. I know." He had that light-headed feeling that came with only 3 hours of sleep, his thoughts erratic, flitting and floundering. He wanted to read all the Interpol documents carefully. Then he wanted to compile a timeline of Adair's last week. He wanted to consider how the photo of the Cobra could help them. He wanted more sleep. He looked up at Van Wyk, now pale, his bloodshot eyes weary. "Phil, I want to work through this stuff carefully first. You should go home now." "Okay. Just 2 more things. Lithpel and the guys came back just after 12. We managed to isolate Morris's computers from the other farm people by the IP address." "Computers? Technically speaking, it's an Apple computer and an iPad. Lithpel said Morris visited a lot of financial news websites, The Economist, Financial Times, Bloomberg, and then he was on his Google Mail at least 5 times. Lithpel says you must talk to him when he gets back. He might be able to get into the emails." He nearly said Adair's email, stopped himself in time and said, "Morris's email." "That's right. Lithpel says there is a way, but not through the channels." "No." He sat in his office and started with the documents right from the beginning. He read the summary of each of the Cobra assassinations, 16 since 2006, concise descriptions of the victims and murder scenes. Some reports contained notes by MCA, whom he subsequently realized must be Marie-Caroline Aubert. She sometimes speculated about the possible motive behind the murder, made comments about the quality of the investigations, and carefully suggested theories. Slowly he gained respect for the way her head worked. Griessel picked up his pen and circled 2 of her notes. The first was an insert, in brackets, to the murder of the American billionaire in New York in 2011. Note MCA. One possible consideration is that the Cobra does not brand all his hits with the marked shell casings. If one takes into account the fact that he has arranged only 2 assassinations per annum since 2006, for an assumed, relatively modest for his skills and talents, yearly income of €200,000, there is the distinct possibility that he has completed other contracts on a more anonymous basis. An Interpol database search on H&K MK23 murders in Europe since 2006 shows 11 unconfirmed and forensically unmatched possibilities for further investigation. The second was in the murder of an Iranian engineer in Warsaw in 2012. Note MCA. During a telephone interview with the investigating officer, it became apparent that the victim, Omid Rostami, was involved with the Iranian uranium enrichment project. It is suspected that Rostami was in Warsaw to seek a black-market uranium or nuclear equipment contract. It is further suspected that this was a Mossad hit, subcontracted to the Cobra. It reminded him of Cupido's words. "This was a professional hit, papi, and we sanctions professional hits, gangsters and governments." Mossad, intelligence services, they knew about this hired assassin, and they were prepared to contract him. What about other intelligence people, such as Emma Graeber of MI6? Griessel pulled an A4 pad from his top drawer and paged past the rough notes of his previous dossiers till he had a clean page. At the top, he wrote Morris/Adair. He consulted his notebook, then the calendar on his iPhone. He wrote, Monday, 24th June, break-in at Adair, Cambridge. Tuesday, 25th June, Adair reported missing. Wednesday, 26th June, Adair phones body armor as Morris. Thursday, 27th June, Adair sends passport scan and flight number to body armor. Friday, 28th June. Adair arrives in Cape Town. Sunday, 30th June. Adair abducted/murdered Franschhoek. He sat, staring at his timeline, trying to make sense of it. So many things, such a short time, and his head wasn't clear. The break-in at Adair's flat was just over a week ago. A back door was forced, and the interior left in complete disarray, Graeber had said. That meant someone had been looking for something. The room in La Petite Margot guesthouse was in the same condition, as if there had been a search. He made a note. Who is looking for what? Bones Bushigo said, everyone knows what the algorithm does, even the terrorists, and there's nothing anybody can do to stop it. Why then were people searching through Adair's flat and guesthouse room? Last Monday, Adair had got away just in time, before the burglary at his home. Or perhaps he hadn't been there at the time. Maybe he came home after the incident, saw the chaos, and fled. Where to? And why? He wrote, false passport? The question was, did Adair already have one at his disposal? Or did he acquire one in haste, between Monday and Thursday last week? Both possibilities had interesting implications. A professor of mathematics who kept a false passport handy? Or knew where to get one at short notice? Didn't sound right. And then the big question. How did the Cobra, or the people who hired the Cobra, know that Adair was in a guest house on a wine farm in Franschhoek? If they knew where Adair was before his flight to South Africa, surely they would have kidnapped or murdered him there. But somewhere between last Monday and yesterday, they found out where he was and sent the Cobra from Europe to do his job. If Adair was lying low with his false name, false passport, and false email address, how did they know? He put the pen down, opened his steel cabinet, and took out the rolled-up camp bed. He put it together, set his iPhone for 7, turned off the light, lay down on his back, and closed his eyes. He only wanted a few hours of sleep so that he could think this through with a clear head, do what he needed to do, such as that he must get a bulletin out to all stations to let them know should the body of a white man in his 50s be found somewhere, such as the fact that someone must sit down and compare all the video material from Oliver Tambo and Cape Town International Airport since Friday with the old photo of Joachim Curado. Perhaps luck would be on their side. Chapter 18. Tyrone Kleinboy's Casio G-Shock wristwatch woke him at 6:45. He had stolen it one Sunday morning last year on the Common in Greenpoint from a mountain biker whose attention was distracted by his sexy cycling partner. Tyrone tuned the radio to KFM because he wanted to hear the weather forecast. Isolated showers, clearing towards midday. That was a relief for his industry. He made instant coffee. He ate Weet-Bix with milk and sugar, brushed his teeth, showered, shaved, and dressed. Black, slightly faded Edgar's chinos with deep open pockets. Old black T-shirt, reasonably new black polo-necked jersey.
Black is beautiful, Tyrone. Smart and invisible. You can be anything in black.
He pushed up the sleeves of his jersey to just below the elbows. He could work better that way. He put the silver Zippo and the hairpin with the small yellow sunflower in his left trouser pocket. He picked up the light blue Nokia Lumia 820, put it in the small, neat rucksack that he had bought, because the size and the material and look were important. It mustn't rustle, mustn't look cheap, and it mustn't interfere with his hand movements. But it must be able to hold the loot, cell phone, and his rain jacket. He had taken the Lumia out of a businessman's pocket up in Kloof Street. The man had been occupied with his coffee and croissant at Need. Reading the sports pages of the Cape Times did not look like the Windows Phone type. And no self-respecting fence was going to pay for a Windows Phone, 0 second-hand value, so Tyrone just kept it for himself, so he could at least phone Nadia, and she him. He locked his room and walked around the Slumser triple garage, along the wall to the gate. He typed in the security code. The gate clicked open. He walked out to the city. Weather looking okay. He walked briskly. Tuesdays were not your best days of the pickpocket week, but the early bird catches the worm, if you keep your eyes open, between the suits in Strand, Waterkant, Riebeek, Long and Bree, and you blend in with the office workers, hurrying along in groups, late for work, take-away coffee in one hand, as you squeeze in through the doors with them, up the escalators, or in the lifts. He was a man on a mission. $21,000 by the end of Jan. Tall order. But every journey starts with one small step. That wasn't one of Uncle Solly's. He'd heard that one time in St. George's Mall, this pretty whitey girl trying to motivate her hangdog loser boyfriend. And he liked it, so he didn't steal anything from her, except the quote. Out of habit, he looked north across Table Bay. He saw the cruise ship beyond Robben Island. He smiled. Tin can full of marks. That boat would be here in an hour or two. Rich pickings. Griessel dreamed a giant snake was chasing him, the mouth agape, spitting so that it dripped off the back of his head, and he felt the sour venom burning down the back of his neck. The alarm was a sudden reprieve, catapulting him to the silent safety of his office. He folded up the camp bed and stowed it away, took the toilet bag and a worn old towel from the filing cabinet, and went to shower in the bathroom on the 3rd floor. While he shaved, he realized he felt rested, fresh. Just over 2 extra hours of deep sleep, and the cobwebs were gone. Perhaps because he knew he was alone for at least 2 nights. He and his rascal, solo. A little less pressure. He stood looking at himself in the mirror, and he felt the urge come over him. The urge to catch the Cobra. Something inside him revolted against the concept of a hitman with a trademark. It was sociopathic, arrogant. It represented everything that was wrong with this world. Everyone was obsessed with money and status and fame. More than ever, it seemed, it was the root of evil, the source of more and more crime. The murdered bodyguards, B.J. Fichter and Barry Minar, were former members of the force, and not one of the highly advanced First World detective services had been able to apprehend the Cobra so far. After all the mess of the past few months, with the SAPS derided as never before, it would be good to show the world. And catching men was what he did. At least, all that he did well. There was no denying that he often struggled, made mistakes. But that moment when you clicked the handcuffs around the fucker's wrists and said, "You're under arrest," there were few things that measured up to that. It was when the universe balanced out, just for a moment. He wiped off his face, packed his toiletries in the bag, checked himself in the mirror. One of his new shirts, only slightly creased, with the blue jacket. This morning, no one would think he was drinking again. Just before 7, he knocked on Inyati's door jamb.
The giraffe waved him in and said, "Benny, I think we should tell the team everything." "Yes, sir," he said, in relief. He had been feeling guilty since yesterday about lying to IMC. Inyati gathered up his papers. "I have to go and chair the morning parade. You get your guys into your office. Just your team, Bones, and Philip van Wyk. Make it very clear. We trust them completely, but they have to be utterly and completely circumspect. We cannot afford a single leak." "Yes, sir, but we are going to need more people." "Something happened?" "Interpol has a lot on the assassin. He's called the Cobra." Inyati checked his watch. "Walk with me, please." On the way to the morning parade, Griessel told him in broad strokes about the new information, the 13-year-old photograph, and what he planned to do. "Good," said the colonel. "Go ahead, and keep me posted. Just one more thing, sir. Philip says Sergeant Lithpell Davids can get into Adair's email." And he left that hanging there so that the colonel could draw his own conclusions. Inyati stopped and looked at Griessel. "Do it," he said, barely audibly. First he thanked the detectives who had worked very late. Then he told the team everything. They joked about the Cobra's nickname. "That bastard probably has a Twitter account too," said a surly Cupido, his reproachful eyes on Griessel. They studied the photograph. Griessel explained his strategy. He asked Ndabeni and Khadebe to liaise with the SAPS office at OR Tambo Airport in Johannesburg and to fly up as soon as possible to study the video material of the arrivals hall. Liebenberg and Philander must do the same at Cape Town International. "It's a long shot," said Khadebe. "It's one of the few shots we have," said Philander. "We are only looking at international flights since Thursday," said Griessel. "We know he's colored. We know he will probably be wearing a hat or glasses. He will be aware of cameras, so he will look away or keep his head down. What we really want is a name, because then we can link it to a passport, and the way he paid for the flight. Maybe a credit card number. That's more than Interpol has now." "If he killed Adair, he is long gone," said Bones. "Maybe," said Griessel, "but someone searched Adair's house in England, and his room in Franschhoek. I don't think they found what they were looking for. I think that is why Adair could still be alive." "That's how a violent crimes cop thinks, Bones. Live and learn," said Philander. "Touché," said Bones. "Don't talk of my girl like that," said Moy Willem Liebenberg. They laughed. "Bones, have you anything new on Adair?" "Now, learn how the genius department thinks, nah? I looked at everything, and here's the thing. Daar's niks nuut nie. Absolutely nothing new. Now, for you hot-headed bloodlust cops, that would mean nada. But look at the bigger picture. Until about 4 weeks ago, Adair was blogging and writing lots of letters to the press and gave interviews all about the Adair Protocol. And then he went quiet." "So?" asked Cupido. "Why, Vaughan? Why did he stop agitating?" Cupido shrugged. "Something happened, nah?" said Bones. "You don't know what?" said Cupido. "Not yet," said Bones. "Not yet." When they were finished and walked out, Cupido approached Griessel. "I thought we were partners, Benna." "Vaughan, I was under orders." "But still," said Cupido, deeply wounded. "Where's the trust?" Tyrone was early enough, so he walked into the Parkade Mall in Strand Street, opposite the Cape Sun. 7 stories of parking, a lot of cars, a lot of people.
and they all had to go down in those lifts to the street, and there were no cameras in the lifts. He rode them up and down. Lots of coloureds. He didn't steal from coloureds. Darkies and whiteys were fair game. He chatted up a sexy, slinky dolly on his second trip down in the lift, but she wouldn't divulge her cell number. He talked to an auntie on the 5th descent. He made her laugh. He enjoyed that. He stole 2 cell phones and 2 wallets. He rode down to the 1st story and checked his loot in privacy behind a black BMW X5. A new BlackBerry, worth $350 from the fence. An iPhone 4S, $800. 3 credit cards, $50 each. 1 driver's license, $50. $700 in cash. Total of about $2K. Not bad for an hour's work. He dumped the empty wallets under the X5. Time to rob a shipload of tourists. Chapter 19. Griessel concentrated hard on understanding Sergeant Lithbell Davids. Cupido sat there too, arms folded, his mouth a straight, sulky line, saying nothing.
"Copy, you know it's illegal. Fun, but illegal,"
said Lithbell. Just 1 S in the entire sentence. Easy to follow. "I know," said Griessel, "but Morris is not a suspect. We won't have to explain it in court."
"Cool. Now, to hack a Gmail account, that's easy. You can phish, or you can download an app, or you can use your own Gmail account,"
was more or less the translated version once Griessel had filtered out all the lisps. "Okay," said Griessel.
"Phishing does not apply, since the dude has been kidnapped, right?"
"Okay."
"And we don't want comebacks. We don't want to leave tracks, so I'm not going to use my own Gmail account."
"Okay."
"Which leaves us with the app. And it just so happens, laat ek een hier het, right here on my system. Keeping up with the dark side, copy, if you know what I mean."
"Okay."
"You haven't a clue what I'm on about, copy."
"That's right."
"No worries. Just sit back, relax, and watch me work." Body language, Tyrone. Be a student of body language.
That was how he spotted the woman. She came walking past the Cape Union Mart in the direction of the V&A shopping centre on the waterfront. She was somewhat lightly dressed for this weather, jeans and a thin blood-red sweater. She gripped the handbag tightly under her arm as though it contained a fortune. She looked scared. She walked quickly, looking around as though she didn't know where to go, in the crush of tourists from the ship. And she was pretty, Mediterranean dark, his age. What's not to like? He kept behind her, 2-3 meters. She looked around once. He looked away. He would have to strike before she got too close to the shopping centre. There were cameras. He pushed his hand into his left pocket, grasped the hairpin, increased his pace, caught up. 4 women approached from the left, cutting between them so that he fell behind again. She was only 5 meters from the amphitheatre. He must turn back. It was too near the cameras. She held the handbag with its easy clasp so anxiously. He knew that attitude. It usually meant there was something valuable inside. Cash, jewelry, carried by someone who was not accustomed to it. A real challenge. He jogged faster. Just before the steps to the rows of seats in the amphitheatre. There were a lot of people. He took a chance, tapped her on the shoulder, the hair clip held up in his fingers. She was startled, looked around at him in confusion, scared. He smiled his most charming smile, relaxed and helpful.
I think you dropped this, ma'am.
His shoulder against hers, his right hand at the handbag. She looked at the clip, then at him, frowning, not understanding. She was very pretty, he registered.
The hairpin. You dropped it.
His hand was at the flap of the handbag, while he twirled the pin in his fingers and kept on smiling.
Oh,
she said.
No.
His right hand was under the flap. He felt the leather of a purse.
You sure it's not yours? Take a good look.
At that instant, when she gave her full attention to the hairpin, he bumped her with his right shoulder, just lightly, as though someone had pushed him from behind, as though he had lost his balance for a second, and he slipped the wallet out and pushed it lightning fast into his trouser pocket.
No,
she said, looking left and right, worried.
Sorry then,
he said, and lowered the pin. He turned around and walked away from the shopping centre. Only 6 paces away, the security man grabbed him from behind, a steely grip on his wrist. He jerked, his arm came free. He ran. Then the second security guard tackled him to the ground.
"And we're in,"
said Lithpell Davids. Griessel leaned forward to see.
"Only one email in his inbox,"
said Lithpell. On the screen, beside a yellow arrow, he read, "Lillian Alvarez. No subject. Arrived in Cape Town, phone on and working." And to the far right, 8:12 a.m.
"That bold means he hasn't opened the mail yet,"
said Lithpell.
"But no worries. We can open it and then mark it as unread again."
"Okay." Lithpell clicked on the message. "That's it," he said, because there was nothing more than "arrived in Cape Town, phone on and working."
"Sent about an hour ago. Do you want to look at his other mail, Cuppy?"
"Please." On the navigation bar on the left, Davids clicked on More and then All Mail. Only the single post from Lillian Alvarez appeared.
"Talk about good housekeeping," said Davids.
"What does that mean?"
"It means he's cleaned up everything. There's no other mail. Everything he sent or received is gone."
"Fuck," said Griessel.
"Shall I try to find out who Lillian Alvarez is?"
asked Lithpell Davids. The security guard with the pimples held onto his left arm, and the one with muscles pulled his right arm painfully up against his back.
"Let me go,"
said Tyrone, his voice shrill and frightened.
"We've got him, Control. We're bringing him in,"
said Pimples, white and young, into his radio. Then to Tyrone,
"Not as clever as you thought, eh?"
They pushed and dragged him towards the shopping centre.
"What are you talking about?"
Tyrone tried to bring his fear under control, tried to sound indignant, but his heart beat in his throat.
"Deny, deny, deny, Tyrone. And when that won't help any more, then you lie."
"My foodie fucking pickpocket," said Muscles, the coloured one. "We've been after you for a long time." Bystanders made way for them, staring.
"Pickpocket?"
said Tyrone.
"Where do you come with that?"
"No, it's where you are going," said Muscles, and he pressed Tyrone's arm even higher. "Now shut up." Through the pain, he thought, "They don't have anything. The cameras were too far away. They must have been following him. He hadn't spotted them in the crowd of tourists. He was too focused on the woman and the handbag. He must get her wallet out of his trouser pocket. It was the only evidence they had. But he wouldn't be able to get his arm free. He was stuffed. That knowledge came down suddenly like a black curtain. Christ, what would Nadia say? Who would pay for her studies? A good thing Uncle Solly was dead. All that training, and he let himself get caught like an amateur. A total disgrace. Fear gnawed at his guts. They took him into the shopping centre via a service door and down the stairs. Their radios crackled and rasped, excited voices echoing down the wide corridor. 2 sharp turns, then he saw the sign. Security, control room. A security man came out, stood waiting. He had stars on his shoulders. A general, probably. He was white. He smiled, but not in a good way. "Little shit," he said. "We've got you." The general stood aside so they could bundle him through the door. 2 more men sat inside, both colored. They looked up. "Yeah, that's him," one of them said. Big room. One wall was just TV monitors. A number of radios were recharging on long workbenches down the walls. A double door right at the back, and a single door just here, beside the map of the V&A against the wall. Photos of people, low resolution, as if they were printouts of TV screenshots on a notice board beside a handwritten notice saying, "No timesheets, no pay." Tyrone saw his picture there. Maybe 4 months old. He was in just black chinos and a black T-shirt. Summertime. He was fucked. More adrenaline, more fear shot through his body. Muscles let go of his arm, and the relief was instant. His rucksack was pulled off, and Pimples shoved him into a chair. The general took the rucksack, came to stand in front of him, feet planted wide. Pimples and Muscles covered the door like 2 soldiers on guard. "Check this," one of the coloreds in front of the TV monitors said to him, sneering. There was Tyrone, standing beside the Mediterranean beauty, the hairpin in front of her, frozen and beautifully zoomed in on the screen, from a camera that he had never seen. "Call the SAPS," said the general. "So I wanted to give her back her hairpin," Tyrone spoke in desperation. "And now her wallet is in your trouser pocket," said the general, "and we're going to leave it right there until the police come, so they can get your fingerprints nicely. Call them, Freddy, and tell Vanny to bring the girl in. She probably still doesn't know she's been robbed." "She dropped the wallet. Look there on your cameras," said Tyrone. If only he could gain some time. Freddy was one of the guards who was sitting at the monitors. He picked up a phone. They listened in silence as he reported the whole thing. "Police on their way," said Freddy, his eyes searching the screens. "But the girl, I don't see her." 2 minutes later, it was not the police who came. Chapter 20. It was an odd noise that came from the direction of the door, almost like an asthmatic cough. Then a low, sick sound. Pimples dropped like a sack of potatoes. Tyrone felt a spattering on his face. A cartridge clinked on the bare floor. Blood ran out of Pimples's head. That sound again, and Muscles went down right beside him. The same story. Tyrone saw the man appear in the doorway. The pistol, the long black silencer. The general looked around, indignant that his authority was being undermined. Another quiet shot. The general collapsed. The delicate metallic sound of a bullet cartridge against the wall, then the floor. It was surreal. Tyrone felt he wasn't really there. He was paralyzed, a mingling of fear and shock and relief. "Yurr," he said, and looked at the shooter, who now stood directly in front of him. A colored man under a faded gray baseball cap, eyes like an eagle, all-seeing, looking through you. A fleeting thought. Who is this guy? Had he come to rescue him? Why was he shooting everyone? The pistol swung towards Tyrone. The security men at the TVs screamed. The firearm was aimed at Tyrone, between his eyes. Freddy jumped up, rushed towards the shooter. Pistol swung away to Freddy. Tyrone did not think, it was just a sudden knowing. One chance. He dived blindly under and past the gunman, grabbing the rucksack beside the general. It snagged. He looked back. A strap was looped around the general's arm. Everything happened in a weird slow motion, like someone was holding back time. Freddy screamed, then the scream was cut off sharply. Freddy fell. Tyrone let go of the rucksack because the shooter was turning towards him. He leapt at the door, adrenaline giving him strength and speed. The pistol was pointed at him again. He was at the door. The pistol coughed. As he kicked off to the left and out, he felt the burning pain across his shoulder blades. He was shot. He screamed and ran the way they had brought him in. Yerrrr! Thank God for the sharp turns in the passage. 1, 2, and then the steps were ahead. Up the stairs, yelling in terror. The second to last step, hooked his foot. He fell forwards, reached out his hands to fend off the closed door. He banged his head hard, a thundering, against the wood just above his right eye. Scurried to his feet, half dizzy, grabbed the door, jerked it open. He heard the footsteps behind him, ducked instinctively, and suddenly, as he went out, a bullet smacked against the door jamb. He was outside. He ran to the people, the tourists. He ran as he had never run before. He didn't look back. He sidestepped, suddenly left, then right. He ran till he was in the midst of the crowd. He kept running, weaving between them. He felt blood run down his face and down his back. Through the wide esplanade, into Mitchell's waterfront brewery. Through the wide esplanade, into Mitchell's waterfront brewery, right through to the kitchen. People standing dumbfounded. He ran out of the back door, turned right up the steps to Dock Road. He wiped his hand over the blood to get it out of his eyes. He felt his back was soaking wet. The gunshot wound was bleeding. He ran right in front of a car on Dock Road, tires screeching, hooter blaring. It only just missed him. He ran over the central island down to the Granger Bay car park, running right through, between parked cars, then took the stairs to the Coast Road level. Outside. Turn right. His chest was on fire. He looked back. Saw no one. Ran across the street, through the gate at Somerset Hospital, then through the big wooden doors. Someone at the reception desk shouted after him. He ran past, down the long cold corridors, past frowning nurses, and out of the back. Hospital grounds. He kept directly south, ran around the buildings, past cars, looked back again. Nobody. He saw the ruins, a building half demolished, abandoned. He aimed for it, into it. He found a dark room with no windows. He staggered against the wall, his breathing like a bullet train, sweat pouring off him. Loose bricks, broken planks in the worn floor, the stink of cat piss. He picked up a length of wood like a truncheon. He turned to face the doorless opening, raising the wood high, and stood there, waiting, gasping. On Facebook, Lithpel Davids found 87 people with the surname of Alvarez, of whom only one had the first name Lillian.
"At least we know it's most likely a woman," he said dryly.
Cupido was still sitting back, not participating, while Benny Griessel and Lithpel went down the list. To number 22. Beside the small photo and an icon of a house, it said, Cambridge. "That one," said Griessel. Davids clicked. A Facebook page opened up. A big photograph on top showed a kitten sleeping on the keyboard of a laptop. A smaller photo, beside her name, showed a young woman in her 20s with long black hair and a sultry dark beauty.
"Looks like a Spanish dolly," said Lithpel.
Griessel did not hear him. His eyes scanned further down. Below Work and Education, it stated, Research Fellow at Applied and Computational Analysis, ACA, at DAMPT. He said, "That's her." For the first time, Cupido sat up straight. He looked at the screen. "I don't like this." Griessel waited for him to explain. It took a while. "Is this a day married?" Cupido asked at last. "The consulate said he's divorced." And then he remembered Emma Graeber's little games, and how positively she had passed on that information, as though she didn't want them making further inquiries. "I'm calling Bones," said Griessel. Tyrone Kleinboy stood with the piece of wood in the air for a long time, but nobody came. His hands and knees began to shake uncontrollably. He lowered the plank slowly. He felt his face. The blood had begun to clot. He put the wood down without making a sound and stretched an arm around his back. His jersey was torn across his back, wet, sore, but not unbearably so. He sat down, his ears still pricked, his heart hammered, and his body trembled slightly. Shock. He was in shock. "So this is what it feels like." He let his head drop, tried to slow his breathing down. He would survive, for now. "I survived, Uncle Solly. Escaped." And then he thought of his rucksack, and the blows began to hit home. His cell phone, all the cash from this morning's work, the video, the radios that had crackled. They were going to find the cell phone, the police. They would see that there was only one name and number in the address book. Nadia's. If the police phoned with it, she would say, "Hello, Tyrone." Then they would have him. He had to go back. He had to get the rucksack before they came. It was too late. His face was bloody, and his back, and his clothes. He was large as life on that TV screen, the image frozen, his photo on that notice board. When the police walked in, they would see it. They would play the whole video back of how he stole the wallet. There were other security guards at the V&A who would have heard over the radios that they had caught the pickpocket, that they had taken him to security. Everyone would think that he had done the shooting. They would put his face on national TV and in the papers. Crazy pickpocket killer on the loose. Police all over the country would be hunting him. Nadia would see all of that. Yerr. He would have to phone her. He would have to tell her some story, a story she would believe. He had to steal a phone, quickly. He would have to lie low, quickly. But first he had to get to his room and wash and put on clean clothes and get his cash stash. He better get going. Bones let them carry on while he searched for information. He found it. "No, Adair is not married. That's what Wikipedia says, ne? A bachelor." Griessel relayed the information. "Okay, so maybe she isn't his scallumpy," said Cupido. "But still, check out that chick, puppy. She's fucking prime. She works with the donor. And she arrives here in the Cape saying, 'Come into my arms, you bundle of charms.' Doesn't that make you wonder?" "About what?" "About the whole thing, Benner." "I don't understand." "There's a lot that doesn't make sense in this thing. I mean, nothing quite fits. So I think it's time that we consider a few alternative theories. Let's say
He's the one who did the shooting. I mean, Benner, we really don't know what went down there on the slave plantation."
Griessel wondered if Cupido was being deliberately obtuse, because he was still unhappy that they hadn't taken him into their confidence.
"Why would he shoot them?" he asked. "The people looking after him." "It's not as wild as you think, Benner. This guy has his hands on the whole financial system. Now, that's a very big temptation. Doesn't matter who you are. And he's an expert. He knows how the whole system works. How difficult can it be to skim off the top? Just tell the system, just pay me 2 cents off every transaction. And I'm telling you, within months, you're a millionaire. Huh? Lispel, that's possible?"
"Possible, but they will catch you, sooner rather than later."
"And that's my whole point," said Cupido.
Griessel tried to object, but Cupido held his hand up in the air.
"Just hear me out, Benner, with an open mind. Let's say it's something like this. Let's say the professor had a big scheme, and he planned it a long time ago, and he knew sooner or later someone would realize it. You have to leave tracks. I mean, everyone knows you're the guy who wrote the software. They know you've got your fingers in the pie. You'll be suspect eventually. So you build an exit strategy." "Hell, Vaughan, I think that's—" "No, Benner. Here we have an academic who suddenly has a false passport. How? I don't buy it. Here's this innocent professor who has a whole other Morris identity, and he makes his Gmail cleaner than a virgin's conscience. I mean, come on. Here's a man who for months protests about terrorists and organized crime, and then he goes suspiciously quiet. Here's a middle-aged bok with a pretty young thing. But what can he offer her? A university salary? I don't think so. And I ask you, where's the soft spot in the whole bodyguards and safe house setup? Inside, puppy. You'd never see it coming."
"But what about the Cobra on the—" Griessel's cell phone rang. He took it out of his jacket pocket. "Unknown." He answered. "Griessel, I have information for you about David Patrick Adair. I will call you back in 2 minutes. Make sure you are alone." In the lecture hall, Nadia felt the vibration of her phone. She peeped, saw it was Tyrone phoning, 3 times. She waited for 9 minutes until the lecture was over. Then she walked out and phoned him. "Hello?" An unfamiliar voice. "Who is this?" she asked. "I'm the guy who picked up this phone on the street. I called you because your number is the only one on here." It was an accent she could not place, but the man sounded polite. "Oh," she said, "it's my brother's phone. Where did you pick it up?" "Here, in the city. He must have dropped it. It was just lying there. Where can I contact him?" "You're a good person," she said. His phone is the only way." "Sorry, what is your name?" "Nadia." "Okay, Nadia, I can take the phone to him. Where does he work?" He's on a painting contract, somewhere in the Boer Kaap. I'm not sure." "I'm flying out today, so I would really like to get it to him." "That is very nice of you. Can I give you his home address? He has There might be people at home at the place where he has a room. Or you can drop it in the mailbox or something." "Of course. What is your brother's name?" Chapter 21. Griessel walked out into the corridor. The voice over the phone was a woman's, full of self-confidence and authority, speaking in Afrikaans, about something to which only the hawks and the British consulate were privy. It made no sense. His cell phone rang again. He answered quickly. "Griessel? Are you alone?" The same voice. "Yeah?" "Let me just tell you up front. You can try to track these calls, but it won't work." "Oh?" "Your name is Benny Griessel. You're a captain in the Directorate of Priority Crimes Investigation in Belleville. You have an 83% crime-solving rate, but you have a serious drinking problem. Your ex-wife's name is Anna Maria. Your children are Carla and Fritz. In 2006 and in 2009, you were involved in disciplinary hearings with the SAPS. Every time, you were acquitted. You have 3 outstanding traffic fines against your name." He said nothing, felt deeply uneasy. "The point is, I have access to information. That is all you have to know. If you doubt my trustworthiness, ask me a question." "Who are you?" "Call me Joni." "Joni who?" "Joni Mitchell." "The singer?" "Yes." He had never been crazy about Joni Mitchell. She hardly ever used decent bass guitar. But he just said, "Okay," because he smelled intelligence services, spooks. "Your only problem is you can't talk about these calls, not to anybody. If I hear you blabbing, they will stop. Do you understand?" "Yes." "You should also know this is not one-way traffic. I give you a little, you give a little. Understand?" "It will depend on what you give." "Naturally. I will give what I can, when I can." "Why?" "Good question." "Because I want to. That is all I am going to say." "Okay. Here is an example, so long. Last night at 20:42, the British High Commissioner in Pretoria asked, via the Department of International Relations and Cooperation, for a talk with the Minister of State Security. This meeting took place at 10 o'clock at the Minister's house. The rumor is that you are going to receive an order not to proceed with the investigation." "Someone will have to investigate it." "SSA, the State Security Agency, is going to take it over." "That is, it doesn't work like that." But his guts started to contract. Nobody was going to take this case away from him. "We'll see," said Joni. "I don't have much time. Emma Graeber told you about the Adair algorithm." It was a statement, not a question. Now he was sure that Joni was a spook. "Yes." "It's an old trick. Divulge part of the information to create a false trail." "There is more, Captain. According to my information, Adair loaded a new version of the algorithm into the international banking system sometime in the past 6 weeks, without permission." He waited, but she said nothing more. "Why?" he asked. "What is different about the algorithm?" "I don't know yet." He thought of Cupido's theory, and he wondered suddenly whether he had something there. Would Adair could he channel money out of the system? She was silent for a moment. "It's an interesting theory," she said with a measure of respect, "and surely a possibility. Now you must give me something. The correct email address that Adair used as Morris." The question surprised him because he had only sent the incorrect email address to Emma Graeber of MI6 by email. That meant that Joni had intercepted it, and she was a spook who spoke Afrikaans. That meant SSA, who didn't trust Zola Inyati to reveal all the information. And if he gave her the correct Morris address, the SSA would know about Lillian Alvarez. And that he did not want. But he also didn't want to spoil this new information channel. You never knew. He gave her the correct address. The line went dead. Griessel ran back to Lithpel Davids. The stolen wallet in Tyrone's trouser pocket yielded 400 British pounds in notes and just over 2,500 South African rand. The urgency made him use some of the rand for a taxi home from the stop in Portswood Street. The driver looked at his injuries and asked, "Now who bliksemed you, my brother?" "You charge me 200 rand for a trip of 4 kilos, and then you want to get personal with me too." "Ek vra maar net, just asking." "Fucking rip-off." "So why don't you take the bus?" And a few seconds later, "No wonder you look like you do." He almost lost his temper, the anger welling up, a surge of jumbled emotions. He suppressed it with difficulty, knowing with a deep certainty that he had to stay calm. He had to plan his way ahead, the next step, the urgent things. He made the taxi drop him off at the corner of Long Market and Ella Street, in case this doos went to the cops. When the pawpaw hit the fan, he didn't want a specific address to be available. "No tip?" Tyrone just shook his head. He waited for the taxi to disappear over the curve of Long Market. Then he jogged home. He hoped that the rich Muslim's oldest daughter, who hung around the house during the day, wouldn't see him come in now, not with all this damage. In his room, he undressed. He saw that the bullet had made a long tear across his sweater. It was caked with dried blood. He tossed it in the corner and turned around so he could see the damage to his back in the mirror. He gave a moan to the heavens. There was a lot of blood, but no fresh bleeding. The wound was a thick stripe across his shoulder blades. Trouble was he wouldn't be able to reach it. He would have to rinse off in the shower and hope for the best. He quickly checked his face. He had to get out of here. He had to call Nadia. The clock was ticking. Thank God for a dark skin, because once he had washed thoroughly, he would look okay. He hurried to the tiny bathroom. At 9:27, the SAPS sergeant at the V&A shopping centre radioed the charge office at the Sea Point station, breathlessly and somewhat disjointedly, to report a bad shooting. The constable on radio duty had the good sense to run down the passage to tell his station commander the news. The station commander was a captain with 22 years' service. He pushed the pen he had been using into his pocket, stood up quickly, asked precisely what had been reported, and ordered the constable to tell his 2 most experienced detectives to meet him at his official SAPS car. As in now! While he hurried to the car park, he thought of the style of the meetings he had had with the provincial commissioner over the past months, and the bulletins that had been issued in that time with monotonous regularity, all in support of the same basic message. The President, the Minister, and the National Commissioner were deeply concerned about the fact that the SAPS's reputation stank. In the last year there had been the Marikana massacre, the Oscar Pistorius case, and the video of a police van dragging the Mozambican Emidio Macia to death. Trumpeted out from here to Time magazine and the New York Times. It had to end now. Keep our individual and collective butts out of the media and out of trouble. Maintain discipline in your people. Don't let raw blowgutter, still wet behind the ears, mess up your crime scenes. Don't let inexperienced people be placed in a position where they need to take important decisions. Take them yourself, with wisdom and balance, or bear the consequences. The Seapoint commander had 3 children at school, a bond on his house of over $1 million, and a wife who thought he worked too much and earned too little. He didn't want her to bear the consequences. He frowned, feeling the tension in his body, and the urge to go to the V&A waterfront himself, along with his 2 best detectives, because the waterfront was a key area, an international tourism jewel. It was the sort of place where a bad shooting would bring down the media vultures in hordes, including those of Time magazine and the New York Times. It was the sort of place where you could very quickly land very deep in the soup if you didn't make the right decisions, with wisdom and balance. The 2 detectives approached, their jackets flapping in the cold wind. "Bad shooting at the waterfront," said the station commander. They quickly got into the car. The captain switched on the sirens and the lights, and they drove away. At the main entrance to the V&A waterfront in Breakwater Lane, the station commander parked on the pavement. An SAPS sergeant had heard the sirens and came running up. This was the one sent out after the original call from the waterfront security about the pickpocket, the one who had discovered the scene of the homicides. "This way, Captain," he said, eyes wild. "How many?" asked the station commander as he and the detectives jumped out and ran after the sergeant. "At least 5, Captain." Christ! He didn't say it, though, just thought it. "Where did it happen?" "At the security center. It's a bloodbath." And it was. Standing in the doorway of the security control room, the station commander saw 5 people crumpled into the characteristic helpless awkwardness of death. As he stared at the blood and brain spatter, the pools of blood, the spray and the footprints, he knew it was going to be impossible to keep anyone's collective butt out of the media, thank you. The best he could hope for was to keep everyone's butts out of trouble. So he turned around and led the whole team of 2 detectives and the uniformed sergeant and the 7 black-clad security men who stood in stupefied curiosity in the corridor to the door that opened into the shopping center, where he spotted a bullet hole in the door frame. He walked out, closed the door, and said, "Nobody goes in here." And then he phoned the Hawks. Brigadier Musad Mani was the commander of the Directorate of Priority Crimes Investigation, the head hawk honcho, as Cupido sometimes referred to his colored brother, with a measure of pride. Mani's nickname in the DPCI was the Camel, because Musad, one of the Hawks' detectives had learned from a Muslim friend, meant camel set free in Arabic. And the Hawks, like most SAPS units, liked to give each other, and especially senior officers, nicknames. But Mani didn't look like a camel. He had the looks of a leader. He was a powerful man, broad of breast and shoulder, with a granite face of strong lines and a determined jaw. It was this jaw that entered Nyati's office first. In his deep but always muted and calm voice, he said, "Zula, there has been a shooting at the waterfront. 5 security guards dead, as far as we know. Seapoint has requested our assistance." Only the final word was colored with a light shade of irony. "What sort of assistance?" "Full crime scene and investigative assistance." They exchanged a look that said, "Can you believe it? I can send Mbali. That would be perfect. And I'd better get Kluta out there too." Chapter 22. Griessel hurried back to Cupido and David's. He had asked Davids to make a copy of Lillian Alvarez's email to Adair urgently, and then delete it. "Quickly, Lithbel, please," he said, with Cupido's suspicious gaze on him. When it was done, he asked that the Facebook photo of Lillian Alvarez be sent out as a bulletin to all SAPS stations, and as he walked out of Lithbel Davids's kingdom, he said to Cupido, "I want to show you something." Cupido followed him with a half-spoken "what" forming. Griessel held a finger to his mouth and trotted down the stairs to the basement, with Cupido in pursuit. Right at the back, beside the clubhouse door, he stopped. "I don't see anything," said Cupido. "I didn't want to talk in there. I think the SSA is eavesdropping on us." "The SSA?" "Yes." "Yes, said Cupido. "Benna, are you serious?" "I had a call from a spook, and she didn't mind me knowing that she had intercepted my email." "Now? That call you took just now?" "Yes, and she said she would know if I told anyone about the call." "How do you know she's a spook?" "Put two and two together. She knows about Emma Graeber, the MI6 agent at the British consulate. The thing is, I think they tap our cell phones, and I wouldn't be at all surprised if there were microphones in some of our offices, too." "She could be CI also," said Cupido, now muted and wary as if they were being listened to here as well. Griessel considered the possibility. It wasn't far-fetched. CI, as the SAPS Criminal Intelligence Unit was known, had become a sinister place in recent years. First there was the fiasco with Lieutenant General Richard Mdluli, the former station commander for Vosloorus, who had been appointed as head of criminal intelligence and who was subsequently sacked due to alleged involvement in fraud, corruption, attempted murder, and conspiracy. Now rumors were flying about his successor, the new acting chief of criminal intelligence, especially about his close ties with the highest authority of the state. In the halls, it was whispered that this unit concerned itself more with the dirty laundry of the president's enemies than with collecting evidence to fight crimes. "I don't think so. CI wouldn't bug the consulate. That's SSA." "Crazy country, Benna," said Cupido. "Crazy world. So, what did the bitch say?" Griessel told him everything. "Why now, Benna?" "I don't know. No, I mean, why trust me now?" "Vaughan, it was a mistake. I didn't have a choice." "Apology accepted. And you believe me now about Adair and the great digital bank robbery?" "Hell, Vaughan, anything is possible. But that would mean that Adair or an accomplice knew enough about the Cobra to use the same pistol and engravings, so that it looked like the Cobra had done the shooting. No, Benna, I've been thinking. Adair might have hired the Cobra. Remember, he's for sale to anybody. And if Adair had been skimming off dough, then money is no problem." Sometimes he battled to keep up with Cupido's wild mental leaps. The problem was his colleague was right at least 60% of the time. Tyrone put an old T-shirt on first, in case his shoulder started bleeding again. Another T-shirt, then the grey Nike sweatshirt. His raincoat was in the rucksack. He would have to buy a new one. And a new rucksack, because he would have to run now. To Johannesburg, Durban. He didn't know any of those places. He only knew the Cape. Where would he go? He put his black beanie on.
"You never wear a beanie, Tyrone. Makes you look like a criminal. Baseball caps, too. Hats are better if you want to change your profile. But in the Cape wind, that is difficult."
"It's a crisis, Uncle Solly. Camouflage." In the bathroom, he climbed onto the toilet, pushed up the trapdoor in the ceiling, reached for the hot water cylinder, and loosened the pack of notes that he kept there. 2,000 rand, his emergency stash. He put the trapdoor back neatly. He jumped in fright when the intercom at the door suddenly growled. The cops were here. So soon! He was shaking now, but he grabbed the stolen wallet and the iPod on his bed. The intercom made that irritating sound again. He stuffed the wallet, the stash, and the iPod in his trouser pockets and pressed the button.
"What? There's a guy at the gate asking for you,"
said the rich Muslim's daughter. She always spoke English.
"A guy? What kind of a guy?"
The cops were here. His heart jumped.
"I don't know."
Irritation.
"Just a guy."
"What does he look like?"
"Colored guy. Grey baseball cap."
And then Tyrone had a horrible suspicion as dread descended on him.
"Black wind cheater?"
"Yes,
I'll buzz him in." "No! Tell him I'm not here."
He knew his voice would convey his panic, and he waited in suspense for her to answer. Please don't let her hoy that fat rich girl mentality, he thought.
"What have you done?"
she asked. She was most always suspicious.
"Please, just tell him I'm not here. Please."
Then he grabbed the doorknob, opened it quietly, and slipped out, grateful that the gunman could not see him here in the backyard. He jumped up against the back wall. That man was going to shoot her. He jumped down again, ran back to his room, pressed the intercom.
"Be careful! Lock your door! The guy's dangerous! He'll kill you! Call the cops, now!"
He ran out, jumped up against the wall, and clambered over. On the other side, a Musa big dog came for him. Inyati found Griessel and Cupido in the passage. "I was looking for you. Can I see you in my office?" As usual, the giraffe displayed no emotion. Inyati closed the door behind them. "Sit, please." They did so. "The brigadier had a call from our commissioner. We have to hand over all case material to officers of the Department of State Security." He put officers in quotation marks with his fingers, and stop the investigation. Griessel saw Cupido trying to make meaningful eye contact. He was too afraid that Inyati would ask what was going on. He was afraid of microphones. "Yes, sir," he said quickly. Tyrone screamed, the sound slipping involuntarily over his lips. The dog, huge and growling, teeth bared, rushed at him. One hot summer night, hanging out with some mates on a Mitchell's Plain street corner, one of them said if a dog attacked you, you should do two things. You rush at him with your arm like this, hanging out, because they train dogs to go for the arm. And then, just before he grabs your arm, you hit him on the nose. That's the first thing that came into Tyrone's head. He didn't think, just rushed at the dog, holding out his skinny arm. Wasn't his body hurting enough already? The dog skidded to a halt in a cloud of dust, and Tyrone could swear he had a look of, "What the fuck?" in his eyes. The beast stood still as Tyrone ran past alongside the house. He didn't know if there was anyone home. And then the dog came for him again. For all his failings, Vaughan Cupido was always quick on the uptake. When Griessel took out his notebook and pen and put them on the desk to make a note, his colleague realized the giraffe was going to say something about it.
"State security? That's bullshit,"
said Cupido indignantly. Griessel hoped Cupido would not overdo it. It sounded melodramatic, and he had never talked to Inyati like that before. He scribbled hastily, "Office bugged. Talk outside," and slid it over to the colonel, while Cupido said,
"With all due respect, of course, sir. But What does state security know about investigating a criminal case?
Inyati read and nodded. I'm sorry, gentlemen, but that's the way it is. If you could bring me all relevant documentation, please. And he wrote in Benny's little book. 5 minutes. Griessel replied with, Clubhouse. He was almost at the high railing fence at the front of the neighbor's house, but the dog was too close. Tyrone had to spin around to confront the creature. This time, the animal didn't stop. He came at him, jumping at Tyrone's midriff, his crotch, which in that moment seemed so unfair to Tyrone, so totally unacceptable. What sort of person taught his dog to bite a guy's dick? That rage drove away fear, and he hit out blindly, connecting with the dog's muzzle. A sudden sharp pain in his fist. The dog yelped. "Hey!" A voice came from one of the windows. A man. It made the dog turn away, and Tyrone ran and leapt. Adrenaline made him agile, and suddenly he was over and on the pavement. He wasn't sure how. He just ran. Chapter 23. Captain Mbali Kaleni was the only woman in the DPCI's violent crimes team. For 6 long months now. She was short and very fat. She was never to be seen without her SAPS identity card on a ribbon around her neck and her service pistol on her plump hip. When she left her office, there was always a huge handbag of shiny black leather over her shoulder. Her expression was usually grim, as though she was constantly angry at someone. It was a defense mechanism, but only 2 of her colleagues understood that. She had an honors degree in police science and an IQ of 138. Her name meant flower in Zulu. Behind her back she was called the Heavy Hawk, the Flower, Cactus Flower, and sometimes, when she had once again antagonized certain male colleagues with her unbending rigidity, that fucking Mbali. Inyati knew Mbali Kaleni and Vaughan Cupido did not necessarily see eye to eye. The Flower could recite every article in the Criminal Procedure Act and every ordinance of the Hawks. She always acted strictly according to these regulations, while Cupido saw everything as a vague, voluntary guideline. Inyati knew that these divergent philosophies were frequently a recipe for conflict, which he had to manage. That was why he had not included his female detective in Griessel's Franschhoek team, so she was now free to be sent to the bloodbath at the shopping centre. The Seapoint station commander stood at the door of the waterfront shopping centre. He saw Captain Kaleni waddling towards him, filled with fire and purpose. His heart sank. Her legendary reputation preceded her. He knew she was clever, but she was difficult. He greeted her politely. He stretched out his hand for the door. "No," said Mbali, "you are not wearing gloves." All he wanted was to keep his station's collective butt and his own individual one out of trouble. He didn't say that many hands had already touched that handle. He merely nodded and watched as she dug a pair of gloves out of her handbag and put them on. "Don't you have gloves?" she asked. "In the car," he said. "Go and fetch them." He nodded and asked one of his detectives to fetch them. "Do you have shoe covers?" she asked. He called to the detective to bring them too. Mbali shook her head in disbelief. "You wait until you are properly attired, and then you come in. Only you." "But the sergeant was first on the scene. I will question him when I come out." She pointed at the other detective and the uniformed sergeant. "You, guard this door." Then she walked in. "What makes you think they've bugged our offices?" Inyati asked.
They were standing in the underground car park beside the clubhouse door where no one could see or hear them, the giraffe, Griessel, and Cupido. "It was something she said, sir," said Griessel, "when she warned me not to tell anybody. If I hear you speaking out, the phone calls will stop. She didn't say, if I heard, but if I hear. Maybe I'm wrong, but it made me very uneasy." Inyati stood there for a long time, his head tilted. He sighed. "They are already monitoring our email and our phone calls. The sad thing is, you might be right, and we have to assume that you are. Yes, sir. You go back and make copies, just the two of you. Don't talk to anybody about it. Just do it. Bring me all the original material, and I'll hand it over when the agent comes." "Does that mean we continue the investigation, sir?" asked Cupido. "Damn right it does," said Inyati. Mbali Kaleni wanted to cry. It was her greatest secret, greater than the secret packets of crisps or KFC or chocolate that she ate alone in her office. Greater than the fantasies about the actor Jimon Hansu that she sometimes allowed herself in bed at night. At a murder scene, she wanted to cry. It was all about the loss, the senselessness, tragedy, but above all, the human capacity for evil. That broke her heart, and she often mused on this with great solemnity and concern. Why did people do it? What was it that, especially in this country, drove people to rape and maim and murder? The heavy burden of the past? Or was it something that came from the bedrock of South Africa, a demonic energy field that unsettled people's minds? She was purposefully strict with the SC back in the passage because she really wanted to come in here alone. That way she would not have to work so hard to hide the tears. She knew just one sign of weakness and her male colleagues would be crowing. But now, at least, she could let her shoulders sag and allow the silent tears to well up. She dug in her handbag and took out a bunch of tissues, gripping them in her fist as she looked at the 5 lifeless bodies. This afternoon, their loved ones, fathers and mothers, wives, children, would be torn apart by grief. A few days only in the headlines, but this deed would last so much longer, would ripple outwards, creating single breadwinners and greater poverty and misery far into the future, when a son or daughter of one of these men would say to a social worker or a magistrate, "My father died when I was 4. She wiped away the tears, pushed the tissues back into her handbag. She straightened her shoulders and began to study the crime scene. Tyrone Kleinboy ran across August Street, over the empty plot, and jumped up against the high concrete wall of the school. He wanted to be among people. That was his only defense up here in Skotselkloof, where the houses were too few and the streets too wide. He clambered over the wall. The school grounds were quiet. Holidays! He'd forgotten it was the holidays. He ran past the school buildings, down to the main gate next to the netball court. An aging security guard with a military cap set on askew struggled across a concrete area, shouting and waving a knobkerrie stick at him. Tyrone kept on running. The main gate was high and locked, but the chain was long so that he could force it open a crack and squeeze his skinny body through. He looked back. He didn't see anyone except for the old uncle with a cap, gesticulating wildly and shouting inexplicable things. He was through. He ran past the Skotselkloof flats, the ugly housing projects where washing flapped from windows. An auntie shouted from up there, "Hey, look at him run now!" He was grateful it was downhill. He swerved left, through backyards, into the upper end of Church Street. He looked back again. Nobody. They made hurried copies of everything. Griessel passed the documents on, and the more technologically skilled Cupido copied them. Griessel's phone rang. He took it out, annoyed by the interruption while they were under so much pressure. Mbali on his screen. He answered. "Benny, I'm at the waterfront. There's been a shooting. 5 security people dead." Griessel suppressed the yeses because Mbali didn't like expletives or swearing. "I think you'd better come," she said. "Mbali, we're very busy. I know. But the colonel briefed us on the Franschhoek shooting at morning parade, and he said there were shell casings with the etchings of a snake." "Yes? There are a lot of them here, Benny, and I mean a lot." "Fuck," thought Griessel. He should not have been so impatient and hasty. His cell phone was being tapped. Now the whole SSA knew it too. "I'm on my way," he said. "Can you bring Sergeant Davids too? There's a lot of technology we have to figure out." "Okay," said Griessel, and rang off. Nadia Kleinboy sat at the bottom of the Nielsee, the student center of the University of Stellenbosch, at a long wooden table with some of her classmates. Her cell phone rang. She barely heard it because it was a noisy environment, the voices of students, music playing. "Tyrone," she read. The guy must have delivered the phone. She covered one ear and put the phone to the other. "Hello? I'm really sorry to bug you, but there's nobody home." The Good Samaritan's voice again. "No, please, you're not bugging me. My brother works in the city. He'll only be back tonight. Can you maybe put the phone in the mailbox? I will try to—" Tyrone lived in the back room, and she didn't know if the Muslims would realize that it was his phone. She didn't know what to do. "I'll bring the phone to you," said the man. "No, I'm in Stellenbosch. It's far away." "Stellenbosch?" His voice became clearer. "I have to go there before I fly out." "Really?" "Yes, my hotel is there." "Oh, that is, you are a very kind person." No, I know about losing a phone. It's a grand dérangement." "You are French?" "Mais oui." "That's so cool." "So, where do I find you?" "Oh, yes. I have a class until 1 o'clock. Where is your hotel?" "Right there, in Stellenbosch. I will call you when I get there." "Okay. Just after 1. Call me just after 1. Chapter 24. Further down the corridor, in the belly of the Victoria and Alfred Waterfront Shopping Centre, was the office of the head of security. At 12:02, Mbali sat on one of the visitors' chairs. A coloured security official sat opposite her. The Seapoint station commander stood against the wall. "I was on duty at the Red Shed when I heard them on the radio," said the security man. He was shocked and nervous. "What time was this?" asked Mbali. "I can't say exactly." "More or less?" "I'd say about 9. Maybe 10:45. I'm not sure." "Okay. What did you hear on the radio?" "That they've caught Knippis." "Who is Knippis?" "He's the pickpocket. We've been trying to catch him for a long time now." "Is that his name, Knippis?" "That's what we call him. What is his real name?" "I don't know." "Did your colleagues know?" "No, nobody knows." "What do you know about him?"
We've had complaints for a long time. 2 years, maybe longer. People who report they've been robbed by a pickpocket. Every time it's the same thing. This guy, Knippis, he would come up to them and ask if they dropped this hair knippy. What do you call it? A hairpin. You know, the thing women put in their hair, with a butterfly or a flower on it.
Sometimes he would use a lighter, like a Zippo, when it's a guy he wants to rob. And they all said it's a black guy, slim, about 1.8 meters tall, wears black, sometimes blue denim. So for a year, maybe more, we were looking for him. All the security officials, we would look for a skinny black guy. And the control room would scan for him and tell us there's a suspect. Mbali put her hand in the air. The security official stopped talking. The control room is where the CCTV is? Yes. This Knippis, how often did he rob people? She asked. Once a month, maybe. I don't know. Sometimes it would be 2 on one day, and then nothing for weeks. But about once a month? About? Okay. He said nothing. Go on, she said. Oh, okay. Yes, once a month. But he was clever. He knew where the cameras were, so he always robbed people where there weren't any cameras. And then, about a year ago, maybe less, maybe August, I'm not sure. That's okay. Okay, thank you. So, maybe August, they put in extra cameras, the small ones. And in March, yes, it must have been March, they caught him on camera just by the pier, at the charter signs. They caught him on video, stealing from a guy, a photographer. He stole a lens from his bag with the lighter trick. But they didn't see it live. He is very slick, very quick. When the guy came in to report it, they played the video back and they saw him. And then we had a shot, a photograph of Knippis. Turns out he's colored, but dark, you know. So they showed all of us the photograph and the video. That's the same photograph that is on the wall, in the control room? The one that looks like the guy on the TV screen? Yes, that's Knippis. Okay. And this morning? I heard it on the radio. Exactly what did you hear on the radio? I heard Control call Gerkie and Low. They patrol the amphitheater. Control said they had spotted Knippis, and Gerkie and Low must look for him. There were a lot of civilians. We had the cruise ship in this morning, so Control was directing them, you know, go left, go right. And then I heard Low call it in. They caught him. Is that what he said? Yes, but in Afrikaans. Ons het hom Control, ons bring hom in. And then? Then everybody called in to say, well done, and Control said, his ass is grass. He's on video. And then? Then I heard Jerome call on the radio about the shooting. Who is Jerome? He's an official. A security official? Yes. Like you? Yes. What time was this? I don't know. After 9. Sometime after 9. How did Jerome know about the shooting? He had his tea break, and he said he wanted to take a look at Knippis, so he went to the control room, and he saw everybody was dead. Where is Jerome now? He's in the bathroom. He's throwing up. A lot. Tyrone stole a Samsung S3 in St. George's Mall from a man's wind cheater. He hated Samsung S3s because they have 7 sorts of screen lock. Most people used the pattern, the 9 dots that had to be connected in a certain order. He tried the 3 most popular patterns. Nothing. The thing stayed locked. He didn't have time. He tossed it in a rubbish bin and looked for his next victim. They threaded their way through the traffic on the N1, blue lights on, but sirens off. Griessel drove. Cupido blew off some steam about Mbali. Last week she tells me a man's worth is no greater than his ambition. Just because I was taking a break with Angry Birds. I mean, can't a man take a break now and then? Who is Angry Birds? Lithpel Davids laughed from the back seat. Not a who, Ben, what? Said Cupido patiently. It's a game on my phone. You should try it.
There's an iOS version too. Great stress reliever. Anyway, so then I want to say to her, Mbali, if I had as much ambition as you have, I would also be a dus. But fuck wit, then you would never get her to shut up about your swearing. And how that's also a sure sign of weakness. She's always got the fucking quote. What's wrong with swearing? I mean, it's just another word. What really pisses me off is people that want to say fucking, but then they hoy flippin' instead, and that's okay. It's not fucking okay. They mean the same thing. And intent is 9/10 of the law, puppy. But you can ma say flippin' in front of Mbali, die's cool. I mean, Benner, there's no justice when it comes to that woman. Possession. Huh? Possession is 9/10 of the law. Okay, true. But what is possession without intent? Also true. Fucking Mbali. Cupido was quiet for a while, and Griessel thought of a conversation he had had in the Wimpy at the Winelands Engen service station on the N1 one morning on the way back from a case in Paarl. Over coffee, Mbali had hauled a textbook out of her massive handbag, The Law of Contract in South Africa. "I'm sorry, Benny, I have an exam tonight." He hadn't known she was studying again. She who already had an honours degree in police science. So he asked, "I'm doing a B. Juris at UNISA." "Do you want to leave the service?" "No, Benny." She had hesitated and looked at him in a measured way, then decided she could trust him. "I want to be the commissioner one day." There was no arrogance in the statement, just a quiet determination. He had accepted that she meant the national commissioner, and he had sat thinking in amazement. About people, about himself. His trouble was that he had never wanted to be something. He had just wanted to be. A man's worth is no greater than his ambition. Perhaps that was why he had become a boozer and fuck-up. Perhaps you should have 3 and 5 and 10-year plans for yourself, higher aspirations. But how do you get there if you're still struggling with all the trouble that life throws at you? What was he to do about this trouble between him and Alexa? His only ambition was to avoid a nyaps. What did that say of his worth? Maybe it said everything. Where did you get an agenda for this sort of trouble, a 3-day plan? Or was he the only one who battled with this kind of shit? Chapter 25.
Pickpocketing is a lucky dip, Tyrone. You take what you can get. That's why you need more than one fence, 'cause everything's got value for someone.
But what do you do, Uncle Solly, if you haven't time for the lucky dip, if you need to steal a phone specifically, and opportunity doesn't exactly come knocking, and you've never really thought about this before, and you don't have the time or inclination to ponder on it, 'cause the clock is ticking like crazy, and you can't phone your sister from a public phone, 'cause that's exactly the problem, right? They are public. Especially the row of coin and card phones up in St. George's Mall. You can't just go and stand there and say, "Nadia, I'm in deep trouble. If the cops phone you, say you don't know who the call is from." It's noisy there by the phones. It's not like you can stand there and whisper. Or you waltz into a restaurant and say, "Here's $100, please let me use the phone, it's an emergency." And the maitre d' hangs around suspiciously to check that you're not phoning Beijing. And, Uncle Solly, Nadia is going to be skrik. She'll be so scared and she'll ask, "Now what's going on?" And if I don't say, she'll worry, 'cause I'm all she has. I've always been all she has. And in his urgency, his haste, eyes flitting from one pedestrian to the next, it hit him suddenly, out of nowhere. How had the gunman known where he lived?
The thought made Tyrone stop in his tracks and shiver. When the fat Muslim chick buzzed him, he thought it was the cops. But it wasn't, and he hadn't had the time to work that one out. How the fuck? Did the shooter tail him? Must have. He didn't want to shoot Tyrone in public. He wanted no eyewitnesses, so he tailed him all the way behind the taxi. He's good. Never saw it coming. He looked around slowly, carefully, his eyes scanning for the man in the grey baseball cap, or a reasonable facsimile thereof. He saw nothing. He moved on, searching for possibilities. The time was running out. Why did that brah want to shoot him? Because he was a witness. Why had that brah come in there with a silenced gun like a secret agent and blown all those mall cops away? Maybe a big heist in the mall? Probably drugs, and the mall cops were all dealers who were skimming. That's the only thing that would have brought a colored brah out of the woodwork with a silenced gun. Tyrone searched for a mark to steal a phone. And then he thought, what a blurry fool he is. That's what stress will do for you. Don't steal a phone. Buy one. The Sea Point station commander was still leaning against the wall of the security chief's office. He listened to Captain Mbali questioning Jerome, the official who was first on the scene. All stuff he would have asked, he thought. It wasn't as though she was that clever. Jerome was clearly still in shock. He was white as a sheet, his voice muted, and he hesitated before each answer, as though he didn't want to recall the events. He said the roster was such that only one official was off duty at a time. His break was from 0900 hours. But he was on duty at the Clock Tower car park, and he first had a chat with a friend on his way back to the tea room. And then he wanted to see what Knippies looked like in real life, and so he went to the control room. He wasn't even sure the super would allow him to look at the pickpocket, but he thought he would take a chance, as they had looked for the O for so long. So you came in? Yes. And the door was open? Which door? The one to the corridor. No, it was closed. Did you see anything out of the ordinary? Geez, lady, I saw all of them dead. That's not what I mean. Before you got to the control room, did you see anybody or anything that did not belong there? No, it was just very quiet. Did you touch anything? The Sea Point station commander's cell phone rang. He saw Captain Kaleni give him a dirty look. He wondered, how does she think I can help it? He recognized his station's number and walked out of the office as he answered it. It was his charge office, and the constable's voice was weighted with drama. Captain, we have another shooting, up in Skotsekloof. Yes? His heart sank, but he mustn't show it. A woman phoned at 11:33, Ella Street, number 18, and reported an intruder at her gate. He was busy climbing over the fence. So I asked her, are the doors locked? And she said yes. So I sent a van. They were there at 11:44. The gate was still locked. They rang the bell, but no one answered. The SC's patience ran out. Is she the one who was shot? Yes, Captain. They found her there inside. One of the windows is broken. I'm coming. It was not his day. Tyrone bought a phone from the Somalians in Adderley. First they tried to palm an LG E900 Optimus 7 off on him for 900 rand. 900 for a hot Windows phone? Do you think I'm stupid? It's a good phone, not hot, cool. I don't care if it's a good phone. I'm not paying 900 for a hot phone. And I don't want a Windows phone. Nobody wants a Windows phone. What else you have? For under 200. No, 200? Nothing for 200.
We only sell good phones, not hot phones."
He didn't have time to tell the Somalian with his soft eyes and big smile that he was talking shit. He shook his head, turned, and walked off.
"Wait,"
said the Somalian, as Tyrone knew he would.
200.
"For that? It's a relic. 100.
175. It has a SIM card. It works."
The man switched the phone on.
"Let me test it." "No, I will show you. I will call my friend."
He typed in a number and held it out so that Tyrone could listen. It rang. Someone answered.
"You see, it works. Pay as you go. You can top up. Not a hot phone."
He switched it off.
"How much time on the card?" 10 hours talk time."
"Okay." He didn't believe the man, probably closer to an hour or two. But that was all he needed. He took out the stolen wallet.
"So, did you touch anything?"
Mbali asked again. "No," said Jerome, the security official.
"What about the outside door handle?"
"Yes, I touched that."
"And inside?"
"No, nothing. Wait, I touched the inside door handle too. And the toilet door, and the basin, and I'm talking about the crime scene. No, I never touched anything in there."
"Okay. Did you look at the TV screen when you were in there?"
"Yes, but just for a moment. I mean, all my friends. I understand."
"Is that Knippis on the screen?"
"I think so."
"So, there is a video of Knippis that was taken today?"
"Yes. They watched him, and all the cameras are recording."
"Okay, thank you."
Tyrone ran up to the company gardens so that he could phone Nadia without 100 ears listening. She didn't answer. He got her voicemail, drew a breath to leave a message, then reconsidered and rang off. What could he say that wouldn't frighten her? Her phone was on silent. She was in class. It was 12 minutes to 1. She would probably come out just after 1. By that time, the cops would have got hold of the rucksack, and probably the phone too. He would have to leave Nadia a message. He would just say that this was his new number. No, he would say it was a temporary new number. He had lost his old phone, and please phone him. There was something urgent. No, there was something important that he wanted to tell her. Phone as soon as she can. He took a deep breath so that she wouldn't hear the tension in his voice, and pressed the numbers. For the first time, Mbali saw the bullet hole in the door that led to the mall. She studied it carefully, and then she tried to understand the meaning of it, in the context of the whole crime scene. She opened the door and walked into the corridor of the shopping center. She still had her gloves and her shoe covers on. Her eyes searched for a camera that could have covered the door to the control room. She found one 10 meters away, high up on the wall. She measured the angle from where it was. Perhaps it hadn't covered the door, but it would at least have caught a great deal of the wide corridor in front of it.
"Mbali,"
she heard a familiar voice, and turned. Benny Griessel. He, Vaughan Cupido, and Lithpel had arrived. She steeled herself. Griessel was her favorite colleague. Sergeant David's apparel and grooming were a bit of a scandal, but he did his job well, and he knew his place. Cupido she could not stand. But she was a professional woman. She must be able to handle everything. She greeted all three, then went and stood in front of the door that led out of the mall's walkway.
"The crime scene starts here.
You'll have to put on protection." Chapter 26. Nadia Kleinboy walked out of class. In the corridor, a guy behind her said,
"Do those jeans come with the cute bum, or is that an optional extra?"
She looked and laughed at him, a passing flirtation. She enjoyed the attention. She wasn't as skinny as her brother.
"You got the calves that they forgot to give me," Tyrone always said. Then she would reply, "And you got the looks." "There's nothing wrong with your looks. Ye's beautiful." But she knew he was the good-looking one. All her girlfriends used to hang around Uncle Solly's house in the hope that Tyrone would be there. But Tyrone wasn't there much, though he was always there when she needed him. Only once she was outside, in the weak winter sun, did she take out her cell phone. 2 SMSs beeped immediately. You have 2 missed calls. You have 2 voicemail messages. At that very moment it rang, and she saw it was Tyrone's phone. She answered. "Hi," said the guy with the sexy French voice. "I'm in Rineval Street." But he pronounced Rheinefeld Rineval, which made her smile. "There's a building here. I think it says Geology. I know where that is. I'll be there in 2 minutes." "Très bien," he said. "I'm at the entrance to the parking with a silver Nissan X-Trail." "Okay," she said, and rang off. She wondered what the Frenchman looked like. It was such a sexy, sexy accent, and his voice was nice. There was a hint of laughter in it, as though he found the whole situation very amusing. Griessel held the cartridge in his glove-protected fingers. "It's the same snake, and the same initials." "Okay," said Mbali, and gave them a short bullet-point summary of what had happened, according to the security men. "The Cobra is a pickpocket now?" Cupido asked, shaking his head scornfully. Mbali ignored him. "That's not the Cobra." Cupido pointed at the screen, and then at the photo on the notice board. "This guy's too dark. And that's not racist, Mbali, that's just a fact." She didn't look at him. She told Griessel the hardest decision they had to take now was at what stage Lithpel could sit down in front of the video console so that they could look at the material. Because the console was in the middle of the crime scene, and there was the risk that they would disturb forensic evidence if they were all stamping around among the dead. But thick and thin were on their way, and their procedures, the video and photography department's recording, the pathologist's in loco examination, and the removal of the bodies, could take hours. The longer they waited, the more likely it was that any possible video evidence would prove useless, while the culprit fled further afield. "Easy decision," said Cupido. "There's no big mystery here. He came, he shot, he left, and we're already in. Let's do it." Mbali looked only at Griessel. "He's right," said Griessel, "but we still have to be very careful not to disturb the scene." "Okay," said Mbali. "There's one other problem. Because the shooting was localized, and the C-Point SC managed everything appropriately, it has not attracted much attention yet. But when forensics and the pathologist and the ambulances arrive, that will change. Someone needs to go and tell the shopping center management. They will want to manage the public and media attention." "Don't look at me," said Cupido. "Where's the SC?" asked Griessel. "He had to leave. He has another shooting somewhere to attend to." "What shooting?" asked Griessel, heart sinking because he didn't believe in coincidences. Nadia saw him standing beside the silver X-Trail. A blond man in old denims and a white T-shirt with a cell phone in his hand, looking around as though he was searching for someone. Brush cut, narrow hips, broad shoulders, white skin, but tanned, like a surfer. Maybe he was a surfer. A pity he was on his way back to France. But as she approached, while he looked inquiringly at her and she waved and nodded, she realized he was probably in his mid-30s. Too old for her. Although... He held the phone up and asked, "Nadia?" "Yes."
He smiled broadly, white, even teeth. "How can I thank you?" Out of the corner of her eye, she saw 2 other men in the X-Trail. "It is only a pleasure." He held out the phone to her. She reached him and put out her hand to take the phone from him. Then he grabbed her arm. 2 male students in a Volkswagen City Golf drove out of the car park beside the R.W. Wilcox building. The passenger was busy on his cell phone. It was the driver who saw it, the white man grabbing the colored girl. The rear door of the Nissan X-Trail opened, and he half-carried, half-dragged her into the vehicle. "What the fuck?" he said, and wound down his window. "What?" asked the passenger. "Oh!" He saw the X-Trail pull away calmly. He pressed the hooter of his car 3 times, short and urgent. "What is it, bruh?" asked the passenger. The X-Trail drove on. The driver bellowed out of the window. "Hey!" "Cool it, bruh," said the passenger. "Those guys in the Nissan kidnapped that girl right now." He accelerated and set off in pursuit of the X-Trail. "What girl?" "The one in the car." "You're not serious." "I am! Call the police." The X-Trail turned right into Crozier. "There's no girl in that car." The driver hooted again, reduced his following distance so that he was on the tail of the X-Trail. "They're pushing her down. I'm telling you, call the police. I saw it." The passenger wasn't convinced. "Bruh, we can't just call the police. The driver swore, a staccato of reproach. He took his cell phone out of his shirt pocket. "I will fucking phone them myself." The X-Trail turned right into Andringa. They followed. The driver had to look up from the cell phone, then down again to type in the number. "Watch it," said the passenger. The driver looked up quickly. The X-Trail had stopped suddenly. The doors opened, and 2 men came running back, each with a pistol in hand. "Fuck, bruh, reverse!" screamed the passenger. But the driver hadn't even stopped yet, and when he did, with a short, shrill screech of tires, it was too late. The men were right there, moving impossibly swiftly and surely. One aimed a weapon at the front wheel. A soft explosion, then the hiss of the tire going flat. And then they were at the doors of the Golf, jerking them open, grabbing the cell phones from their hands. Then they slammed the doors, ran back to the X-Trail, jumped in. The X-Trail drove off. The student sat there. "Yessus," said the passenger. The driver let out a sound that was just like a tire deflating. Benny Griessel didn't use his cell phone. He phoned the Seapoint SC from a telephone beside the video console in the control center. The first thing that the station commander said to him was, "There's a cartridge here with a snake on it." "How do you know about that?" "I was present at Captain Kalani's interrogation at the V&A. She phoned someone and talked about shell casings with the etchings of a snake." "Okay. Who is the deceased?" "She hasn't been identified yet. Young colored woman. She seems to have been alone at home. Intruder gained access via a broken window in the sitting room. He forced open the woman's bedroom door. The lock is broken. And he shot her once, in the forehead." "Yessus," thought Griessel. What the fuck was going on? "Okay," he said, and tried to keep the vexation out of his voice. "It's definitely linked to 2 other murder cases. I'm sending Captain Vaughan Cupido. If you can just seal the scene so long." "Already done," said the SC. "Thank you, Captain," said Griessel with relief and satisfaction, because the SSA didn't know about this one yet. "What's the address?" "Ella Street, number 18, up in Skotseklof." Griessel rang off. And then everything happened at once. "Vaughan, I'll have to send you to the Burkhardt," said Griessel. "It's that girl," Lithpel Davids pointed a finger at the TV console where a video was being played back.
"May fuck," said Cupido.
"That is very unprofessional language," said Mbali. Griessel's cell phone began to ring. "What girl?" asked Mbali.
"The Facebook girl, Alvarez," said Lithpel.
They climbed slowly and carefully over the bodies of the security men to reach the TV screen. "What Facebook girl?" asked Mbali.
"It's her," said Cupido.
Griessel's cell phone kept ringing, but his eyes were glued to the screen. Lillian Alvarez stood with her face to the camera. She stared at a hairpin in the hands of the pickpocket. Knippie's face was turned to her, his hands touching her handbag. "What Facebook girl?" asked Mbali again. From outside came the voice of Arnold, the short, fat forensics guy.
"Hello? Anybody home?"
Griessel answered his phone. "Hello?"
"You had better hurry,"
said the woman's voice, the one who had called herself Joni Mitchell. "SSA are on the way. They are going to take over the scene."
"The waterfront scene?"
"Yes." Then she rang off.
"He stole something from Alvarez," said Cupido.
"Leave said Jimmy, the skinny forensics detective, when he saw the 5 lifeless bodies. But he never completed the word, because Captain Kaleni shot him a withering look. Chapter 27.
"Out,"
said Benny Griessel to Thick and Thin.
"Don't you think it's you who should leave?"
said Jimmy.
"You're occupying the whole—" "Out,"
said Griessel more sharply. This was very unlike the Griessel they knew. They just stood there.
"Jimmy, please go and wait out in the corridor, and hurry up."
They heard the urgency in Griessel's voice, and responded.
"Is somebody going to tell me about this Alvarez girl?"
asked Mbali.
"Later, Mbali," said Griessel. "We have very little time. The SSA are on their way."
"Shit!" said Cupido.
"The SSA?"
asked Mbali in disbelief.
"The State Security Agency? Please, everybody, we'll talk later. Right now, we need to look at that footage. Quickly, Lithpel, play it back."
Tyrone walked up and down the company gardens path. Once again, Nadia had forgotten to turn her phone back on. Not for the first time. He phoned again. It rang, for a long time. His heart sank more. He was going to get voicemail again. Then she answered. "Hello?" And he could hear in that single word that something was wrong. The cops had already phoned her.
"Nadia, it's me. I can explain. Doesn't matter what they told you. It's not true."
He heard something on the line, a hiss, as if Nadia were in a car.
"They've got me, Booty."
There was fear in her voice, fear as he had never heard it, and his gut contracted.
"The cops?"
"Is this Tyrone?" A man's voice, but it wasn't a cop accent.
"Who's this?"
"Tyrone, I have Nadia, and you have something I want. If you give it to me, we will let her go. If you don't, I will shoot her right between the eyes. Do you understand this?" Tyrone began to shake uncontrollably.
"I don't have anything."
"You stole a wallet at the waterfront this morning." He said nothing. "Do you have the wallet on you now?"
"Maybe."
"Why are you being funny, Tyrone? Do you want me to hurt your sister?"
"No."
"Do you have the wallet on you now?"
"Yes."
"I want you to look in the wallet. There should be a memory card in there." His heart leapt.
A memory card?
There was no memory card in there.
"There's just cash and credit cards," he said.
"I want you to look very carefully, Tyrone. Take your time."
"You will stay on the line?"
I will stay on the line. He sat down on a garden bench, put his cell phone down beside him, took out the wallet. Trembling, his fingers riffled through the cash. There was nothing slipped between the notes. The wallet had 3 flaps for bank cards. He went through each one. He found it in the back flap when he pushed his fingers into a sleeve that seemed empty from the outside at first. He pulled it out. A blue card, light and thin. Verbatim SDXC, 64 gigabyte. He grabbed the phone. I have it. I want you to look at the card, Tyrone. I'm looking. That card is your sister's life. If you lose it, she dies. If you break it, she dies. If you damage it in any way and I can't read the data, I will kill your sister. I will shoot her right between the eyes. Please, screamed Tyrone, and squeezed the memory card tightly in his hand. I will give it to you. That's good. Where are you now? I'm in the gardens. Where is that? In Cape Town. That's good. Did you call your sister from a mobile? A cell phone, yes. And you will keep this phone with you? Yes. And you will keep it on? Yes. That is good, Tyrone. I will call you. When? He asked, with fear in his voice. But the line was already dead. Benny Griessel and Cupido watched Sergeant Lithpell Davids play the video back for them. They saw Knippis, the pickpocket, catch up with Lillian and attract her attention. He held the hair clip up in front of her while his right hand fiddled with her handbag. Smooth as silk and fast. They observed the thief's skill, the woman's nervousness. Lithpell, stop! What did he steal out of the handbag? Davids rewound the video. They watched again, but the pickpocket's hand was too fast. The item could not be identified. Try slow motion, said Cupido. Won't help, said Lithpell, but he did it. The stolen item was still only a light brown, fast-moving blur behind the thief's hand. It's a package of some sort, said Mbali. Play it further, said Griessel. The camera turned slowly to follow Knippis when he walked away, showing how the 2 security guards grabbed him and escorted him to the shopping center door until they disappeared out of the image. That bruh is a pro, said Cupido, but they all get caught in the end. You see that screen there? Asked Mbali, and pointed at one of the smaller CCTV screens. Yes, said Lithpell. Can you get the video to play back to the time of the crime? Of course. We'll have to hurry, said Griessel. Lithpell operated the mouse, moved the cursor on the computer screen. A new image appeared on the main screen. The scene in the corridor of the shopping center outside the control room, and then became a comical, fast-moving blur of people hurrying backwards when he rewound it at high speed. In the bottom corner, a time indicator ran back just as fast. Around 9 o'clock, said Mbali. Lithpell rewound past the 2 officials, bringing Knippis in. He stopped the video, fast-forwarded, missed it again. Damn it, he said, then found the right moment and played it back. The time code said 08490901. The guards pushed and pulled Knippis, the pickpocket's arm pressed up high against his back. Now, just let it roll. We don't have time, said Griessel. Can you speed it up a bit? Okay. The speed doubled. The 3 people disappeared, camera left. Shoppers hurried past, everyone on a linear path to the inside or outside. Only one man walked diagonally across the walkway in the direction of the door. Disappeared. Stop, said Mbali. That guy. Lithpell manipulated the video, wound it back, played it at normal speed. The man was athletic, tall, light brown complexion, black wind cheater, his right hand in his pocket. The head in the baseball cap was subtly but unmistakably bowed, as though he was aware of the cameras. At 08, 49, 31, 17. "That's him," said Cupido. "I don't know," said Griessel. "That's him, puppy," said Cupido. "Who?" asked Mbali. "The Cobra." She drew a sharp breath to ask something, but Griessel preempted her. "I'll tell you everything later," he said, and looked at his watch. "Lithbel, speed it up. I want to see who comes out." Fast forward. Just over 5 minutes later, and a dark figure sped diagonally across the walkway. "There he is," said Lithbel. He worked the console, found the right point. 08, 55, 02, 51. Normal speed. Knippies ran, long skinny legs stretched, arms pumping. "Stop," said Griessel, and leaned closer. "Can you make it sharper?" "No," said Lithbel. "Motion blur, nothing you can do." "Okay," said Griessel. "Play it, Sergeant," said Mbali. Lithbel let the video run. Knippies disappeared from camera range, and then the man in the baseball cap ran across the image, with a rucksack in his hand. "Look," said Mbali. "Wait," said Griessel. He raised his hands as though to make everything stand still for a moment. He closed his eyes for a moment, thinking over what they had here and what lay ahead. His colleagues looked at him expectantly. Griessel opened his eyes. "Vaughan, the passage door out there. See if it locks from inside. If the SSA come, delay them for as long as possible." Cupido smiled happily and left in a hurry. "Lithbel, can you hide the videos, or put them on a system where only you can find them?" "The files are too big, Cuppy. We don't have time. All I can do now is delete them." "Do it." "Benny, that's tampering with evidence," said Mbali, deeply concerned. "Mbali, we've already seen the evidence. The SSA are not criminal investigators. You will be in trouble." "Yes," he said. "Lithbel, erase the videos." "Roger, Cappy." They heard someone hammering on the door. Griessel moved fast. He took his iPhone out of his pocket. "Does your phone have a camera?" he asked Mbali. "Yes." Griessel aimed his cell phone at the notice board and took a picture of Knippies. "If you could take the same photo, just in case." "Okay," she said, and dug in her handbag. Bellowing, indignant voices out in the corridor. Suddenly the doorway darkened. "Everybody out," said the herd leader of the State Security Agency. "Right now!" Chapter 28. Tyrone sat curled up on the bench in the company gardens, cell phone and wallet in one hand, memory card clutched in the other. He scarcely heard the footsteps that shuffled up to him, and only properly registered when the shadow fell across him. "Brother," came the voice abruptly, making Tyrone jump. "What?" "Ashkish, brother, I didn't know you were meditating." It was a Berchi, a little crumpled man, bent right over. The tramp's apologetic grin was nearly toothless. Tyrone was back in reality. He stood up, pushed the wallet and cell phone instinctively and hastily into his pocket as he walked away.
"Now where you going, brother? No offense. 5 rand for a loaf of bread. Children didn't eat last night. You've got it good, I saw."
The whining words came ever faster as Tyrone walked away. The beggar pursued him.
"Mudisuvishi, brother. Hey, man, don't be like that. Show some solidarity. Show some charity. Just 5 rand.
Charity. Tyrone stopped. The Berchi was startled by this turn of events. He took a step backwards.
"Never forget charity, Tyrone. To ease another's heartache is to forget one's own."
Tyrone took out a wallet. He carefully put the memory card away in its original place. He remembered an Uncle Solly quote,
"But you don't just give when you have. A bone to the dog, that's not charity. Charity is the bone shared with the dog when you are just as hungry as the dog."
He took out a 50-rand note from the stolen wallet and gave it to the man.
"God bless you, brother."
The little grubby hands made the note disappear like a stage magician, and then he, too, melted away as though he were afraid Tyrone would regret his lavishness. Tyrone began walking towards Queen Victoria Street. Keep moving. He could think while he walked.
A pickpocket can't afford to hang around. Keep moving.
He could handle the dreadful tension inside better if he was moving. Okay, so this is what happened. He stole the wrong wallet on the wrong day. It wasn't a drug deal gone south. The mall cops were dead because he stole the wrong wallet at the wrong time. And now they had Nadia, for the same reasons. Keep moving. It didn't help to beat himself up over this mess. He had to get Nadia out of there. Then he would worry about himself. It was easy. He would just swap the card for his sister. Then why are you so afraid? He walked along Perth and Vredenburg towards Long Street. He was afraid because that guy with those eyes, a guy who strolled in so calm and collected and shot mall cops like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, fish in a barrel. No emotions. That guy wasn't going to stand there and say, "Thanks, my brother, pleasure doing business with you." He was going to take his memory card and he was going to shoot him and his sister just like that. He shivered because he had got Nadia involved in all this. If they laid a finger on his sister... His heart beat in his throat. He turned left into Long Street and walked south towards the mountain. Keep moving. Get those pictures out of your head. Think. Tyrone Kleinboy slowly suppressed his fears, and he walked, and he thought. He went through the whole thing from the beginning. He must forget about what happened to him. He must get into the mind of the man with the cool eyes. He must get a bird's-eye view. That's what he needed. He walked over the Buitensingel crossing and up Kloof Street, through the hubbub of students, business people, tourists, slim models, and Bergies trying to guide motorists into parking places. He walked to the front of Hudson's The Burger Joint, established 2009. Then he stopped, his hand resting a moment on the back of his head, deep in thought. Tyrone turned around and began running in the opposite direction. Griessel drove with Mbali to Skotserkloof so that he could tell her everything. He left nothing out. It wasn't easy. She was a painfully law-abiding and over-cautious driver, and she was upset. She interrupted him, shaking her head over the interference of the State Security Agency, over the colonial tendencies of MI6, over the fact that she was an accessory to the destruction of evidence in a robbery and 5 murders. Griessel pressed on. He only finished when they had been parked in front of the house on 18 Ella Street for 5 minutes, beside the ambulance and the 6 SAPS patrol vehicles. "This is completely unacceptable," said Mbali. "I understand, but it is what we have," said Griessel. "This is a democracy," she said. "You think so?" said Cupido. "Hey!" said Mbali, as if he was committing blasphemy. "That's why I asked you to switch off your cell phones at the waterfront," said Griessel, "because I am now absolutely sure they are eavesdropping on our calls, and they can track us. We don't want them to know we are here. We must remember they have access to exactly the same technology as us, but they don't need subpoenas. and there's a good chance our officers are bugged."
Mbali shook her head.
"We have to assume," said Griessel.
She merely nodded.
"I'll ask the Greenpoint SC to suppress the info of the Cobra markings on the shell casings. If this shooting," Benny pointed at the big house, "leads us anywhere, we'll stay ahead of them. Now, let's talk about what happened at the waterfront. With the pickpocket, I mean. Mbali, how did you see it?" He hoped Cupido would understand what he was trying to do, and shut up now.
Mbali was quiet for a long time, her hands on the steering wheel.
From the back seat, Cupido sighed impatiently.
"I think that this Cobra person kidnapped David Adair, and he is still alive."
Griessel heard a detached note in her voice. Her usual self-confident, matter-of-fact manner was missing.
"Okay," he said.
"I think Adair contacted Lilian Alvarez because she had to bring something from Cambridge to Cape Town. Something this Cobra person wants. I think she was going to hand it over to him at the waterfront, but then the pickpocket stole it."
"I'm not sure that makes sense," said Cupido.
"Why?"
asked Mbali.
"Because that pickpocket is quick. We couldn't see what he stole, and I saw nobody in that video of the theft itself that looked like the Cobra. So if he didn't see it, he couldn't have known. Maybe he spoke to Alvarez just after the wallet was stolen, and she told him what happened. Maybe he saw it happen from a distance. Maybe he wasn't sure what was stolen. We could have seen all that on the other cameras if we hadn't destroyed the evidence. And then this Cobra person followed the security officials. He was only about 20 seconds behind them on the video.